Hello to everybody. My name is Urmas Reinsalu. I'm a Foreign Minister of Estonia. And let me introduce first Mr. Damien Collins, the UK Minister for Tech and Digital Economy, and also our civil society co-lead Access Now representative, Ms. Jennifer Brodie. And the event we are today here is very important, very strategic one, as United States launched last year a global summit of democracy and the initiative of democracy. Under these auspices, United Kingdom and Estonia do have a privilege to chair a particular cohort in this dimension, and this is a cohort of technology for democracy. And let me stress that it is a grand moment for all democracies in all dimensions to defend our joint values. We are witnessing, sadly, overall decline of democracy in the world, with only 34 democracies left, and it is crucial to form alliances and work together to improve the situation around the world. And this is not just the case that the authoritarianism and limitation of individual liberties and freedoms is on rise. It is the case that we, the world nations, face now a genocidal war of Russian Federation taking place literally right now against Ukraine, against the people of Ukraine, with the core intent to annihilate one nation from earth. And let me, by strongest words, condemn this weekend intentional bombings against civilians in Zaporizhia, and today's morning systematic bombing of Kyiv. Russia is intentionally breaching all the norms of international humanitarian law, is committing war crimes, and should be recognized as a state sponsoring terror. And so, returning to the broader dimension of this alliance of democracy aims, we are very proud from Estonian side to give our all strength and ideas. We have been able and capable to transform our society into digital one, to give to this cohort. In that context, we would like to proudly promote all these initiatives which could enhance freedom, democracy, and transparency all over the world. And secondly, let me say that this, as the work of cohort now starts to go on, we would very pleased to call to join other countries and also other institutions to take part in this initiative. And in a broader context, let me stress that the one thing is digitalization, but we would like very much to promote also trusted connectivity under the flagship of this initiative. And by saying that, I'm very pleased to give now word to my UK colleague. Please.
Thank you, Minister Reinsalu. It's a pleasure to be here in Tallinn with you and with Access Now, our partners, our civil society partners, in taking the next step in launching this technology cohort as part of the work of the Summit for Democracies. As you rightly said, there are fewer democracies in the world than there were. Unless we stand together, there's a danger democracy will be in retreat. And we are seeing now a demonstration of what brutal totalitarian states will do in the illegal war that Russia has launched in Ukraine and the further tragic loss of life of civilians in Ukraine this morning. We are determined to work strongly with all of our international allies, and particularly with Estonia, on this important project. We have seen how increasingly in the wrong hands technology can be used as a weapon for war, with cyber attacks and state-sponsored disinformation campaigns. Through the work of this cohort together, I think it's important we focus on three key areas. Firstly, to provide access to digital technology. A third of the world is currently unconnected. The more we can connect people, the more that we can make them part of the international family. That we look at protecting the resilience of digital infrastructure. We've seen Russian attacks, particularly here in Estonia, on digital infrastructure to destabilize states. And we need to make sure countries understand what they can do, as you've done here in Estonia, to protect yourself and protect vital critical infrastructure, but also widely to support freedom as well. We do not want the networks of social media and the internet to be home to campaigns of disinformation that distort the truth and spread lies and actively work to undermine democracy. We want to ensure we can promote media freedom and trusted news sources in the digital age as well. So these are the challenges that we face. This is the next step in the road to building this alliance of democracies within this tech cohort. And we look forward to working with you closely and with Access Now in developing the program for this, following the initiative of launching at the Summit of Democracies. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I will give the floor to a co-chair from the civic society part, Ms. Jennifer Brody, representing Access Now. Please.
Thank you. It is a pleasure to be with you here all today to mark the launch of the Summit for Democracy's Technology for Democracy cohort. Thank you to the cohort co-leads, the governments of Estonia and the United Kingdom, for their partnership in this exciting endeavor. Thank you also to the US government for their leadership in spearheading the Summit for Democracy. Access Now is an international human rights organization that defends and extends the digital rights of people at risk around the world, from Ethiopia to Myanmar, Ukraine to El Salvador. While connectivity can certainly be a force for good, it is critical that all technological developments ensure human rights are centered and protected. Open and secure access to the internet is essential as the world becomes increasingly digital. Yet more governments around the globe continue to impose deliberate internet shutdowns to crack down on dissent, particularly during protests and elections. Last year, Access Now and the Keep It On Coalition documented 182 incidents of shutdowns in 34 countries. To fight this growing threat to fundamental human rights, Access Now organizes the global Keep It On Coalition, which has advocated against internet shutdowns since 2016. The coalition currently comprises more than 291 organizations from 105 countries. Meaningful civil society participation from the global majority and marginalized groups is critical to ensure the success of this cohort. Access Now is honored and humbled by the opportunity to convene civil society around the world to this end. You will soon hear from Keep It On partner, Takla Haimanot Gabramaskal, about the devastating impacts of the ongoing internet shutdown in his home, the Tigray region of Ethiopia. Not only do internet shutdowns undercut freedom of expression and democracy, they also decimate national economies and local businesses and help provide cover for atrocities. Civil society alone cannot ensure universal connectivity. International cooperation is crucial to combat internet shutdowns that facilitate human rights violations. Governments, the private sector, and civil society must come together to safeguard internet access for everyone. Lives are at stake. And now, it is my pleasure to present the video testimonial from Keep It On partner, Taklahaimano Gabra Maskal of Ethiopia's Tigray region.
Imagine not talking to your own family and to your loved ones for 2 years. Imagine this is in a situation where your family and friends and loved ones are in a war zone, where there is indiscriminate attacks against civilians, where there is hunger and all kind of gruesome atrocities taking place. And I'm talking about Tigray region and about my own family. I have not talked to my parents for almost 500 days, and many Tigrayans in the diaspora haven't been able to connect with their parents for almost 2 years now, since the beginning of the war in 2020, November 2020. And since the beginning of the war, we have seen gruesome massacres, terrible atrocities against civilians. And we have heard about hundreds of thousands of people being killed, and not to know the whereabouts of your family and friends and family members in this situation is tragic, and it's very difficult situation to go through. And this is because the Tigray region has been under complete communication blackout since the start of the war, and it has been very difficult to know who is killed and who is alive and who has died of starvation and famine since the start of the war, because it's impossible to reach people in the region, except in few places where there are internet points from international humanitarian agencies. And because of this, I call on humanitarian human rights activists, human rights organizations to push for governments and non-government agencies to push for the Ethiopian government to open the communication, to lift the blockade of communication in the region. Yeah.
As you can see, internet shutdowns cause irreparable damage on people's lives. As he mentioned, he hasn't spoken to his family for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of days. It is up to us to right this wrong. Thank you.
So, by these words, now the Technology for Democracy cohort is publicly launched, and there is a great job is going ahead, as endless job, I believe. So thank you for all participants. Thank you.
life is a passage through time and space. What gives these lives meaning are connections to others, to the world around us, to our past, present, and future. Some connections find us. Other connections, ripe for the picking. We must take care to find ourselves. The strongest connections are built upon a foundation of trust. The world yearns for the infrastructure that binds together our physical and digital existence. The challenges of today compel the free world to unite to deliver trusted connectivity based on our shared interests, values, and highest standards, realized through trusted partnerships among like-minded countries all around the world. For trusted connections are the bedrock of peace, prosperity, and liberty. Estonia's history, from the time of the Hanseatic League through today, tells a tale of trusted connections and of the consequences when trust is violated. Thus, we know to treasure freedom and democracy. We know to uphold our liberal values wherever our path may lead us. And we invite the world to join us on our journey to a shared digital future. No one country can do it alone. Yet there is strength in numbers. As long as we have each other, no challenge is insurmountable. And from this springs hope eternal, in a future forged in trusted connectivity. Welcome to the Tallinn Digital Summit.
That was a long way. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, welcome to the 5th Tallinn Digital Summit. And of course, happy birthday to our Minister, Kristjan Järvan. My name is Sandra Särav, and I will be your Master of Ceremonies during our 2 days in Tallinn, when we will explore the concepts of trusted connectivity and trusted partnerships. This is not our first digital summit. Our tradition started already back in 2017, when we held the EU presidency. And of course, the geographical and topical horizons of this event, as they should, have broadened. But the main concept remains the same: working together on the road to our shared future, be it digital, energy, or security. Several crises and even wars have broken out since we last met here in Tallinn. Our resilience is being tested. Our vision of an interconnected, interdependent world has been violated by those who abuse our trust. Well, remember that the night is always darkest before the dawn. It is upon us to steer ourselves away from these unprecedented times and create our own precedents. We are here in Tallinn to provide a spark of light, a grain of hope, because it is up to us to become independent and interdependent with those with whom we share our common values. Whether we talk about economic or energy or cybersecurity, or about data governance and AI, or about digital public goods or investing in infrastructure, it all boils down to working together, fostering mutual understanding and fostering mutual relations. All this requires effort, personal initiative, political will, and leadership. We may even need to burn a few bridges on our way here, to quote the former prime minister of our northern countries. But the idea of trusted connectivity and trusted partnerships is not only about decoupling, it's also about recoupling. It is about forging new, trusted connections. And that is why we are here in Tallinn, to crave a path from crisis to prosperity, from instability to security. Today and tomorrow, the leaders of our governments, institutions, and private sector will discuss how to overcome our shared challenges through our shared efforts. We will talk about AI, energy, and investing. We will discuss new and emerging technologies, cybersecurity, digital public goods, and of course, how we can further help Ukraine. The questions we have to answer don't have any easy solutions, but they will all have a profound effect on our existing political and economic alliances. With that thought, it is now my privilege to invite to the stage the Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia, Mrs. Kaja Kallas. Thank you.
Dear President of the European Commission, dear ministers, distinguished guests. It's my honor to welcome you all here in Tallinn. When times are hard, we must stand united. United in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Russia may be testing us and trying to divide us, but we can show that it's mission impossible for him. We are not here today to talk about the past or even the present. We are here today to talk about the future. We have had a reality check. We have had to face Russia's war against Ukraine and the COVID-19 lockdowns, an increasing rivalry and with authoritarian countries, physical and cyber attacks against vital infrastructure. We see what happens when we connect ourselves to partners who weaponize our trust. We became over-reliant for our essential needs on countries who do not share the same values, but the era of such interdependencies has come to close. Now we have entered a new era of globalization that prioritizes security over economic efficiency. We need to rethink existing political and economic alliances. We have NATO for collective military defense. But where can we turn to in case of economic security? And what should a trusted economic architecture fit for the 21st century look like? Instead of waiting solutions to come to us, we should offer them. That is how we operate in Estonia. And that is why we are here today, to harness our economic power and our moral leadership. Articulate a vision for a future that is free, open, secure, and prosperous. A future where Europe and its partners lead in solidarity and with competitive advantage. A future defined by trusted connections and trusted partnerships. The foundations of this future are trusted connectivity and the global gateway. Estonia, owning to its history and geography, has long been wary of unreliable partners. It was our conscious decision many years ago to decouple ourselves from Russian energy. This came at a considerable cost. Today, Estonia is one of the few European countries least reliant on Russian gas. We knew that the prevention is better and far less costly than the cure. This is why, at the same venue just 1 year ago, Estonia introduced Trusted Connectivity, a conceptual framework for organizing political and economic relations among trusted partners, namely trusted partners across the world who are committed to upholding the rules-based order and to protecting human rights and individual freedom. The proposition of trusted connectivity is straightforward: to connect the like-minded countries through trusted partnerships based on shared interests and values and the highest standards, thus reinforcing trust in global political and economic relations across the free world. The European Union's Global Gateway is the embodiment of trusted connectivity in practice. It is Team Europe's positive value-based offer of cooperation to developed countries and emerging economies alike. It is an offer to deliver economic and energy security and to bridge digital divides. Governments, financial institutions, and the private sector all working together to boost competitiveness, deliver benefits to partners, and empower local communities. The Global Gateway also advances Europe's strategic autonomy, being reflection of our trailblazing legislation on critical raw materials, batteries, and semiconductors. And it is already delivering on the ground in Africa, the Western Balkans, Latin America, the Caucasus, Central Asia, with many more projects soon to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, the free world's united front against authoritarianism is being tested, and it's growing stronger in it. We have seen the recent introduction of many trusted connectivity initiatives, not only the Global Gateway, but also G7's Partnership for Infrastructure and Investment, the 3 Seas Initiative, the United Kingdom's Clean Green Initiative, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, Africa's Agenda 2063. These will allow us to build partnerships, not dependencies. It is trusted connectivity that ties these many initiatives together. As a concept, it clearly expresses the values we hold dear. As a framework, it enables practical interoperability across these initiatives by creating a mutual understanding. And it offers the necessary context for engaging with authoritarian regimes. Trusted connectivity informs our decoupling from unreliable partners, replacing these with trusted alternatives, whether we talk about the global value chains, submarine cables, finance, or new technologies. And this is vital, because it is connectivity, digital and physical infrastructure, that is at the heart of our moment in crisis. Connectivity links up national, economic, energy, and cyber security. It links up the digital and green transformations. It links up trade and supply chains. Connectivity is the smartphone in your pocket, the lights in this room, and the tax return you submit online. It is the source code of our e-government, and it's the software in 5G networks. And thus, our digital existence also reflects our values and standards. There is immense global demand for infrastructure. We cannot let autocracies be the ones who respond to this demand uncontested. We have seen where this leads, a synergy of failures. Investments from autocracies corrode good governance and pollute the environment. They drive the recipient country into debt trap. This is the high cost of a dependence, and the most harm is suffered by the most vulnerable. Dear participants, we stand strongest when we stand united. The European Union responded to our moment in crisis with solidarity and resolve. All together as Team Europe. NATO and the wider transatlantic community are stronger than before. Our offer to the world of positive, values-based, trusted partnerships is a message that rings louder than it rang before. And I strongly believe we are more ready to rise to the occasion than before. As we respond to our shared challenges today, we are tracing a path to brighter tomorrow. On this path, we need to ask ourselves, are we willing to pay the premium of trust, or are we not? I think the answer is very clear. Trust may come at the price, but it is price worth paying. We cannot let the sacrifices Ukraine has made be in vain. We have to learn the lessons of over-reliance and interdependence. We have to ensure that freedom, prosperity, security, and democracy prevail. So let us stand together. Let us show we are in it for the long haul. Let us build a better tomorrow together. Alongside with our friends from the United States, the G7, Indo-Pacific, Africa, Latin America, and beyond. This is the promise of trusted connectivity and the global gateway. I'm glad to welcome Ursula von der Leyen here with us today to tell us about the positive vision of a global gateway. I commend her personal leadership on this issue and to this initiative. I welcome all of you who are here in person and also those who are watching us online. We will not resolve our problems in these 2 short days, but laying the groundwork begins here and now. This is what the Tallinn Digital Summit is all about, a platform for the Global Gateway and other trusted connectivity initiatives to convene and coordinate, to mobilize our collective power across all collective efforts. And I'm positive Tallinn will continue to offer a crucial meeting place for European and other global leaders to make trust, not dependency, key part of the future we are building. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for always being so honest and straightforward. I think we all need this reality check. But for now, you also mentioned the Global Gateway, and we will have a short video introducing us to realize what Global Gateway means to each and every one of us.
I learned so many different things that I never could have discovered by myself.
Creo que las conexiones digitales, que al fin y al cabo son conexiones humanas.
Il y a une solidarité énorme qu'on ne peut pas mesurer.
El mundo es de todos, en pequeños pasos podemos lograr grandes cosas juntos.
With that, I'm more than glad and very honored to invite on the stage Madam von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission. Please.
Dear Prime Minister, my dear Kaya, dear Prime Minister Kallas, Prime Minister Ngriante, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to join you here today in Tallinn at the Digital Summit. Here in Estonia, the word of this conference, connectivity, has a very special sound. I mean, you have next door a country that is trying to use our interconnections as a weapon against us. Because Russia is not only waging war on Ukraine, Russia is waging war on our energy, on our democracies, on our values. And Estonia, like many of the Baltic states, has been warning Europe since years about the dangers of our dependency on Russian fossil fuels. And you were right. You were right, and Europe should have followed your example earlier. Ever since you broke free from Soviet rule, you've been working very hard to get rid of Russian fossil fuels and to disconnect from the Russian grid. You have invested heavily into renewable energy, into LNG terminals, into new interconnectors with the rest of Europe. And on top, you have become global leaders in cybersecurity and in the digital field. Today, you're standing strong before a hostile neighbor. So from a small country like yours comes a great example for our entire European Union. This must be a lesson for all of us. especially as the war in Ukraine has now entered a new phase. Faced with the brave Ukrainian resistance, the Kremlin has once again escalated its aggression to a new level. Putin has launched Russia's first mobilization since World War II. He has used sham referenda in an illegal attempt to change international borders by force. All of this while redoubling his efforts to destabilize global energy security. But this will only strengthen our resolve to support Ukraine as long as it takes. But this new phase of the war also called for renewed action on our energy independence, on our infrastructure, and on building new partnerships with the rest of the world. In short, it calls for new investment into trusted connectivity. Today, I would like to focus on 3 issues in particular. The first one is we need to protect our critical infrastructure. The second topic is about we need to keep replacing unsustainable dependency with more balanced cooperation. And the third topic is about that we need to continue to build trust in global connectivity. Let me begin with the physical infrastructure that underpins connectivity. The acts of sabotage against the Nord Stream pipelines have shown how vulnerable our critical infrastructure is. Pipelines and underwater cable connect European citizens and the companies across the world. They are the lifelines of financial markets and global trade. And they are essential for services such as modern healthcare, for example, or energy. Submarine fiber optic cables carry 99% of global internet traffic. And now, for the very first time in modern history, this infrastructure has become a target. So the task ahead of us is clear. We need to better protect our lifelines of the world economy. And we have carved out 5 different strands of actions. And let me briefly reflect on them with you here. First of all, of course, we must be better prepared. Now, the good news is that we have just brand new European legislation which will strengthen the resilience of critical EU entities. So what we have to do now with this new legislation that was done under the French presidency, what we have to do now is implement it, put it on the ground, that it is really working and developing a track record. Second, we need to stress test our infrastructure. We need to identify the weak points and prepare our reaction to sudden disruption. We all know how important stress tests are to make sure that everyone knows what to do in a case of emergency. So we will work with the member states to do these stress tests in the field of energy and other high-risk sectors, such as offshore digital and the electricity infrastructure, for example. The third point is we will increase our capacity on the European level to respond through our civil protection mechanism if needed. With this, we can support member states in case of disruption of critical infrastructure with very practical things like fuel supplies, generators, shelter capacity. All these things have to be in place. And then we will make best use of our satellite surveillance capacity to detect potential threats. We have this capacity. We should use it much, much more to really know what's going on in the different areas of our critical infrastructure. And last but not least, we will strengthen cooperation, of course, with NATO on this subject and partners like, for example, our American friends. Critical infrastructure is the new frontier of warfare, and Europe will be prepared. In the same spirit, we have to step up our support for our Ukrainian friends. Time and again, you have watched it and been witnessing this in the last month, Russia has been trying to take down Ukraine's IT systems. Therefore, the European Union has mobilized financial support for emergency cybersecurity for Ukraine. We've helped move government servers to safe locations. And this direct assistance is multiplied by member states. Many thanks also to our host, Estonia. You've done a great job on that one. I know you've done a great job on that one because you understand very well by bitter experience that in the struggle between democracy and autocracy, the digital sphere is not a sideshow, but it is front line. This is the critical infrastructure and the question how we can better prepare to protect it, the physical infrastructure. Let me move on to the second point. That is that we have to replace unsustainable dependency, which we do have, with balanced cooperation that we want with trusted partners. For that, we have to double down on our positive engagement with the rest of the world and continue to act in a spirit of openness, of cooperation, and of trust. That's the motto of this summit. Just last year, just to give you some examples, we inaugurated the Ella Link transatlantic cable connecting Europe with Latin America. Revolutionary. And we're now deploying a new fiber optic cable under the Black Sea. It will diversify internet access across Central Asia and reduce dependency on terrestrial cables that go through Russia. This project is one of the typical projects of Global Gateway. We heard already a lot about it. Global Gateway, as you know, our big investment project of 300 billion euros for investments abroad in trusted connectivity. And I'm very glad to see the Prime Minister here of Rwanda that is present. We have, for example, a typical Global Gateway project that is building up vaccination manufacturing capacity. With the experience of the pandemic, we have decided to say, listen, there needs to be manufacturing capacity in Africa of mRNA vaccines, not only for COVID, but potentially later to fight malaria, tuberculosis, and other diseases, killing diseases. And here we've done what is typical for Global Gateway, come with public money, but also come with our legal framework, for example, for pharmaceuticals that has to be in place, attract private capital, have a partner on the ground that is working with us to make sure that the project develops. This is one of the typical projects we have to, and we need more infrastructure like this in our neighborhood, managed through Global Gateway and funded through Global Gateway. We also need this kind of infrastructure to connect Ukraine, to connect Moldova, Georgia, and the Western Balkans more tightly to our union. And we can do it. We have the experience, we have shown this. Let me give you an example that is typical. It was about 2 weeks after Russia's invasion that we successfully connected the European electrical grid with the Ukrainian electrical grid. They decoupled from Russia. And that was a move, I was told before the war, that was planned for 2024. So, 2 years ahead of us. We were able to manage that and to do that in 2 weeks. And these are exactly the projects that have to be done through Global Gateway. Here we needed to really join forces, of course to invest massively, but we did it within 2 weeks, was what planned for 2 years. So now Ukraine is an important new importer of electricity to the European Union. That creates a revenue stream for Ukraine, and our union can rely on electricity from Ukraine to help tackle the energy crisis. And in case of need, we can provide them with electricity. This is just one example in the broad attempt to get rid of Russian energy supplies. We have been working hard the last 7 months since Russia invaded Ukraine, and we've been working with success to get rid of our dependency on Russian fossil fuels. We have completely cut off the supply of Russian coal. And if I can give you two figures what Russian gas is concerned, last year, of all the gas imported to the European Union, 40% was Russian gas. Now in 7 months, we've been able to decrease that dependency down to 7.5% only of Russian gas in the overall supply of European gas from abroad. Again, crucial was here having the right infrastructure in place. And the good news is that Europe is making more progress by the day. The speed is accelerating because the pressure is high, and that's good. Just some days ago, we inaugurated a new gas interconnector between Bulgaria and Greece. It brings gas from Azerbaijan and from Mediterranean LNG terminals, not only via Greece to Bulgaria, but also to Romania, Serbia, and North Macedonia. So these examples, these interconnections are game changers in Europe's energy supply and energy security. This means access to trusted and reliable sources of energy everywhere in our union, and it means freedom from Russian dependency and freedom from Russian blackmail. Dear Kaya, you were so right when you were reminding us of the real price tag that is attached to dependency on Russia. You've been describing it in your introductory remarks. We need to keep this firmly in mind as we transition to renewable sources of energy. Because yes, it comes with an investment, but it's worth it. Because if you look at the dependency and the price tag that is coming with the dependency, it is much, much more needed to get rid of this dependency, invest in renewables, and find your independence. Every kilowatt hour that we receive electricity or energy from solar or wind is not only good for our climate, it's also good for our climate, and it's necessary, but it's good for our independence and our security of supply. We have to be, if we invest more and more into renewables in the future, also from the very start on, vigilant, and we have to be strategic. Because renewables, if we want to produce them, often depend on scarce raw materials. And that's another topic I want to raise here. You all know the magnets for wind turbines, the cell for solar panels. They all need rare minerals or rare raw materials. And you know the examples. By 2030, Europe's demand on those rare earth metals will increase 5-fold, 5 times what we use today. And today it's already a scarce resource. So the first and foremost good news behind this 5-fold is that it shows that our European Green Deal is moving fast. That's good news. The not so good news is that one country dominates the market, and that is China. So we have to avoid falling into the same dependency from China as we were with oil and gas from Russia, and we have to start now. And that is why we're working on a European Critical Raw Materials Act. It will help to diversify our supply chains towards trusted partner. The motto of this summit, trusted connectivity. And this will be another crucial domain for Global Gateway. Global Gateway will mobilize the public and private investment that is needed on the ground, investments in projects abroad that connect us. But we also have to do our own homework. And let me switch to topics we sometimes do not look at enough. Let me take the topic of semiconductors, for example. which is a good example of our overarching theme of new forms of cooperation. As you all know, semiconductors are in every digital device, from cars to phones to medical equipment. Without chips, no modern economy. This is clear. Let me give an example how crucial these semiconductors are in the daily life. We have sanctions the export of semiconductors to Russia. We've banned all export of semiconductors. And the impact of these sanctions is now very real, tangible on the ground in Russia. The Russian military, for example, cannibalizes by now refrigerators and washing machines to take out the semiconductors, trying to get the semiconductors for their military hardware. So semiconductors are crucial, but not only for others, they are also crucial for us. And therefore, our aim is to increase our global market share by 20% to 20% by 2030. And we have all we need to achieve this. What are we doing? We have world-class research and testing facilities. This is attractive for investors, but not enough to create the necessary ecosystem. Thus, with our European Chips Act, we've mobilized billions of investment for development, for mass production of next-generation chips. We've just approved, for example, the first state aid decision, given the go-ahead to a 730 million euro investment by a Franco-Italian company to build a new facility in Sicily. It will produce, for the very first time in Europe, large-scale silicon carbide wafers, the base of all semiconductors. And in the coming months, a trusted American company is set to break ground with its new chips plant in Germany, a 17 billion euro investment. That is what trusted connectivity looks like in reality. And that brings me to my third and final point. It is about trusted connectivity. Who defines the rules of the game? High tech is great, but what is the purpose you use it for? Who is setting the standards? Who is setting the standards that will govern and protect our societies? Is it the market? Is it the government, like in China? Or is it the human-centric approach? That is our European approach. Think from the individual and his or her rights. Take the GDPR, as you know, born in Europe. Might not be perfect, but for the very first time, the rules of the game have been defined. And now they are setting data, protection, and they are setting standards from here, not only in Europe, but also in Silicon Valley, for example. They are the benchmark for data protection in Silicon Valley. Or take our Digital Markets and Digital Services Act. Here again, Europe is on the vanguard, bringing the rules of the analog world into the digital world. For the very first time, there are clear rules on how to deal with topics like hate speech, disinformation, terrorist content online. We're doing the same for product cybersecurity with the regulation proposed next month. Now, setting standards for Europe is good. But it is our engagement with our trusted partners that makes European standards finally global standards. This is one of the reasons, for example, why our work with the United States and recently also with India through our Trade and Technology Council is so important. Set the standards with your friends. Or in addition, we have teamed up with the G7 Partnership for Global Infrastructure. You were describing it, Kaya. With our combined package of $600 billion, we're leveraging not just our investments, that's important, but also our standard-setting power. Thus, step by step, we are re-anchoring the values and rules-based order on firmer ground in a modern economy. working with friends, working with partners through trusted connectivity. The Roman statesman Cicero famously said, "The shifts of fortune test the reliability of friends." I'm glad to be among friends, for we cannot always control what history has in store for us, but we can shape our fortunes. We can influence it by standing tall for our values and by standing united with our trusted partners and our friends. Thank you very much.
I always feel like I get these applauses to myself, so thank you. Thank you so much, Madam President, and belated happy birthday. We heard you also had a birthday on this Saturday, so I hope you enjoy your visit to Tallinn. As Madam President said, we need to better protect the lifelines of our global economy. At least this is the sentence that stuck with me. And Global Gateway is just a tool for this. But trusted connectivity initiatives, such as the Global Gateway, do not only belong to Europe. Actually, they have a much more global scenery to them. And exactly, to elaborate on the global perspective, I am honored to welcome here on stage the Prime Minister of one of the world's most innovation hotspots, which is Dr. Edouard Nigrente, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda.
Morning. Your Excellency Kaja Kallas, Prime Minister of Estonia, and our hosts. Your Excellency President of European Commission, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates. Good morning. It is my pleasure to join you today at the Tallinn Digital Summit 2022 on behalf of His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of the Republic of Rwanda. I would first like to express my appreciation to Her Excellency Kaja Kallas, Prime Minister of Estonia, for hosting us at this annual summit. Digital technology is changing the world, and with the experience of COVID-19, we have experienced the acceleration of digital revolution. For Rwanda and many other countries, broadband connectivity for all is key to our national priorities as we strive to leave no one behind in a very increasing digital world. To do this, collaboration and productive partnerships are critical, and this is why we are here today. Distinguished delegates, key factors that will increase connectivity include infrastructure, cybersecurity, regulations, and skills. Digital and physical infrastructure are important enablers for accessible, affordable, and secure digital services. More services are going online, and this is true for both public and private sector. In Rwanda, over 90% of our government services are accessed online, and we continue digitization efforts towards achieving 100% of our government services online by 2024. Emerging technologies require greater enforcement in cyber security. One of the biggest challenges with cyber crimes is that they are borderless. Strong cooperation between countries is critical to deter and investigate these cyber crimes. The regulatory landscape must play an essential role in safeguarding and protecting people's information, In addition, regulation must be flexible to adapt and evolve with the speed of technology while facilitating innovation. Sustained and reliable connectivity requires a skilled and talented base. Our countries need to continue to invest in cutting-edge technologies that will prepare the workforce, particularly the youth, and working towards a responsible digital future. To achieve all this, public-private partnership is important as it plays a crucial role in knowledge transfer and advancing meaningful connectivity. Rwanda will continue to collaborate with bilateral and multilateral partners to further advance broadband connectivity infrastructure development. Rwanda is committed to address challenges related to the security of cross-border data sharing, the safe and ethical use of artificial intelligence, and strengthening collaboration on digital innovation. I look forward to fruitful deliberations as we continue to build a safe and trusted digital world. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Rwanda is definitely a country with whom Estonia has had a lot of digital connections and ties. But unfortunately, not all of the countries we work with were able to come and join us here today physically. So they have managed to send their virtual addresses, which we will now hear. We will have here the Prime Minister of the UK, Mrs. Liz Truss, and the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, addressing us virtually. Thank you.
I want to thank my friend, Prime Minister Kaja Kallas, for her leadership in hosting this timely summit. We're entering an era of resurgent competition between democracy and autocracy. It's a struggle we see most starkly in Putin's vile war against Ukraine. And while digital technology offers huge opportunities for better lives and stronger growth, it also offers new ways in which hostile states can wage war against us. In this battle of ideas and innovation, the forces of liberty must triumph over tyranny. For that to happen, we must invest in the trusted partnerships being forged at this summit. And there is no one you can rely on more than the United Kingdom. From Ada Lovelace to Tim Berners-Lee, we have a proud history of pioneering digital technology. Today, our tech sector is amongst the best in the world, with the highest number of tech unicorns in Europe. I'm determined that we build on this incredible legacy, working with all of you. Together with vital allies like Estonia, we can shape a future defined by growth, stability, and democracy. Enjoy the summit.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour à tous. For starters, I'd like to thank Prime Minister Kallas for hosting this important event. Kaja, my friend, thank you for all the hard work that you do on this and so many other issues. The Tallinn Digital Summit has brought us together once again to address the most pressing issues on our road toward a connected digital future. But we're also here to highlight the importance of trust. Trust online, trust in trade and commerce, and trust in our institutions and democratic systems. Nous devons renforcer nos relations politiques, économiques et militaires à l'échelle mondiale en privilégiant les partenariats de confiance. C'est dans l'espace numérique que c'est le plus important. L'Estonie est à l'avant-garde des efforts visant à offrir une connectivité fiable grâce à de nouvelles initiatives phares dans le domaine numérique. Canada shares your ambition toward building a trusted and secure digital society. That's why we joined our allies in signing the Declaration for the Future of the Internet earlier this year. That's why we introduced legislation that will improve our cybersecurity and better protect Canadians from digital threats. And that's why we joined the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence in Tallinn this year. With your leadership, we're doing more to serve our citizens in the digital age. We're enabling better societal participation for historically marginalized groups. We're improving the reliability of information we consume online and taking steps to combat disinformation. We're also giving people better tools to advance and promote our institutions and values. Of course, the benefits of trusted partnerships extend beyond the digital space, too. From supporting Ukraine's fight against Russia's illegal invasion to improving our supply chains and promoting trade that benefits everyone, we'll continue to work closely with our partners. Because only by working together can we advance human freedom, human dignity, and the rules-based international order we rely on. So let's keep strengthening our partnerships. Et encore une fois, merci à tous d'être ici. J'espère que vous profiterez du reste du sommet. Merci. Thank you, my friends.
We have heard calls for cooperation, for making a positive impact on the world. Guided by our shared commitment to our shared values and principles, as they are embodied by the concept of trusted connectivity. Now, we will explore trust and trusted connections by returning to the roots of Tallinn Digital Summit. Our first fireside chat will dive into the exhilarating world of technology, especially artificial intelligence. For this session, the audience will also be invited to ask questions from the participants. The moderator of this panel will show you when it's time to ask those questions. And the firesides will be led by Mr. Siim Sikkut, Estonia's former Chief Information Officer and a recently published author on digital excellence. And personally to me, my former boss. Alongside with him, we have a man who really needs no ABCs. The former CEO of Google, a successful businessman and a tech visionary, Mr. Eric Smith. Please, come on stage.
Well, indeed. Hello. Good to be here. What is my 5th Digital Summit? And welcome to your first, Eric.
Yes.
And exactly what the first time in Estonia at all, right?
Yes. You guys have been punching above your weight since 2005.
All right.
And you know why? Because I wrote it in my first book. Estonia figured this out faster than anybody else in e-government. And I like the country so much, I've recently invested in one of your companies, GuardTime.
You can keep doing so.
Yes, and I intend to do more.
Right.
GuardTime will present later this afternoon. They're basically, think of it as they secure data.
Yeah.
Right, on your network.
But I mean, look, digital summits sort of go by the times of what are around. They also change the themes, but there are some themes that keep recurring. We started a few years back all the way from AI, and now it's sort of in the sphere of trusted connectivity. But I mean, AI obviously will play a lot of part of the future, and trusted connectivity also has to fit into the future context. So perhaps a good way for us to start is to say, hey, well, what is your take on where do things really stand with AI today? I mean, where are we?
Well, first place, the trusted connectivity work that your Prime Minister, this team is doing is incredibly important. It was also important 10 years from now, and it will be important in the next 10 years, 20 years. And it's easy to understand why. I used to give this speech where if you don't like the internet, turn it off, right? You know, you don't actually have to be on the internet. And the problem is that is no longer true. Now our society requires the internet. You cannot get your job, your social life, your education without access to the internet for many reasons, including the pandemic. And so if we start from the trust thing, right, the internet, and I've been involved with it essentially my whole life, was not designed to be particularly trustworthy. It was particularly designed to be permissive.
Right.
And the trust, and in particular, the much more sophisticated security architectures were added later. And that's why we're still struggling with this, although things are much better.
Right.
Now, with AI, you have a similar process. where AI is being invented now. And you can think about AI in a series of phases. First, you had the original ideas about AI, which were in the 1950s.
Yeah.
They thought that basically in 1957, there was an article that said that we would have human consciousness in computers within a decade. Obviously, that didn't happen. When I was a graduate student, people were working on AI and symbolic reasoning, where they were going to be able to describe the structure of language and knowledge in a mathematical proof. This is not dissimilar from Spinoza's work.
Yeah.
That didn't work either. And then you had deep learning as we know it now, which is, the technical term is called gradient descent. And this technique seems to work. And it allows you to do very deep analysis of information. So that's interesting. And that analysis allows us to, for example, have cars that can be driven by computers better than humans, better doctor diagnoses because of vision and those sorts of things. But the real problem is the inverse is true.
All right.
That you can also generate data, and how do you know what the data that's generated is?
But I mean, let's continue on that then. So if that's the sort of state of play, right? And it only will be progressing. I know that you are very sort of, in a way, both optimistic and sort of cautious about the future streams. How can we have this trust in AI at all as part of trusted connectivity, right? I mean, it's a big question, but...
Well, first place, I don't think you should trust it today.
Sure.
Because it makes mistakes. And there's this, somehow we're all watching movies and we're thinking we're building killer robots that can perfectly decide how to kill the wrong person, and then the female scientist kills the killer robot and the movie ends, right, which is a great movie. We're not doing that, just so we're clear. We're not doing any of that. Mm-hmm. The core problem with AI is we don't fully understand how these algorithms work. We cannot prove their failure modes, their brittleness. Now, there are people working on all these things.
Sure.
So the way to understand AI today is you should not use it as the primary determinant in a life-critical decision, right? Basically involving medicine, anything involving people, right? Obviously conflict. You want to have a human judge.
People in policy often speak like high-risk situations, or
and in the largely failed European attempt to regulate this, Europeans use this term critical infrastructure, and critical infrastructure can't use AI if it can't explain itself. Well, trust me, AI cannot explain itself, so you can't use it in critical infrastructure.
We'll get back to the regulation and I guess Europeans as well, but I mean, but still, if I tease you a bit, can you envision a trusted AI possible? There are the problems like you outlined, but I mean, is it doable at all, possibly?
It is, to the degree that you still trust humans.
Sure.
In other words,
that's a big hurdle.
Yeah. So, so the first place is, we're going to get to the point where AI systems can do human-level decision-making and behavior, because we can train them based on human behavior, and we can do that pretty accurately. And I'm quite sure that we'll get to the point where we can accurately mimic human behavior. I'm also quite sure that we'll be able to understand the failure modes. Right? The real problem is that computers are very binary, they're very analytical, and people are not. And so you expect the computer to never make a mistake, whereas you accept that humans make mistakes because we're humans. And so that gap, it's the old thing of, with self-driving cars, I'll use the US numbers, 35,000 people die on the streets of the United States every year, and those are obviously unintended and terrible things. Let's say we could cut that in half, right? That would be a big improvement. Well, the first AI driving death was a Tesla car which went underneath, you remember all of this. The most interesting thing is that that was a front page article on the news, and yet there were 98 other deaths that day that were obviously equally tragic. So we've got to decide how we want to treat this. Is it sort of occupying the human space? Does it have a special expectation? And it gets worse because of the compression of time. I'll give you my simplest example. War will be conducted, and I worked for the US military for a long time, so I've studied this at some length. War will be continued with quicker and quicker reaction times. So what happens when the attack occurs in cyber faster than a human can decide?
Right.
You need an automatic defensive back attacker. But how do you know the automatic offensive back attacker is attacking the right thing? You don't. So the conundrum is that when there's no time, you require extremely accurate systems.
But in that sense, I still want to tease you on that one, but how far off do you see that? The accuracy of that being possible, or?
I don't think we know. I don't think we know, but I think it's going to be it is going to be a continual problem. There's evidence that with more training data, you can get more and more accurate systems, but there's no known standard to apply this. What is the error rate, if you will?
But I think you have also said multiple times but you see this as a definite direction, right? So even if you don't know the specific timeline, it will happen because...
But the thing that I'm talking about here is the arrival of broader AI services. So how do you use AI today? Do you use a recommendation engine? Yes, you do. Do you use social media? They all use AI to determine what feeds to give you. Do you ever click on an ad? I hope you click on Google Ads. Those are selected with AI assistance. There are so many examples. Automatic translation. Perhaps you want to translate from one language to another. The translation now is pretty close to human level. That's all AI. Those are in your use today. The ones that are coming in the short term that are really interesting are all in biology and in chemistry, where people are using these techniques to solve very hard problems. And then the hottest thing are called large language models, where you basically can build systems which you can converse with. And that's the next big area.
But so if that is coming, then you already hinted that perhaps regulation, at least in some parts of the world, is inadequate now. What do you see as the bigger sort of regulated space? Is enough happening, or is it happening in the wrong direction, like you said?
Well, I'm going to sound like an obnoxious American, which I am, so I apologize.
You can be today, right?
Yes, no, but it's better to be truthful, and I am an obnoxious American. The core issue here is the regulator's title is regulation, as opposed to regulation and growth. So I was asked by the US Congress to create a National Security Commission on AI, and we were asked, what are the areas of investment, growth, what does the private sector need to do, and are there any regulatory issues, and then what are the national security concerns? And we've produced a report, which is 800 pages long, which you can read in your spare time. It's nscai.gov. And we really looked at this very, very thoroughly.
Right.
What does it take? And by the way, the answer is mostly investment in human capital, mostly investment in high skills immigration into the United States, in our case, working very closely with our partners, working on these algorithms. It's stuff that you would imagine with great detail.
Right.
And that has become a basis for many of the laws coming in America. In Europe, it doesn't operate that way. You didn't have a how do we win at AI and also regulate it. You just had the regulatory thing. So Europe is in danger of not staying at the state of the art where the UK and the US and China are competing and partnering. And so the cost of an early regulation without also promotion could be very high. So let's use an example of Estonia. You basically helped build this. There's every reason to think that Estonia should be a great leader in AI. You have everything that you need, right? And furthermore, as you and I've discussed, and as the President of the European Union talked about, there's these digital strategies where they're getting the data in one place, which is what you need, right? So where's the activity? And the answer is there's not enough people working on this. There's not enough money, there's not enough companies, and that has to get fixed.
And that echoes basically the recommendation you made to the states as well, right? I mean, skillless people and so forth. But so,
and by the way, I should say that one of the things to understand about the people who do this is that they're totally wacky. These are mathematicians and physicists and so forth who I understand very little of what they do, and I have a PhD in the area. That's how advanced this stuff is. This is not normal programming and the kind of stuff that I could do today. I can't physically do it myself. That's where the great insights are. And a lot of people are coming out of math and physics to work on this because it's so sexy. It's so powerful when you can actually pull these things off.
I'll jump back to regulation, but now you prompted me to ask, obviously, well, a lot of those engineers, scientists, brightest people are obviously with big companies, right? I mean, what are companies doing to actually keep the things that they build at least somehow trusted on, and what can they do more?
Well, so if you asked me this 5 years ago, I would have proudly said Google has dominated the space because the combination of Google Brain and DeepMind is really driving the industry forward. And I would have grudgingly agreed to Facebook and a few other companies as well.
You were also more involved then.
That's right. But the important point is, I think the big companies really put their money in it. And the reason the digital companies did this is they got immediate revenue gains from it. Using AI, for example, to do ad selection, click selection, basically recommendations, directly improves the revenue, and you have lots of training data, and it's all in one company. So it makes sense that's where. What's interesting in the last 5 years is the potential has become so great that the capital markets are funding startups at a level that is mind-boggling. I'll give you a couple of examples. There's a number of startups that have spun out of Google, which have 10 people that have started off with a valuation of $200 or $300 million. They have no assets, they just have the people. They anticipate their funding rounds at $1 billion.
Yeah.
That's how big these markets are. Where are the European companies? They're not playing. The large language models, there's a private company which I'm a small investor in that looks like its next valuation will be around $1 billion, and they're playing at the level of Microsoft, Facebook, and so forth. So it's true that it started off in the big companies, but there's so much money and there's so many clever people that the startups are there too. In Europe, because you don't have the large companies that are leading, you should have the large startups, and you can get the money.
Before I come with the next question, be ready with yours, because in 1 or 2 we get to all the questions from the audience as well. But you yourself put yourself the hat of obnoxious American on, right? So if you see and hope where the American regulation is going, and exactly you are quite sort of strong about sort of the European way, can there be a recoupling at all? Recoupling as it was said today, right?
Well, there needs to be, because I think that the Russian aggression in Ukraine reminds us that it's better to be in a democracy even if we complain all day about it.
Sure.
When I've traveled all over the world, as many of you have, everyone complains about their government. But I would rather be in a democracy than in the alternatives. I've recently been talking to my Chinese friends. They're complaining about China. You can imagine what people are saying in Russia if they could actually speak. It's just horrific. So let's start with a strong endorsement around free speech, democracy, democratic principles, liberal democracy, all the things that, frankly, I think largely invented in Europe over the years. And so with that as a statement, we're not going to win against China unless we have very strong transatlantic partnerships. Now, why do I say that? It's a math problem. China is very well run in this area. They understand precisely what markets they're in. AI, quantum, synthetic biology, and new energy, where they're, by the way, 90% of the market share for all the stuff that you're going to use for electronic vehicles and basically renewable energy. And they're obviously already ahead in 5G. It'll be very hard to catch up for them in 5G, and they're ahead in financial services. It's going to be very hard to catch up with them, and they're maybe possible, we'll see. So you've got a country which has all sorts of problems, and they're doubling down in the core area. And why does that matter? They have 4 times as many STEM graduates, and they have very liberal policies with respect to governments, with respect to money going to firms, and then they have a concept called civil-military fusion, where the firms do both the military work and the commercial work. And the way the Chinese system works is they have the domestic competition, and then they pick global winner. They pick a winner.
And that's a numbers game too, right?
Numbers game. And again, that's very different from the Western system. So I'm not suggesting we adopt their approaches. What I'm suggesting is that we do what we do best. Now let's take a look. Let's look at the pandemic.
Sure.
BioNTech in Germany and Pfizer.
Yeah.
And then let's look at Moderna, right, and so forth. The U.S. government, as an example, created Operation Warp Speed, guaranteed the revenue of these firms along with many others that didn't make it. You had the capital markets raised billions of dollars to make these things, and the universities helped invent mRNA vaccines. That's when we work together. That's when we get the best. What do governments do? They create the necessary conditions for the market, and if necessary, they do pre-market commitments to get the market going. The capital lots of companies lost money in making vaccines. And that was a legitimate business risk that the capital markets provided. And of course, the universities did a fantastic job. That's how we win. We need to do that in this case as well.
But using your analogy of COVID, then it must be the thing that perhaps the sense of urgency or the burning platform sense is not there yet, or?
Well, I'll give you an example. Let's imagine that China invented, and I don't know if they're going to do this, invented a kind of AI that one, they wouldn't share, and two, was smarter than the kinds we're using. Let's just imagine that. How would you feel? You'd be pretty worried, because that kind of AI could be used to advance material science, chemistry, warfare, conflict, social cohesion, in their case, social control, right? I wouldn't want that to happen. I'd want it to be invented in the West. Now, would I like it to be invented in the UK, US, Estonia? Any of those are acceptable, because we're all under the same legal principles, in my view.
And even the same sort of value base, if you wish. But and I think you've been very vocal in saying, well, even your book, The Age of AI, right, with a few co-authors, that, look, AI will penetrate all aspects of our lives. We have to be ready and realistic about that, right?
So at the age of 99, Dr. Kissinger decided that he wanted to write a book about the impact of AI on society. And he had studied Kant.
That was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, right? Yeah.
It came out this year. And he had studied Kant before we were all alive, right? So he can explain in his sort of German accent how our perception of reality is important to us. And I will paraphrase his writing and work by saying he's worried that when you have an AI system that can actually affect the information space and how we perceive truth, he says it's an epochal change. It's a change similar to that of the Reformation, which none of us were around for. And as you remember, in the Reformation, the idea was, instead of having truth delivered by your personal relationship with God, you could actually have truth developed by reason. Right? The process of reasoning was developed during that period, maybe 400 years ago. So he believes that the arrival of these new AIs will change the way we perceive truth.
Right.
That's a very big deal. And my political friends spend all day complaining about social media because their voters, who is the currency of their job, actually believe falsehoods because they've been fed it by social media. That's an unintended consequence. So not intended, but an unintended consequence of wiring everybody up together, right? And I don't want us to have the same experience with AI, where we build all these incredibly powerful tools and then they get misused. I'll give you a simple example, that anything that can be analyzed can be generated. So if you can analyze signals, if you can analyze a picture, you can generate it. If you want to look at something interesting, the hottest one this week is a company called Stable Diffusion, and they are producing pictures that are better looking than real pictures. And if you don't believe me, look it up. You'll see.
But let's turn a chance to the audience. I mean, it's a rare opportunity, and I know that you actually love and adore Q&A sessions. So, starting from the Minister, happy birthday. And can we get a mic here?
Yes, Minister.
Yeah, hello, Christian. Nice to have you here. So my question is about AI regulation. As you mentioned, so to start off, AI still technically isn't that old. We don't see all the consequences that will come. So if you have a PhD in the field and even you have a hard time grasping what's going on, how much faith do you have that politicians will regulate in a good way AI? And if that regulation is needed, where would be the first steps in regulating AI?
So I'd like to go back in my obnoxious American role, with great respect to what you have done and to be obnoxious. The problem here is you're asking a regulation question instead of a how do I win question. I want Estonia to win. The best way to win is to get high skills immigration plus the local talent, which I know to be excellent, to form the companies to get the capital to solve these things, and then when they invent something crazy, regulate it. See the order. And what's happened in Europe, and I've now been doing this for so long, the first question is always a regulatory question as opposed to what do I have to do to be a player. So I've seen this over and over again in my Google period where Google would invent something and then Europe, because Europe would be annoyed at us, they would try to regulate it rather than figure out a way to sort of build their own or compete in a different way. And it's ultimately it's a losing strategy. You're better off framing what can Europe do for AI that will really change the conversation, right? So listen to what you said. You talked about unreliability. How can we depend on it? How can we work on the infrastructure? Those are great questions for Europeans. European tech community is fantastic. Let's work on that. My concern, and Estonia I think is generally pretty good in this area, but some of the other European countries are not, that the culture in Brussels will ultimately stifle this, and that's to be avoided. Yes, sir.
It's exactly the question I was looking for. Thank you.
All right. Can we get another one? Yes.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and to see the conversation going on. My question is...
yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Innocent. I come from Rwanda. My question is, what does the public sector need to do to embrace the capabilities of AI? And more specifically, when some of our countries that are still, following the digital trends, where we lack investments or even the technical capabilities, what are the key, practical action items that need to be done to ensure that that we achieve the benefits or will leverage what AI has to offer? And I'm asking this particularly because when you look at the public sector, this is where the least capabilities are, investment and others. And this is more on both sides, from a regulatory point of view, but also the practical point of view.
I think you're doing a lot of things right. I've spent a fair amount of time in Rwanda, and I know your president very well. And I think you're doing it so right, I hardly don't even want to give you any more advice. Just keep going. It starts with, I think you have 40 or 50 million citizens. Maybe it's roughly that. Figure out a way to get everybody connected, and you've worked hard on that using essentially low-end smartphones because the prices are not very high. From those phones, try to get enough data that you can actually begin to do AI training. So the core issue is AI doesn't work unless you have lots of data to learn from. So what data is available within Rwanda to learn from?
In the public sector especially, right?
And in whatever section. Now that could be in national security, it could be in the police, it could be in healthcare. I would pick something that is of great concern of your citizens, where you can get the data from their phones, from where they are, either their position or their behavior or so forth. Get that data and then form a little company or a group within Rwanda, maybe work with your firm, because I know you're friends with them. And actually,
I like how you're doing all my selling.
but it makes sense to me that you would start with something that's relevant to the citizens, health, security, or education, and then use AI to make it better. And even a small improvement has huge implications because of the size of your country.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Pasten. I'm the National Cyber Director for Estonia. You mentioned both training data and human fallibility. To me, those two create the biggest paradox around AI. On the one hand, training data will have to be based on things we already know. So it includes the human errors. And our AI will never be better than what we teach it. On the other hand, our current approach assumes a human in the loop, which therefore implies that the human is better than the AI. It makes less errors somehow. Given that very practical paradox, and putting your own answer back to you as a question, how do we win? How do we overcome that paradox?
An outstanding comment and question. So one of the criticisms of AI is that it's full of bias, and it's simple because it learns from what humans do, and humans are full of bias. So everyone says, oh my God, we can't fix that. But of course we can fix it. we can, if we know where the biases are, we can take the data and we can re-normalize it to humans without those biases. In other words, we could take the real data and we could say, well, we don't like people who are prejudiced, for example, which I certainly don't like people with prejudice, and we'll delete them, that data, from the data set, and then we'll get a synthetic data as if we had humans that don't have these biases. So that kind of technique works pretty well, right, for the normal day of operation. So an example would be, people have discovered that judges are more liberal in the morning and more harsh in the afternoon, right? Well, that's something you can change the data. So if you make a synthetic recommendation judge, you can choose the morning and not the afternoon data. So all of those are pragmatic solutions to the problem. To me, the problem I don't have a good answer is when the problem has to be resolved quicker than a human can. And I don't think we have an answer to that. I think we're going to have to be honest and say that we're going to have to accept some failures, obviously minimize them, in a situation which is faster than human reaction. Because you can't, there's not enough time for the human. It is always post-action.
But I guess, as in the question and in your own comment before, I mean, some failures are sort of inevitable anyway, perhaps best not also not have a double standard against the machines versus the humans, right?
Yeah, although I think humans are such that if the machine does, it will never forgive, whereas another human does, it will forgive them as being human.
Right.
I think this is a core problem. And there's nothing wrong with having high goals for what my industry does. But I want people to understand that you will not get absolute perfection because of these issues.
Absolutely.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Chris Burns. I'm the Chief Digital Development Officer for the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID.
Excellent.
We work in a lot of emerging countries around the world, and I suppose a follow-on to the gentleman from Rwanda, certainly Google has invested heavily on the African continent, in particular, an AI lab in Accra, et cetera. And we think about the workforce development aspect of that, perhaps the non-data, non-digital technology part of this. There's an upswell of innovation on the continent where you have Africans, local Africans solving local solutions. Digital literacy is still a challenge. How do we build up that digital literacy and that workforce development so that more Africans can embrace AI to solve local problems? Thank you.
So 20 years ago, I made my first visit to Kenya, and I visited the computer science department. And you have these very, very capable faculty members, they run up and they say, "We love Google." And I said, "Well, good, I love Google too." And they said, "No, we really love Google." And I said, "Well, I really love Google too." And they go, No, we really, really, really love Google." And I go, "Why?" And he said, "We don't have textbooks." Okay. Then all of a sudden I understood what the problem was. I mean, how could you have a PhD in computer science without having a computer science PhD textbook? Right? Because they couldn't afford it. So that's when I began to understand what it took. So here's the simple model. You've got enormous talent in Africa. They need some stuff. It starts with connectivity. It also starts with language, right, because of the local languages. We worked hard to do all of that. Much of Africa, in Google, what we did is we decided to do the fibers around Africa and then try to convince the governments, often whom, and this is not a comment about Rwanda, but other countries, were relatively corrupt with respect to their PTTs. So we would try to convince them to run a fiber to the center of the city and then have a fiber ring around the city and then have basically Wi-Fi towers or 4G towers at the time around. That seems to have largely happened. That's good. So the next thing is to create the databases that I'm describing to solve real problems. And these things always work best when you have a local problem where AI can learn the problem, and that's very specific to the country. But I will tell you, having done this now for 20 years, the talent is there and the connectivity is there. It's now a messaging, industrial, and frankly a capital. They need capital. There's not enough capital in Africa, and this capital should be the easiest to get into because it's software. So it's very capital efficient to invest in these companies.
Yeah. We can get one last question from the front. Long waiting.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Kenneth Pugh, Senator from the Republic of Chile. With a few parliamentarians around the world in the Artificial Intelligence Institute, we're trying to understand how to protect democracy and rule of state in the area of artificial intelligence. Nowadays, a human right, the freedom of speech, is what we must preserve. But that human right is for humans, it's not for artificial intelligence. Right. Then we have to, and we need a good digital identity provided by government, not credentials, username and password. How this could be solved in order to have humans using that right and not artificial intelligence? Right. Thank you.
Perfectly said. So I think there are 3 short-term issues with AI. The first one has to do with biological databases and the access to them and the ability to build negative viruses. We haven't talked about that, but that's a real short-term threat. We've got to work on that. The second one is this military question about decision-making time. Right? We don't have a good answer to that. And the third one is your point. So whether it's protection of teenagers, especially teenage girls, but teenagers who are severely affected by being online, or the effect that it's had on our political systems, right? We've ended up in a situation where we got confused as to what free speech was. So you and I agree free speech is for humans. I am not in favor of free speech for computers, right? I'm sorry to disappoint the computer constituencies. I'm in favor of all humans. By the way, that also includes President Trump, right? Who I don't agree with, but he's clearly human and flawed, but that's a separate discussion. But we all are. So the problem here is really boosting. It's the distinction between freedom of speech and freedom of reach. Now, if I were a crazy American, which I might be, and I stood out in your Freedom Square and I started screaming, how much impact would I have? But let's say I had a megaphone that was loud enough that every citizen of Estonia could hear me, it would be very different. We don't have a good way of understanding where that limit is. So the way I say is don't regulate speech, regulate the boosting of the speech. If you look at the DMA and the DSA in Europe, it doesn't do that. If you look in the US various laws, it doesn't do that. Perhaps your country, Chile, can figure out a good way to do this.
But from this, as unfortunately, as always, time runs fast. I know that you've been in sort of policy circles for about 10 years now, right? So you had to master this. So if you have to do like a 3-sentence takeaway pitch saying, what should those all folks here take away and do different tomorrow, start doing tomorrow?
I would really like Estonia to have more reach for the high skills people that you need. Because you figured out in this little country to do something which is well above your weight, I want you to accelerate it. And the way to accelerate it is more money, more people, and it's knowledge. It's the knowledge economy. So what can Estonia do? Be a leader in the knowledge economy. That's where the future is, right? And shouldn't it be the case that the other smaller countries in Europe that are more nimble, right, can pull this off with Estonia as their example?
But if you jump beyond Estonia and just exactly about the transatlantic community, which largely is here as well, what would be your 3 sentences to them as takeaway?
The biggest thing going on is going to be the development of this next layer of AI, which will largely be done in companies and in research labs. Europe is behind in this. It's really important that Europe take the necessary steps to fix it, and the answer is right now.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you all.
Keep coming back to Tallinn.
Thank you, and congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, if your strategy is to think of regulation first, then this is a losing strategy. I think we'll hear about this more in the next fireside chat, but before we do, it's time to break for lunch. Those interested in digital public goods, a side event dedicated to Kovstack will take place on floor 0. That's down the stairs and down the stairs again. Then for the delegates, your lunch is just 1 floor down the stairs, and you will find a buffet lunch. For ministers and speakers, please go down the stairs and to the right. You will be assigned to tables there. For those of you who have asked about Wi-Fi password, you will find this on the cards around your neck. And unfortunately, we won't have all sessions with Q&A parts in them, but please use hashtags TDS 2022 and Trusted Connectivity to share your valuable ideas and thoughts. Head isu, bon appétit!
Hello and welcome to your lunch break. I very much congratulate you on having made it thus far. We are here at the expo stage. My name is Florian Marcus and I will be your moderator for several of the breaks today and also tomorrow. So whenever you fancy a tiny snack, have a lovely conversation here in the lounge, then this is the right place for you. We will accompany this food and good conversation with a lovely conversation here on stage about different topics that all at the end of the day link into trusted connectivity. And perhaps the best way to start this is when we talk about connectivity and trusted connectivity is about AI and data infrastructures. At the end of the day, this is the lifeblood of a digital society and a more digitalized and globalized world. So today we want to talk first about how we can increase efficiency with AI and building data infrastructure centers as well. Now, before we have a small company introduction video, I would like to welcome on stage, please give a bit of applause to the head of AI at RA Technologies, Eduard Petlenkov, and the CEO of Greenergy Data Centers, Bruno Grünberg. Let's take a look. So, you may wonder, please take a seat, gentlemen. You may wonder what exactly RA Technologies and Greenergy Data Centers do, and we will have small pitches in just a minute, but first we have an introductory video from a good colleague of mine.
RA Technologies is at the front line of solving the energy crisis through artificial intelligence technology. Increasing energy efficiency and sustainability goals in commercial real estate has never been so simple. RA Digital Operator is an award-winning AI-powered heating, ventilation and air conditioning solution that integrates quickly with all modern building management systems. Energy savings and CO2 emission reduction up to 30%. Greenergy Data Centers is the largest data center in the Baltics. Their facility in Tallinn is the Baltics' most energy-efficient and secure data center. With multiple levels of security, keeping your assets safe, duplicated systems offering high reliability, and electricity from renewable energy sources, keeping the ecological footprint low.
Well, wonderful. This was a very good first introduction, and perhaps, Eduard, you can tell us more about what you do as head of AI at RA Technologies.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. And in fact, I'm holding two positions. So I am an AI lead in the company RA Technology and also a full professor at Tallinn University of Technology. So here I want to show an example of successful technology transfer where cutting-edge research and AI-based technology can save energy. So nowadays we're facing energy crisis. It's obvious, and of course we have to think about reducing our energy consumption in different ways. But the good news is that any crisis is first of all a challenge for new technologies. Let me bring an example of recent coronavirus. During that period, working from home offices, using virtual meetings, etc., became new normality, and this is because of the technologies that, in fact, were available already before the crisis started. We just started massively utilizing this technology, and it stays with us nowadays, making our work more productive. Artificial intelligence is a kind of new modern tool that will not replace people, but it will help people to make their work in a more productive way. It helps to solve the tasks that a human cannot do alone. Exactly like computers brought our productivity to a new level in the end of the last century. So nowadays we can say that about 40% of total energy is consumed by buildings. And why do buildings consume energy? This is because of, it is in order to provide a good indoor climate, temperature, CO2 level, humidity, etc. So here we raise the question, is it possible to consume less energy without compromising the indoor climate, without reducing the comfort level? And the answer is yes. And this is where artificial intelligence can help us. Let's take a small example. An average size office building may have approximately 50,000 measured points, measured in real time, data points. And about 3,000 of them are controllable and directly influence energy consumption. So in order to tune such a system in the most energy efficient way, one should take into account things like weather condition, technical condition, occupancy levels, energy prices, some previous experience, etc. This is, you can see that the human brain is just not efficient enough to process all this amount of data, but artificial intelligence can work 24/7. Predicting dynamics of the buildings, making online optimizations and optimizations 24 hours ahead. And the more data we have, the better system gets, the smarter it gets. And an intelligent ecosystem and smart building can also contribute to energy security. And buildings can learn from each other and exchange this knowledge. So I would like to summarize by saying that nowadays we can save 50 and up to 30% of energy in buildings, even without compromising the comfort level. And the technology is there. And R8 technology provides it. So, ready.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to call you later because my energy bill is starting to look unacceptable. So maybe we can have a conversation. And of course, you mentioned also that this is also about resilience at the end of the day on a national and international level if we are less energy dependent. Thank you so much for that insight. Second, as the CEO of Green Energy Data Centers, to know what exactly do you work on a daily basis?
Yes, thank you for having me here. Let's look at the world as we stand today. Basically, we are relying on e-services and knowledge economy all over. So there is no more important thing to really also protect. So what is then actually so critical is that we have the place to store all this data. First, let's look at the data itself. The knowledge economy is generating zettabytes after zettabytes of data. So from 2010 to 2025, the growth is actually 150 times. So all this data need to be somewhere. And actually there, what comes to the Green Energy Data Centers, we come to play. Of course, we are one of the hundreds or thousands of data centers all over the world. But basically, all the bits and bytes and all our services and the applications need to reside somewhere. First, they need to be secure. Secondly, they need to be reliably handled. So not for a single second there should be any break in electricity or connectivity. We have the motto of today's event as a connectivity. That's very important. And thirdly, of course, we all want to have efficiency, energy efficiency, green approach to the data. Now, so basically, data centers today are consuming about 2% of the global electricity. It's actually huge. And internet as such, 10%. So the growth estimate is that actually data centers will grow to 10% in 2030. So it's basically every 10th kilowatt is going to data center, which actually stores this data. Now, let's come back to the security. Those days, obviously, security cannot be really doubted by anybody, given the situation in the wide world. So protecting your data and applications somewhere is absolutely the top-notch priority for many companies, for many governments as like. So basically, to get the security, you need a facility to really store your data. Has to be surveyed 24/7. Basically, has to be guarded, has to be cybersecurity involved. So there is many things which actually security involves when you really build a data center of modern standards. Secondly, it has to provide the reliable service which is up 100% of the time, which then means that there has to be electricity supply which is uninterrupted. So there has to be all the different cables coming in. You have the diesels, you have the solars, you have everything you need to really keep this up. So definitely the efficiency cannot be compromised in any way. You need connectivity, which means that internet has to be provided those who really keep the applications there. So there is many aspects in the reliability as well. And of course now coming to the third one, which is then green energy usage. So basically, as I just told, how much electricity actually goes to protect our data and keep our data somewhere in servers. So it has to be done most efficient way. There is actually a measure for the data centers. It's energy usage efficiency measure. So usually it's something 1.5 up to 2, which means then for every kilowatt of electricity you use for kind of keeping your data alive, you also use something 50% or more data for cooling, for office functions, and that has to be brought down, which we're actually doing. So in green energy data centers, we are achieving 1.2, which is really the top standard available. So that is really those three things, just to mention again: security, reliability, and energy efficiency, which is absolutely three things which we can provide. And now I look forward really to expand this green energy data centers concept to other countries, to the Baltics, because we are the only purpose-built data center of highest standards available in this region. That's why I really hope that we can multiply this concept to other countries. We are actually investment of 3C's investment fund. So we are the first digital investment of the 3C's investment fund. So basically we can and we would like to expand this concept to other countries. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that insight. What you just mentioned with the 3Cs initiative as well, I think this really reflects the strategic importance of data and energy resilience and availability at all times. Because precisely as you said, I mean, in Estonia we've been quite digital for many years, but we can see several initiatives on the European Union level and elsewhere about digitalizing the public sector, the private sector hand in hand as well, building these ecosystems. So it will only become more important, exactly as you said. The first question that I would ask both of you, of course you're coming at this topic from different angles, is what kind of challenges do you face when trying to address greater efficiency from your angle? Is it an infrastructural question? Is it a regulatory? Is it a customer mindset? Sort of where are the bottlenecks? Perhaps we start with Eduard.
Okay, thank you for the question. In fact, maybe there are several bottlenecks. I want to emphasize here the mindset of people. When we talk about artificial intelligence, it's not something dangerous that comes to replace people. No, it's a kind of new tool, because the technology develops and new tools come. Computers came at one moment, nowadays artificial intelligence come up. And in fact, everybody who is entering our ecosystem makes this system more powerful. It's a possibility to gain new knowledge, because when you're working alone, you're alone. And in this system, artificial intelligence helps to collect knowledge from different countries. And you have a huge amount of experiences. So this is what people have to think about. So not be afraid of this artificial intelligence and new technology, because when dealing with this energy crisis, so I think that in fact now it's time for IT technology. So the solution to to energy crisis is in fact in IT sector, in digitalization.
I have to ask a follow-up question. Is there a particular business area or organizational level that is particularly, I don't want to say skeptical, but slow to accept these new technologies? Or would you say it's just human nature that we have to...
I think it's human nature. Okay. It's not some area specific.
Okay, all right. Tino, your thoughts, please.
Yes, thank you. I would like to stress one moment here. So what we see very often is that our potential customers, let's say, they keep their servers in their back office somewhere in a cupboard or in an office room, which is actually not at all resilient, not at all safe, secure, reliable way to do. And actually to persuade really businesses and of course also some government agencies to look at the security measures they take for this kind of very important services they provide, is that they choose the professional companies to protect their data. And that's actually the challenge we see. It's like a mindset challenge, let's say. Of course, there are many others, so there are always regulation can be better, the electricity supply can be better, so connectivity can be better. But I would say here in Estonia, mostly we have it all, what takes to really protect your data and keep it safe. But it comes to the mindset, so many smaller companies actually are keeping their servers just where they shouldn't be, actually, yeah.
You've sort of touched on the topic already, and I would ask the same question to both of you. What does your current average customer look like? And where do you think there is a lot more potential for expansion in your particular areas?
Okay, our customers are owners of commercial real estate. So the buildings, they like shopping malls, offices, hotels, and our main task is to have more buildings outside Estonia, in Europe. In fact, we already have, and we are developing an ecosystem of building that should be a kind of European and maybe worldwide network, and of course new types of buildings we're waiting. So.
Interesting.
Yeah, in our case, our customers are from all walks of life, honestly. Anybody who has IT infrastructure basically could potentially be our client. It comes from the small companies to big companies to associations, like kind of third-party type of companies, and of course the government itself, so government agencies. So basically we can say everybody could be our customer who actually has any data to protect in their own. Of course, there are service providers in the cloud, but again, so the cloud providers also keep their data somewhere. So data centers as such are really the best places to keep the data safe.
If I may add something. In fact, when talking about our clients or beneficiaries are not only our direct clients, but the whole society, because as I mentioned in my speech, the larger network of buildings we have, the better energy security we can provide. So we are also contributing balancing of network.
Mm-hmm. What stood out to me is that I think you've mentioned mostly the private sector being involved with your solutions. You have mentioned that there have been some interactions with government also where services are run by your data centers. Is that correct?
Yes, usually, if you look at the government, so in most of the countries and most of the time, governments keep their own data centers. So they basically they keep their own data, which are understandable. But everything moves actually if it's a trusted partnership, which we are talking now in this event much. So there is actually the private sector has a role. So as we are actually developers of the many applications which government is using, we can also be the storage place, secure storage place where the government. So that's actually the perspective which we would really like to emphasize, that that's the perspective worldwide.
In our case, it's also not only private sector, because buildings belong to government also.
Precisely, yes. Looking abroad, you mentioned that you're already dealing with markets in Europe. You're also looking to expand, depending on the stage that you're currently at. Of course, energy and data seem like pretty universal topics, so they concern all of us. But do the different target markets also pose different challenges, or do you feel that the hurdles or also the benefits that most people see are the same across the board?
I would say that clients start more and more thinking about security of data, and this is what we are really paying attention at the moment. So they don't think only about saving money, but having data secured. This is one of our priorities, and I think this is right moment to give the floor to my colleague.
Yeah, I think that's generally the target markets are more or less the same, in the sense that everybody has the same thrive to the e-services, developing more online services, generating more data. It's whatever country you look at or whatever market you look at, it's exactly the same problems to solve. So in that sense, what data centers provide is exactly the same thing, to keep your data, to keep the best possible way, safe, secure, and of course most efficient from energy usage perspective.
Very well, gentlemen. That was very insightful. Do you have any last things that you want to mention before we head on to the next topic? Any last thoughts that you want to share with the audience?
Yeah, if I may start. So basically, I think just as a far cry for kind of what we should do when we enter the information society more and more. So the protecting the data, the cybersecurity, and of course the physical security of data, it cannot be underestimated. We see what happens in a world where the autocracies really attack everybody, and that's the hybrid war. So we have to be very careful, and please keep your data safe.
Please keep your data safe, please keep your energy consumption low, and stay resilient in a trusted, connected society. Thank you so much to both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, both here and at home, please give these two gentlemen a bit of applause. Thank you very much. And this brings me to the end of this very first section about increasing efficiency with AI and building data infrastructure. But of course, you will know that the lunch break is far from over, so we have several more topics that we will talk about. The next presentation, which we will have after a very short break, will be about the next internet and Web3 and trusted connectivity. But first, we will have a slight reorganization here and a small blog. Thank you very much. And I did say it was a very short break, and here we are, back again on stage. As I said, the next conversation will be about the next internet. What is the next stage of the internet? We will talk about Web 3.0 and the context of trusted connectivity. We will have a wonderful expert speaker. He's the CEO at Guardtime. His name is Mike Gold. We will have a small company introductory video, and then afterwards we will look forward to his presentation. Thank you very much.
Guardtime was founded with a mission to make the world's information universally reliable, without reliance on the risk of human trust. Guardtime's invention, KSI, was initially designed to support the Estonian government in its quest for zero-trust systems, meaning that systems can provide a formally verifiable mathematical proof of correctness of operations. Guardtime's business model is to build partnerships with companies in every industry, build the product and go to market. It is said that if Google organizes the world's information and makes it universally available, then Guardtime validates that information and makes it universally reliable. Let's hear their ideas about the next internet, Web3 and trusted connectivity.
Hello, everyone. If I were to poll the audience and ask you which of these statements is correct, I suspect the majority of people would choose the option on the left. But that would be a mistake, because in the history of invention, the first iterations of any invention were always mocked. And we are very bad at predicting the future. Over the next 10 minutes, I hope to convince you that blockchain will be the next internet. It will be the solution to trusted connectivity. And not only that, it's being built right here, right now, in Estonia. So the inventors of the internet were thinking about exchange of data, even in a decentralized network, even under the threat of nuclear attack. They weren't thinking about data at rest. They weren't thinking about identity, and they certainly weren't thinking about the exchange of digital rights. Let me explain. The inventors of the internet were thinking about securing the channel. And we end up with these islands of trust, where we focus on the connectivity between the channels and not the data itself. The opportunity for the next internet is to think about the data as well as the channel. And we have this concept, in the military, we have physical supply chains and left of launch attacks. But we don't have the concept of information supply chains. They don't exist. And we have these trusted authorities that secure the channel. But within these organizations, the security comes from trusted insiders and process. Identity. The inventors of the internet were not thinking about identity. And today we lack a universal digital identity system that can allow users to present the credentials they want, to the people they want, at any time they want, without third parties controlling access. And we don't have the concept of digital rights. The inventors of the internet were not thinking about the trillion-dollar industries that would be produced and abuse digital rights. Bitcoin is obviously not a very good medium of exchange. It's not a good currency, and that's okay. Bitcoin did one thing. It proved a concept. It proved that you can transfer digital rights across the internet without a trusted authority. And everything we do on the internet today involves the exchange or transfer of digital rights, whether it's email, social media, or reading the news. These all involve an exchange or transfer of digital rights. And this has led to the abuse of those rights by companies. In Europe, we try to legislate, and we have GDPR. But the opportunity for the next internet is to make those rights explicit and to integrate those rights into the application layer protocols of the internet. So blockchain as the next internet has much promise, but in order to make it a reality, we need orders of magnitude more throughput and performance than what we have today. And so enter Estonia. Over the last 3 years, Estonian professors and researchers at Tallinn Technical University, at University of Tartu, and the Institute of Cybernetics have been developing the foundations of a new internet. And the challenge they were set was, can you build a blockchain that would allow every interaction, every transaction, and every event, every piece of data on the internet to be verifiable without trusting central authorities? And so they started to work. And their first observation was that we're all doing blockchains wrong. There are maybe 20,000 cryptocurrencies. All of them are based on either UTXOs, in Bitcoin's case, or accounts. And the problem with this is you have coordination, you have dependencies, you have more than one transaction unit involved. But that's not the case with bills. Think about physical cash. When I walk into a coffee shop and buy a coffee with a 10-euro bill, there's no coordination needed. The only thing that happens is a change of ownership. And so this is the principle that they have been building on. Instead, in blockchains, they have this concept called a state tree, which manages the state of the blockchain. Instead of using accounts and balances, we can use tokens and owners. And this means we can partition the state, and there is no coordination needed between the different partitions. And this allows true linear scale. The Estonian Central Bank, together with the ECB, as part of their research into the digital euro, tested this approach, and they were able to deliver 2 million transactions a second. But that's not the point. The point is, linear scale means you can keep going. And if we've learned one thing from cryptocurrencies, is that you cannot retrofit scalability into the design. And so the alternative is we keep going on with PKI. PKI has been an amazing invention and extremely successful in its original use case, which is sharing secrets across an insecure channel. But the complexity and cost of key management means that it's universally not used as a mechanism to verify data. And so the way I want you to think about blockchain, it is a decentralized, censorship-resistant machine for creating tokens. Bitcoin showed that you can have proof of uniqueness, but the opportunity here is to make PKI practically universal so that we can integrate the technology into the application layer protocols of the internet and have verifiable data, verifiable credentials, and the explicit exchange of digital rights on every interaction on the internet. Sadly, in the public sector, blockchain has been hijacked by consulting companies who try and sell something on the left. But this is absurd. The idea that public sector hospitals, the idea that insurance companies are running consensus protocols, or running nodes, or running governance committees is totally the wrong approach. Ultimately, blockchain will be invisible. The way the next billion users come online will be that it's integrated into the application layer protocols, and people are just using it without even knowing it. And so the title of this conference exposes our thinking. We're thinking about trusted connectivity. We're thinking about securing the channel between all these different parties, when instead we should be thinking about verifiable data. If you have verifiable data, why do you need trusted connectivity? You need connectivity, of course, it needs to be available. But this change in mindset allows you to have information supply chains, and to have a war fighter here be able to verify the provenance, the supply chain of information, all the way back to a satellite where that data was created. And everything we do in society is the same principle. Everything is a process. You have data producers and you have data consumers. And the ability to verify the properties of data through its life cycle is the opportunity for a new internet. And this is the model today. Today, it's been the same model for the last 30 years. Because we do not have verifiable data, we rely on search and hope. We download events and we search for anomalies in the network with Splunk, with Darktrace, with ArcSight. But no, we want to say that if you have verifiable data, you can make the data the perimeter itself. And instead of searching for anomalies, you can have real-time situational awareness about the state of the network. Estonia understands this, by the way. It was the first government to actually use blockchain in production. And they were thinking about data integrity. And very few people have the same opinion about what data integrity even is. But we want to make the point that every breach starts off with an integrity breach. The number one cause of security breaches today is misconfigurations. But if you have verifiable data, if a network is simply a set of digital assets, and you can guarantee the information supply chain for every asset, you have a different way of thinking about security. And so a good example here is Israel, the European Space Agency. By tokenizing data, by creating tokens for data that do not rely on centralized authorities, we have a mechanism to create an information supply chain so that everybody on that chain can verify the provenance. They can verify the properties of the data without a centralized authority. And so we're all familiar with what the pitch for Web3 is, what we think it is, and what is being built right here in Estonia are these three things. Verifiable data, where data can be verified without centralized authorities. Verifiable credentials, where I can use the credentials I want and present those to whoever I want, whenever I want. And the explicit exchange of digital rights, so that every interaction on the internet, I can choose to use Facebook and share my data, but we can make that choice explicit in the application layer protocols of the internet. And lastly, we're doing this in the open. We have a community here in Estonia. Dirk is going to join me now from the Tallinn Technical University. We're building this together. If you're in the public sector, we'd love to hear from you. If you use data, we'd love to hear from you. If you're a university student that is looking for the next big thing in the internet, in data, please come and talk to us. Thank you. Thank you, Dirk. Any questions?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting and great to hear that the next internet is being built in Estonia. As a member of academia, how could one contribute and what kind of contribution you're looking for, and what would be the benefit for contributing as a member of academia?
Dirk, do you want to answer that one? Please introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hello, glad to be here. My name is Dirk Draheim. I'm full professor of information systems technology from Tallinn University of Technology. So I get your questions right about the research opportunities in this domain currently and how to be involved. Yeah, so what we recently understood is ultra scalability. So how to scale with blockchain, how to achieve performance, which was always a major obstacle to the utilization of blockchain in the past years. So, you know, with the KSI cache technology that has been developed by Guardtime, with mathematical knowledge of Taltech, it's a long cooperation and so on and so on. What we have achieved there in the prototype is 300,000 transactions per second. 300,000 transactions per second. Bitcoin is 7 transactions per second, which is maybe like the 50 supermarkets, the load of 50 supermarkets. So what is needed when you actually want to utilize blockchain technology in the large scale worldwide, nationwide, worldwide, you need this performance. You need to be ultra scalability. You need to have ultra scalability. And we have understood mathematically how to do that, and it has been shown now in the clean room understanding of a digital currency. What has to be researched next, of course, how to launch such ultra scalability in the Web3. And we are close to understand that, so here we need further research. So we research the full Web3 stack, of course, not only technology-wise, because we are a large university with all kinds of expertise, so all along the institutional economic stack, from cultures, from regulations, down to the technologies. All this needs to be investigated. So to fully have a Web3 in the future, people talk about that. You can read about that in Harvard Business Review. There was now the statement, it's the internet, it's the next internet, it's the internet of the future. What are the obstacles and so on. But to really do it, what our opinion is, it must be about a web of everything. It must be about a web of everyone, yes. So, but what does it actually mean? So we need a amalgamation, a convergence of internet and internet. How would that be done? These are research questions that need to be researched. And yeah, so all technology-wise, when you're from academia, you do technology research, I assume. Software-defined networks, SDN, sensors, IoT, consensus mechanisms, how to integrate with blockchain to get this amalgamation, convergence of internet and internet. Because we can claim a lot, but we need to make concrete steps and put it into, to utilize it and put it into technologies. That's what Gartime doing in the last 2 decades always. That's why we have this important strategic partnership. So if you want to be involved, just contact us from Taltech, or just contact Gartime. It's both is the correct way to contact us, right?
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Well, that was really interesting, and for me it was really good to see, number one, what the private sector does in this area, but also how academia can contribute in many different ways, whether it's through research or other opportunities. Now, for the next speaker, we're still on the topic of Web3 and also delving into the metaverse. I'm personally very excited because we will have a speaker who delved into the area of the metaverse when I just finished high school in 2010. So this is a real global veteran of the area, a real expert who will be able to give you a lot of insights into what he does, both in Asia and these days also in Europe. He is the CEO of Kokone Europe. His name is Sukje Chang, and he will tell us about Web 3.0 and future developments in the metaverse. There will be a short introduction and then a presentation. Enjoy.
Kokone M is expanding the metaverse on a global scale, using its background of 14 years of experience operating metaverse services. Many companies define metaverse as the future, but for Kokone, metaverse is an experience. Kokone has grown through avatar-based social services in a virtual space defined as character coordination play, and has now become world-class leader in its field. To this date, Kokone's flagship services, such as Poke-Colo and Lively Island, have amassed 13 billion users from 74 different countries and have sold more than 10 billion digital apparel items in total. Kokone has successfully operated a Web2-based virtual world ecosystem and accumulated know-how about avatar services, item creation, marketplace and operations. Now they're ready to kickstart again a new service with a unique ecosystem and lead Web3 era. They are known for technologies such as blockchain and NFTs.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be on this stage. And then my name is Sukje Chang, and then I'm from all the way from Korea. Today, I would like to share with you guys about what we experienced for the last 14 years, especially in the virtual world. So I hope this is a valuable time for everybody here. Okay, as you see here, that obviously, like many avatars, that yes, Kokone, we are creating a bunch of avatars and also a bunch of virtual world of imagination. That's what we do for the last 14 years on the one path. So currently we are running about 13 different virtual world, and then all those avatar citizens there in our world. That's what we are doing. Kokone, we are mainly based in Japan and Korea, and also we branched out in Shanghai, Singapore, Dubai, New York, and in Europe. So these days, lately, we are kicking from Asia out to the global. So let me go into a little bit more details here. Yes, you see all these words here that are metaverse, cryptocurrency, blockchain, Web3. These are the words that we are hearing every day these days. You know, it's not only coming out from the IT industries, but also it's from the fashion, entertainment, healthcare, all different sectors, including the government, politics, academics. We are all talking about these, new online trends. Why? But let me ask you a question. Do we really know about all these online trends? Do we really know about what the metaverse is? So today, since the Kokone, we've been doing this for more than a decade, so maybe what we experienced could be a good knowledge for you who want to make a new metaverse or who want to join in the metaverse. So I hope that we can share that together. Let's start with the meaning of the Kokone. Actually, what we do, it's exactly that meaning, our company name. Kokone, it's three letters, three words composition in Japanese language. Kokoro means it's mind and heart, and then kotoba is the words. And then we plus network. So basically what Kokone does, we deliver people's mind and heart, their feeling, with the communication into the network. That's what we are exactly doing now. Okay, we've been doing this for long years, and we call our services virtual social networking play. Virtual social networking play, we believe that it consists of 4 different elements area. One is the virtual world of imagination. And second is the surely avatar citizens. And thirdly, we have multi-angle communication features there. That's a very important thing. And last of all, which is the styling tool with the digital apparels, accessories, and styling items. Those 4 elements are basically consisting in our virtual social networking play. Okay, let's get into the bit more details here. Let's go for numbers. Numbers tells everything. Okay, Kokone, as I said, we've been in this industry for 14 years. Very old, dinosaur. We have about 1,100 steps all over the place. And then with that power of our house, that we've been accumulate about 130 million users in our services. And then secondly, we have been creating about 1 million digital apparels, accessories, and styling items so far. That's a lot, actually. Giving you a little bit of the better idea that out of 1,100 steps, we have about 500 designers in there. And these 500 designers, we produce about 3,000 digital clothes every week, not a month, every week. I'll show you later that what the magic is, but let's go for the more numbers here. And then, as I said, that 1 million digital item, we rapidly selling those digital items up to now 13 billion pieces. 13 billion pieces, that's huge number. So you can imagine how people enjoying in our virtual world. That creates about the 10 million monthly active users, and then daily-wise, 1 million people are playing in our virtual world. Okay, based on our massive experiences, massive data, operating the virtual world, we are clearly convinced of 2 things. This is the key for the metaverse, we believe. One is that our needs, human needs in the virtual world, it's not much different from those in the real world. What I mean that people in the virtual world, they are feeling a lot of sensitivity things. They are feeling about fear of the missing out. People call it FOMO these days. And of course, people have a sense of belonging in communities, and also they want to create developing more relationship in the virtual world. And last of all, of course, they do desire to be influential and noticed by the others in the virtual world too. So basically, virtual world is nothing special. It is exactly the same like what we do in the real world. And second thing, this is very important. The most sensitive matter in the virtual world, it's all about the appearance. How am I look like? Yes, of course, handsome. How my space look like, and then how my social activity is going. Why this is most sensitive in the virtual world, it's different from the real world. In the real world, let's say, okay, I'll meet you next Friday. Then I have enough time to think about what to wear, what to eat, where to go. But in the virtual world, fortunately, unfortunately, there's no time. In less than a second, I meet you, you meet me. So basically, in the virtual world, what we found, our customer, users, they want to be ready, look good, have a good space, and plus, they want to be prepared about their social activities. Why? When I meet you next Friday, when you meet me, you don't know how social I am. You don't know how many friends that I have. But in the digital world, when you visit me, that you can find like how many friends that I have, how social I am, how popular I am there. That's why very sensitive matter in the virtual world, people want to be ready, look good, and have a good relationship in their community. That's what it is. Okay, based on those common things that we found in the virtual world, this is more interesting part. We found the very interesting common phenomena in the Coconuts virtual world. The beginning of our service about a decade ago, that we didn't really expect, means we didn't really prepare any features for the people. But what happened, there are two phenomena popped out. The first is that consumption in the virtual world is reminiscent of spending in the real world. Like giving you the example, like a monthly purchase amount of digital items of our loyal customer in Coconut World, it is easily more than 20,000 euro, not a year, per month. So our loyal customers, they are shopping digital clothes, digital accessory, digital hairs, and many things, 20,000 euro, which actually they can wear for their year-end party this December. But this is really happening there. So you can imagine the consumption what people does in the virtual world. It's nothing different from the real world. And second matter, another phenomena that we found, which is that it's about the creating the market value and economic activities. At the beginning of our service, that we never prepared anything for this. But somehow, what we did it's simple. We create the digital item, we uploaded it, and then we categorize it, and we give the flat value per category. But weird. Depending who wears that clothes, depending how they decorate it, depending what kind of attention they are getting, suddenly people are starting to give a different price on each item. And then they are starting to do economic activities of selling, exchanging the things. Even without any feature, that we provided it. So those two phenomena that we found at the very beginning of this business, these services, that we are starting to study very hard, and then those two actually became a key factor of the Coconut's success so far. Now, this page, this is probably the key sentence that I want to deliver today to you guys. One is that the metaverse is not a game. Remember, metaverse is not a game. A lot of companies, startups and big companies, many of those, they are thinking, they are considering metaverse is a game, but no. Very important thing is metaverse, it's a word like where we are living, like a real world. It's a one kind of the real world that I can say. If you try to make the metaverse as like game, then that's just for fun for a while and it's gone. So the key is here that we talked about earlier, that we gotta think about the feelings and emotions in the virtual world. That's a very important matter. Despite all the successful evolution of a Kokone, but we now are trying to build a new foundation because we see some missing there. If we really want next decade to survive in this competitive world, especially with the metaverse, that we wanted to prepare something better. Okay, we call it as a right and value innovation. Right and value innovation means it's the true ownership, which is that people paid it, but by mistake or on purpose, if I click once on my server, then entire millions of those digital items can be gone. So I'll say that we better give the true ownership now. Second is the transfer of the word, which means that, of course, in the real world, I can move anywhere, from Estonia to Korea, Korea to USA. So we gotta give them a freedom to bring what they have, their belongings, to anywhere they want. So that's the second thing that we need to innovate. Thirdly, it's a property utilization, right? Property, they paid it, it's theirs. Then they gotta decide what to do with their asset. Last of all, when we're talking about the ownership, property, all those things, which means that legitimate environment is really required. People often think virtual world is a free pass out of the real world. No, virtual world should be also legitimate too. Okay, with those four factors that we are aiming, there are four necessities that we need to prepare. One, that endless creativity. You already read that the millions of digital items we created, that's the key for running the whole virtual world, right? So we need to create, we need to produce. Second is the blockchain ecosystem. Actually, Gartime guy, he mentioned about it. Blockchain is a very important thing for proving the ownerships and stuff, so we need it. Thirdly, as I said, in a legitimate environment, we gotta make the reliable activities. We gotta make the reliable the world. Lastly, virtual world cannot be there by itself. Virtual world should be connected with the real world too. So those four target area that we are preparing. Let me show you the details. These are the four matters that we are currently preparing. Some are done, some are on progress. The first one is the artificial intelligence. Earlier I mentioned that we have about 500 designers. For a decade, for 10 years, that we've been designing digital fashions, digital clothes, apparels. So we have a lot of data. We have a lot of know-how. So we did the huge data mining, and then now we know what to sell. So basically, we create the new algorithm based on our data, and we got this AI software internal purpose. We're not showing it to outside yet. So how our designers are working now, they simply type in the word they want to put it in. For example, here, this designer put pastel, gradation, ombre, wave, long hair types of things, then artificial intelligence automatically calculate and start to draw the most sellable items there. And then designers, with the gut feeling, picks up the sum of those and then start to draw the details. So this is actually reduced more than 50% of the time in our production. That's why we can create 3,000 pieces of the digital items per week. And then second, blockchain, yes. Kokone, since 2018, we are the key member of the governance council of the Asia's largest blockchain network called Clayton. Based on that experiences, we just opened up our new MUI blockchain network as a side chain of the Clayton. But not only that, currently we are talking with the couple of global major blockchain network to create a new Coconut platform for more globalization. And thirdly, as I said, legitimate environment, very important. Kokone is currently preparing and applying proper digital asset handling license in USA, Europe, in Asia. That way, we can keep our virtual world more legitimate way and better way. And last of all, as I said, we gotta think about how to collaborate between the virtual world and then real world. So that way, the satisfaction, the pleasure, the enjoy, what you do in the virtual can be transferred to the real world, vice versa. Yes, for 14 years, that's pretty long years. And sadly, I got older now. And then when we first set up our company in Tokyo, which was around 2008, and by the time the iPhone came out, and probably next year, Bitcoin came out, but no one knew. And then later, Facebook, Oculus, VR, and AR was competing. And then the Ethereum came out, all those new technology. And then AI, it's all over the place. And then what else? NFT took over the world last year, year before. And now we are talking about the metaverse. Things are changing for sure. That means the metaverse virtual world is going to be here too. Probably many of you guys will start to use multiple virtual world for your own purposes. So that's what we see, and that's what we are aiming for. That's how we do the globalization for the future. Okay, it's pretty tough. 14 years of experience, put it into the 14 minutes speech here, very tough. So yes, hope that here that in this summit that I could talk with you guys more, and then hopefully we can build a new world together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't know about you guys, but I've learned a lot, and I'm sure that you have as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chang, for this insight. I do have one question. I would have many more, but we sadly don't have time for all of them. I think you've given us a lot of insight into how the metaverse is perceived in Asia, and perhaps you can explain to us how the European sort of Western understanding of the metaverse and the usage of the metaverse is differing from that in Asia, and perhaps also why. How did we get here?
That's very difficult question.
Sorry.
Because we are talking about, I am in charge of a globalization, but of course, yeah, it is different, the way they use metaverse and virtual world between Western and Asia. But I'm not saying which is better or no better, but I'll say the Asian side, they are more depending. They are more depending into the virtual world. I don't know why. Because maybe the game, that a lot of games are now produced by many Asian countries. So our youngsters are pretty used to playing in games. So they are very used to living in there. So the virtual world that what we are talking about, for them, they don't really need a transition time. They can just jump in there right away. Compared to that, European, Western, I guess in a way it's a bit healthier, less digital, so go out playing more soccer and stuff, which is very good. But sooner or later, things are happening all same. So that's the probably difference, and then what's going to happen in near future. Yeah.
Very well. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how the next few years develop in that space all around the world, not just in Asia, but also Europe and the Americas and elsewhere. Mr. Chang, thank you so much for your time. Please give him one more round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And this brings us, rather quickly I think it went, to the end of the lunch break. Or if you're watching from home, which I know many of you are, this could be your breakfast break or your dinner break or a midnight snack, depending on the time zone that you reside in. We have around 15 minutes until we restart at the main stage. We will have a fireside chat on how to avoid existential risks with trusted AI. This will be run by two people, one of whom you've already seen on stage, Siim Sikkut, the Managing Director of Digital Nation, and also Jaan Tallinn, who is the co-founder for the Center for the Study of Existential Risks. So thank you very much for being with us. We will reconvene at the next coffee break in the afternoon, and I hope that you have a lovely time at the main stage. Enjoy your time.
Hello, and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch, because we're now going to have some treats which are related to AI. In the first session, we heard about how AI that has social value would be preferred to be built somewhere in the US or UK or Estonia, as opposed to, for instance, China. For this session, we're going to have some further insights into the regulation of artificial intelligence and what awaits us behind the horizon. I am proud to welcome our very own Mr. Jan Tallinn, whose name is more than enough to be invited to this event, but luckily he knows a thing or two about AI as well. He's a successful entrepreneur, the man who created Skype, and who has spent his last years focusing on AI and its existential risk. Mr. Tallinn, please welcome on stage, together with Siim Sikkut, with whom we will have a fireside chat.
So Jan, you were actually at the Digital Summit already a few years ago, and we were sort of scanning the scene of AI then and what should be done perhaps in regulation-wise. So a few years have passed, so how do you look at the state of AI now? What has changed? What's going on currently? What's your stake in where is AI in the world? Eric gave his view, but what's yours?
Yeah, I think like one valuable thing that the last years have kind of taught us is that like how much of a moving target AI is. Like both the kind of like the big language models that Eric Schmidt mentioned here, as well as stable diffusion, which are just like really big things that are happening right now. Their core is based on the technique called transformers. That was invented in 2017.
Right.
The first paper came out in 2017. So the last 5 years have basically instrumental to the main things that are currently happening in AI. So like being kind of, so my kind of big worry in kind of circles like this is that people just like kind of forget how sort of unimpressive AI was 6 years ago, and also like completely underestimate how impressive it will become still.
So, but basically, I guess you're saying that the speed of this innovation is even accelerating. And so what do you see sort of going from there? I mean, is already some sort of milestones ahead that we can predictably forecast?
Yeah, so like I am an investor and supporter of a prediction market called Metaculus, so metaculus.com. And then they have kind of community predictions about like various kind of measurable AI timelines, or AI kind of milestones, and it looks really scary.
But I mean, what will be the contours of that? So, so basically, are we making the right assumptions about what AI will be in the next 5 years or so forth?
Yeah, I think like the assumptions is like kind of very good concept of word to keep in mind. Like one way of putting it like what's kind of strategically happening in the world, I think is that like top AI research groups, and by extension, humanity is basically doing two things. One is that they are really pushing forward the capabilities of AI, trying to make it as smart as quickly as possible. And then, second thing, they're using the fact that AI is dumb to control it.
Okay.
So, like,
so
this cannot go on forever.
Machine. We are assuming a stupid machine for now.
Yep. And like a lot of people are just kind of like so have like so strongly ingrained assumption that machines will always be dumb. Like, I mean, for a long time, I mean, I've been in this AI alignment business for like 12 years now. Long time there was like this saying that, well, don't worry about machines. Like first of all, like we can always plug them out. We can plug them out of the wall. Just pull the plug. I mean, last year there was a fire in Strasbourg data center. They could not put it out because there was no way to turn off electricity in the data center. So like, people, have you tried pulling out the plug? It doesn't work. The other thing is that like people said that well, there'll always be like human creativity. Well, again, actually Stable Diffusion wasn't released like this week, but it was just a matter of weeks ago. The art community is just like in shock right now because there are every day millions of pictures being generated by AI that are flooding their competitions, they're flooding their forums, they're flooding their market that human brains cannot distinguish from human creations. I mean, they can, like now that we are starting to be able to distinguish them because they're just better.
But if I compare it to, let's say, what Eric's message was before, then you're saying everything of that will come even faster, stronger, and worse in a way, right? I mean, so if a theme is trusted connectivity, what's your take on something like trusted AI? Can that be a thing at all, and should it be a thing?
I mean, first of all, I have like a semantic complaint because like the term trusted AI is more about description of the audience. It's a thing about like what people are doing. They're trusting AI.
Right.
The more important term is like for goal setting. I was part of the AI high-level expert group at the European Commission, and like one of the first things we kind of like settled is like, no, we should like be talking about trustworthy AI, because like one big mistake that we might be making is kind of creating a trusted AI, and then like kind of placing that, having like misplaced trust in AI, and then in some ways trusted AI is more risky than AI that we have like kind of qualms about.
But trustworthy then, semantically speaking. So, but is that possible at all?
Oh yeah, I think it's possible. Like I'm a physicist by training, so like one thing that I always kind of try to do is that kind of think about what are the asymptotes, like what are the kind of fundamental constraints that something that is kind of has to work in our physical universe. What are the things that it bumps into? And I currently don't see like any reason why it's not possible to have AI that is kind of fundamentally very good. Like so, like the community that are being supporting and helping to be kind of become into existence over the last decade is called the AI alignment community. And one way to describe AI alignment is that is trying to figure out how to make systems that are smart enough care about the future in ways that we should care if we were smarter. So it's like it's not like a static target; it's a moving target. But it's there's no law of physics that says that it's impossible. So I definitely think it's possible.
But that's a very high ideal in a way, right? So I mean, but any other sort of features or characteristics of trustworthy that we should be paying attention to? Yeah. Even in the sort of immediate term.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, one sort of bad news is that a lot of the work that is being kind of done, which I think is important work, don't get me wrong, that is done about the current generation of AIs. It's not going to be very helpful. About
you mean done in labs and companies and in development?
Yeah, when it comes to sort of making them more trustworthy, right? Okay. Because like the big problem was not, as Eric mentioned, big problem with current crop of AIs is that the ways they fail is because they are dumb. They are making mistakes. Whereas like the kind of the future generations, the ultimate situation that we're in is that we have problems with AI because they're too smart. So like there is like actually surprisingly little overlap between trying to make kind of current crop of AIs trustworthy and the future kind of like future generations of AI trustworthy. There is like at least one overlap though, which is basically transparency and explainability.
Okay.
It's very plausible that kind of trying to make AIs kind of more understandable to humans will also be very helpful when it comes to kind of trying to steer the course of the future generations of AI.
And so if we talk about this policy making and sort of the regulation and basically how to ensure the trustworthiness, we should really be focusing on explainability and we're good.
Yeah, I mean, no. So like for example, one problem that I think AI safety community is like vigorously debating, like one problem with explainability is that it also makes it easier to make AIs more capable quicker.
Okay.
So like it's a kind of like almost like dual use technology, but still I think it's like one of the areas that we probably can't afford to ignore.
But overall, I mean, so going to the policy side of things here, right? I mean, and you've been advising the European Commission yourself. I mean, what do you think about all those efforts? I mean, do you see like a light in the tunnel in the direction of sort of trustworthiness and actually positive signs?
I think this really depends on your timelines, and the timelines are like very uncertain. Like sort of like one sort of evocative way I have kind of describing it. I became grandfather last year, and I look at this like 1-year-old child and go like, is that the last human generation? And I don't know. It's like certainly possible that this is last, but if it is, we should do like, there's like one set of strategies that we should be engaging in, or like if that's not true, we still have several generations left, and there are other strategies. Like when it comes to kind of short-term strategies, I think one thing that I've been doing is just kind of like investing small amounts in all the kind of AI capabilities labs, and then supporting non-profit, using my non-profits, kind of the people who are doing the homework for AI companies, and then just making sure that they talk to each other. And it seems to be going really good.
But then, if you really see that dichotomy between the short-term and the long-term stuff, and even if, let's say, thinking about, let's say, this is the last human generation, right? Probably freaking a few people out here, then are we addressing the long-term things enough, though?
Oh, no.
But what should we be focusing on? Or,
I mean, one thing I've been saying is that like we are, if you kind of zoom out from the planet and look at like what is this thing that's happening in this particular corner of the Milky Way, then like the most kind of relevant fact about human species is that we are minimum viable superintelligence creators.
Minimum viable superintelligence creators.
Yeah, if we were just a little bit dumber, we couldn't do it. But the problem is that it's like almost mathematically like easier to create like a random superintelligence than a superintelligence that we would like. So like the fact that we are minimum viable ones, that kind of puts us in a very kind of precarious position. So yeah, lots of kind of homework to do.
But I mean, so you said that your own short-term strategy in a way has been to, in a way educate those who are working on all these things practically, invest in them, sort of direct them and so forth. What other sort of things you see that can be done practically? So
one, and there are kind of more people at labs and various places who are basically trying to start to engage kind of regulatory people, and also like there is like certainly like no lack of interest in this topic from regulatory bodies. Again, the big problem there is that people are always kind of focused on AI that basically was already invented like 5 years ago, and then just like kind of losing, okay, what can we practically do with this like fake media and stuff like that. But like I do think that like one thing that people in regulatory positions should kind of start to think about sort of the infrastructure, the inputs that are going into AI. Or one way I've been describing this is like if humans go extinct because of AI, and there's like an alien species, by the way, which would be hypothetical because AI would also wipe them out.
Right.
Like alien species coming to kind of write the post-mortem of humanity. In that post-mortem, there probably would be some data center, particularly in some place of the world where something went critical. And so like, can we think ahead? Like, what are the things we should be doing with data centers? My wet dream is basically to have like anti-turbo button. I don't know if you people remember, like in the 90s, we had like big computers that had turbo button. So like if you wanted to kind of like, you had like one button to kind of like make the computer faster or slower. So like if you could have like a kind of using regulatory methods, and this is like very kind of raw thought, but I know that this is possible, could be very useful. Like an anti-turbo button in the world where that kind of like would limit the amount of computational operations per cubic meter per second in data centers of the world. That could be very useful.
So you wouldn't stop it, but slow it enough to catch up in a way?
Yeah, so like if something goes critical, again, like we wouldn't both be in a position of this like Strasbourg data centers, like actually we don't know how to turn it off. We should have like ability to do that.
But so, unfortunately, this sort of, even in the mightiest regulator can't really force to build an anti-turbo button, right? So
I think they can. Like,
they can?
I mean, all right. I think China would have no problem with that. So like, in some ways, like I've been saying
unless they don't want to.
I mean, sure. Like, I mean, I don't know how kind of spicy I can be here.
Well, you can be very spicy. It's after lunch, so you have to be.
Like, if you're an AGI, like artificial general intelligence kind of wakes up and then discovers that you're in China, that's a really bad news for the AGI, because like I do think China is like a much better position to control what is happening
but tell
on their territory.
Tell a bit more about that idea. What do you really mean? So why is it a bad idea to wake up there for an AGI?
From an AGI perspective. I mean, it's not like a super big deal for an AGI because it's smart, probably, but it's just like, I think China has like way better control over what's happening on their territory, as kind of demonstrated by the recent kind of tech tensions with kind of tech companies that they have than US has anything that's happening on their territory. So like, I think, yeah. But I don't want to kind of stress this point. I'm just pointing out that, hey, Chinese are human too, and they have like much better control of what's happening on the territory, which kind of, as a representative of the Homo sapiens species, I'm glad of.
But so fundamentally, I think what you sort of, let's say, what I'm hearing from you is to say that actually for the long-term stuff, it's the control that is the issue. So if we talk about trustworthiness, yes, I mean, there's explainability and traceability. I mean, all sorts of other elements fundamentally to know what's happening in a sort of black box. But fundamentally, for the existential side of things, it's the control.
It's either control or it's a alignment pit.
Okay.
I think it's like very plausible that ultimately, at the limit, we will not be able to control. Like I had many years ago, I had this kind of debate with an AI developer who said that, who's like specifically trying to bring about AGI, and he said, Jan, what you're doing is completely pointless because once we have AGI, the world will be completely unpredictable to humans, just like current world is completely unpredictable to rabbits. And I was like, hold on a second, why are you working in a world? Why are you working on a project whose goal is to make the future random? Your goal should be to make the world good, right? The future good.
But so from that point still, so, okay, one thing is that, let's figure out a way to do an anti-turbo button. But what else do you see as a realistic space to think about regulation or how to grasp this control or?
Yeah, I think that's the kind of, I mean, there are now kind of groups in Oxford, for example, GovAI, governance of AI, that are kind of having like way more sophisticated answers to this, but like, yeah, kind of regulating, thinking about the inputs to AI and how can we constrain it is like one kind of fairly obvious thing that I think is doable. It's hard, but I think it's doable.
But then again, at the input side, I mean, the whole policy line seems to be having, trying to get more of it on the ground, right? So also we sort of even, the Commission President here was saying today that, let's get sort of more sort of, capacity, more infrastructure, more technical components that we need for the sort of digital future to take hold, right? So at the same time, it seems to me that the mainstream line is that we don't limit the infrastructure inputs, we rather sort of want to have more of them.
Yeah, so that's like, I think that's also like kind of main disagreement with Eric Schmidt. I think he's like very keen on the kind of pushing the competition side. I mean, I agree a lot with what he says, but I think this particular thing is different. Like the reason why you engage in arms races is because like other people are doing it. So you're kind of like robbing yourself of a degree of freedom in your decision making. So I think it's important to kind of see like, is that an arms race that we actually want? If you are in the process, like one way of describing AI is that AI is an automated decision maker that is getting more competent by the day, and it's not human. It doesn't care about things that we need for survival. It doesn't care about environment. Like the reason why we send robots to space and radioactive areas is that AI does not care about the environment. So like if we are in a situation where we're going to competitive reasons have to delegate as much as possible away, and Eric actually touched on this, like in military situation, that's like very kind of might be like very harsh reality that we need to have to delegate really quickly away to like automated non-caring machines. We might just paint ourselves in a very bad corner. So like one thing to think about is like how can we kind of like slow down the potential arms races when it comes to kind of technology.
But look, I mean, you've been studying humans as well for a lot, right? And you've been involved in this.
I'm making those.
And making quite a few. Then, well, do you see a realistic chance to stop this sort of arms race? Because it's also like seems to be a very natural thing, right? Or
there's actually currently very active discussion happening in AI alignment community is that, okay, let's just sit down and think hard. Can we slow this down?
Okay.
Like for the last 10 years, there has been sort of like almost a taboo in kind of AI alignment community that we want to be friends with like AI researchers, and they're good people. I know them. So like, let's not talk about this like slow down, because that's like that's unrealistic and it's like non-productive. But like now it's okay. If we're really talking about like this being the last 5 years possibly, like let's just think about it. Like, can we slow down these things? Is other like ways that are kind of like productive?
But here again, probably Eric Schmidt might argue with you, saying that, look, this sort of community self-regulation, look at the industries, they have exactly revenue maximization goal, they're going to be out there doing bad stuff, some of them anyway, right? And it gets sort of out of hand anyways. I mean, what's your take on that? So
I mean,
can the sort of
I think that's not. I think that's not a good argument because this is not the first moment where humanity kind of faces bad externalities. And we don't have a very good track record. We have but we have a non-zero track record dealing with externalities. The most famous one is the ozone layer. We seem to have fixed it, although it was clear something that is against the interests of commercial entities to care about that. So we're not completely hopeless. Again, we are kind of minimum viable, but there's still some thin margin when it comes to steering the future with AI.
Okay, as long as we focus on the right things and right aspects and so forth. But well, we tend to talk about regulation a lot, and I mean it's a very governmental thing to do, I guess, so government circle thing to do. But I mean, do you realistically see also that are there other tools that also governments can employ to also affect the community or otherwise?
Yeah, I don't think I know enough about governments to kind of start prescribing. But it's I think I just kind of would want people to think kind of more from the first principles rather than looking at the AI that was invented 5 years ago and see what potential impact could. One sort of visual model that I have about what's happening in AI sort of research community or AI and the world is I call it drill and the city. So you can imagine a drilling operation where the kind of drill digs deeper into the ground and then kind of unearths some materials, which in this case is basically fundamental AI techniques from convex optimization to deep learning, and the transformers is the latest thing that it unearthed. And then there's industry above ground. That's a city that takes those results and then kind of packages them into products and services. And humans have pretty good idea about how to deal with this regulation of the products and services. This is a normal technology regulation. It is very useful. I agree, and I kind of more power to people who are working on this. But in my world, the danger doesn't come from what happens in the city, although it could come from there. But my main focus is on what's happening on the tip of the drill. Is it going to hit something that is kind of so explosive that it just blew everything up? The drill, the city, the people in it.
And that means keeping focus on the drilling guys, right, and the drilling teams.
Yeah, drilling guys, and more thinking about kind of more from first principles. What are the laws of physics? What do they limit? For example, would be a massive tangent, but one thing that I've been thinking about is that, and my co-founder at the Cambridge Center, Sir Martin Rees, Lord Martin Rees, he has paper about you might want to, if you are sufficiently powerful, you might want to stop the universe from expanding, and you can do that. You need to pull in the galaxies to have a 3 times more concentration of matter in the universe. So this is one thing that would be pretty high on the list of AI that is superhuman, because those things are just slipping beyond the horizon.
But from that, I mean, something you said I think is really fundamental, that in a way we are trying to deal with the understanding of what AI was 5 years ago, or let's say a few years ago, and it's expanding or developing so fast. So do you see a way to counter that? Or, I mean, you've been trying to bring different communities together. You've been trying to exactly engage with policymakers. I mean, any ideas that say, how to make them catch up in a way? Because not many of them are physicists like you, right?
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't have any particular recipes again, other than just I'm happy to talk to people, and I know people who have been kind of working on these topics for a long time, and have thoughts. Again, GovAI in Oxford is a good.
I guess exactly
place to look up.
This discussion, even just here, is one aspect of that. But so, slightly edging back to regulations, and I guess trying to sort of ease into the next panel that follows in a way. A lot of policy focus and political focus is on data and data regulation, right? So, not for the reasons of AI necessarily, but obviously data being, let's say, there's the fuel for AI. So what's your take on that? I mean, especially in the context of everything we've said.
This is a super fascinating question, actually, and it's more fascinating now than I thought about it 5 years ago.
Okay.
I was literally talking about this in this European Commission thing, that look, 0 in alpha 0 means 0 data. Like you can have like top level games player that never got any bits of information from human civilization. Like, so in that sense, like Alpha Zero is like a wonderful.
I think you need to just give one context to the audience. What's Alpha Zero? I know, but
so Alpha Zero is the DeepMind's invention AI that's currently the best player and has been for the last several years. The best player of Go, chess, and shogi. So it's
beating the best of humans.
Yeah, it's beating best of humans, beating the best of other AI programs, and it never used any bits of data from human civilization. So if you're a chess player, you can now play against aliens because like it never interacted with human civilization. So then I was like downplaying the need of data. Now what just happened, again, just illustrating perfectly like how moving target AI is. Currently, the top of the line AIs are called large language models. I mean, I have one in my pocket right now. It's
doing what?
We can ask you the questions if you want. They are basically trained. They seem to be currently data limited. So like how intelligent it can be, it's a surprising fact that they are like that's just like everything that we have on the internet pretty much has been thrown at them. And it looks like they would get even smarter if you would have more data. So like there's more discussion now, like how can we use those to start generating data, like so-called synthetic data, which I'm not very optimistic about.
But I guess in a way you're saying that a lot of, from AI point of view, or trustworthiness of AI point of view, a lot of the regulation data misses a point of sorts. I'm afraid to.
So it misses a point about the long-term kind of first principles models perspective. I don't think it misses the point when it comes to just like what's happened in the city, like after the things have been unearthed and productized.
Yeah. Fair enough. But I guess that's I think is also like a segue to say that given all of that and the possible sort of last human generation, like you say, and I mean all the sort of like existential threats out there, do you still see that actually for the value we get from AI, we should still be working on the short-term stuff, even if we slow it down a bit?
Oh, I mean this is a really interesting question actually. Because like at the end of the day, I'm an optimist, but I'm like really weird optimist because like I had this discussion last year with a portfolio company CEO of mine who was like very depressed, saying that look, he's been working on this company and like he now sees it's completely meaningless because like AI is just going to come and kill us. And I was like okay, let's sit down and do the calculation here. What is the probability that AI is going to kill us? And he was like, I don't know, 99%. I was okay, 99%. How much better you think the world could be? He was like, oh.
Before that?
No, like in this 1% of cases.
Okay.
How much the world could better? He was like, oh, like 1,000,000 times easily. Well, in expectation, the future is going to be 10,000 times better if you have those numbers. So like I do think that we are like living a lottery ticket. The future is probably going to be good in the worlds where we survive. And like our job currently is just to like increase the number of worlds where we survive.
But from this, so to really wrap up and sort of have you perhaps leave the audience with a few sort of takeaways, right? So what would be the 3 sentences that you would really want them to take home with, and especially exactly with the hard job of doing a bit of policy, perhaps?
Yeah, I think I would gotta stress this. Think about AI as non-human, increasingly competent, fast decision makers.
So don't underestimate.
That are basically aliens. So we are going to get, in some ways, like aliens among us. We are now getting us. The art community is struggling with aliens, and like I think that's the geopolitical kind of brinkmanship about AI is basically people kind of arguing about like where the alien ship should have to land instead of like cooperating and thinking about how we're going to handle those aliens.
And to the theme of this conference, how optimistic are you about sort of actually sort of the slowing of the arms race and the cooperation happening and starting like that? You sort of answered, but
yeah,
to finish
I'm
on
optimistic in expectation. If you manage to survive, which is a big if in my book, it's going to be really good. I mean, yeah, like I think the art that is being currently generated by AI is like one. I mean, almost every day I just look at it. It's just so wonderful. But the other thing is that I'm kind of pragmatically optimistic. I think it's just very it would not be good for my work to be pessimistic about our chances. I do think that we can influence our chances.
And basically, like you said, you're a weird optimist, so there's still a bright future to work for.
Yep, indeed.
All right. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you.
If we manage to survive, it's going to be really cool. Thank you, Jan Tallinn. Siim, come here with me. Let's see who's taller.
I'm here.
Okay, so I have a question for you. We heard a bit of, not conflicting, but a bit of varying views to AI. And Eric Schmidt said, you know, if we start off with regulation, then we start off with the wrong thing. And Jan Tallinn said that we aren't addressing the long-term things well enough. You were a government CIO. You know how to talk to politicians. I mean, how would you translate this to the general public in this room?
Well, in fact, I think my inside joke to Estonia is that I had too many politicians in my time to work with. But look, I think what we're after in this sort of digital summit is really to say what to start with and what, like Prime Minister Kaja Kallas said, like what are the tracks to start really sort of working on. I think there's a truth in sort of both of the messages from the firesides, right? I mean, saying that, say, hey, we have to work on the sort of actual thing for both the short term and long term. I think that's the stuff that basically is saying, hey, well, we can't diverge too much, right? We really have to strike the right sort of balances, which was what Eric sort of saying. So, long story short, I think there's like a menu outline for us in a way.
So you said a lot without saying much, but thank you. You can sit down.
You're saying I'm a politician now. No, but to continue this, I think down the line for politicians, it just comes down to saying, hey, well, how do we really also mold our daily priorities, which are actually completely somewhere else? This is a lot, I think, Jan's message as well, to what we actually need to be focusing on. And that's often, we try to have like a rational debate, is my view, but perhaps actually, well, we're not still succeeding in this.
Well, you have a chance now. You can have a sit, and I will invite on the stage with you a panel of digital ministers on this discussion. We will have Ms. Alexandra van Haffelen from the Netherlands. We have Ms. Carme Artigas from Spain. And we have Mr. Damian Collins from the UK. Everyone luckily here physically with us. Please join us on stage.
And you. Hi, how are you? Well, first of all, welcome to Tallinn, everyone.
Thank you.
I think I was asked a hard question. I can bounce the hard question to you now, right? So you heard Eric Schmidt offer a view. You heard Jan Tallinn offer a view. So any takes and any sort of follow-ups from them. So if you're in a political role now, so you know, what's your takeaway from this? What to start working on, or are we actually talking about the wrong thing still?
No, I think we're talking about the right things, just from my part, because there's always this balance between regulating and keeping also innovation alive. But what we've been doing and seeing in the past years is that we had very little regulation. So there was this whole world that somehow also turned into a Wild West, both within the government and also outside. So having this regulation now in place, or getting in place, which we're doing in the European Union, is of course super important. And then again, and we were talking about this, Carmen and me, also earlier when we had our bilateral meeting.
All right.
So we missed a bit of all the things. Yeah. So we keep you in between. But the whole thing is also that it's not only about making the right regulation. It's also about who's actually going to control it. But how are we going to make it implemented? How we make sure that everybody, basically follows the rules, but these rules are not going to be counterproductive.
Okay.
So I guess we're kind of having this balance between, yes, we still need regulation. We also need the private sector to be able to create the great things that AI and digitalization can bring. But we definitely need to be together. And there's always this third group, which is the group that we know very much in the digital sector, which is not government, it's not private sector, it's communities of people that invent great things that we can use.
All right. Well, there's quite a lot there to unpack in the sort of exactly next time we have with us. All right.
Great, thank you. I thought Eric Schmidt in particular hit on a really clear example of how AI works, because I think sometimes it's a term that we use that covers a wide range of things, and that's social media. Social media is driven by recommendation algorithms,
which promote content. And actually, when we talk about, in the UK, we talk about things to do with online safety and the Online Safety Bill, very similar to how the EU looks at the Digital Services Act as well. Principally, what we're looking at is those recommendation decisions, what's being recommended to who and why. Why is it the AI is drawing these reference points to select content for people? Is the data input correct? Is it a fault from where the data is coming from? Is it a fault in the system of how it's being used? The solution to that problem is often AI-driven as well. I look certainly in the UK, at a number of the companies that work in the safety tech sector. They're developing tools for big platforms to use to help find harmful stuff. So I think what we need to look at is what kind of guiding principles are there for the inputs of AI, the sort of data that is being used. Data that would recommend harmful content to people. There's clearly a problem with those data sets being used in that way. And that's why in the UK we're launching on Wednesday this week the AI Standards Hub, working with the Alan Turing Institute, where we can start to try and set more of those rules for the road. We want people to be innovative. We want to give certainty to companies who are developing AI tools and systems which we know work well. We don't have concerns about the unintended consequences. There might be other areas where we're more sensitive, where we want to give companies guidance as to what we think good practice looks like, what regulators in the future will be looking at from companies. And I'll just say finally on something on regulation. I think similar to the DSA, the UK Online Safety Bill, it's not there to sort of come up with a list of bad things companies shouldn't do and then hit them with a stick every time they do it. Right. It's to work with companies and say, let's make the AI better. Let's make the systems more responsive to the real world problems that can happen, sometimes unintended, but nevertheless, for the user's point of view, absolutely important. And I thought the Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, was absolutely right in her remarks, that ultimately, we need to think about the human as the end user. It has to be designed with the user and the person in mind.
That's the same community.
Yeah, exactly. Right. When we think about AI, in the palm of a teenager's hand on their smartphone, what are they being exposed to? Is that right? Is that fair? We want AI as a fantastic opportunity for the world, but we want to make sure we debug it as well.
Although to be fair, I think you could argue that a lot of the issue of what the teenagers have in their hand is not even like an AI thing, right? It's just content much more largely like that, right?
Well, but if you take an app like TikTok, I've got teenage children, so TikTok plays it does play a big part in my life, plays a big part in theirs and the conversations we have coming from it.
But
when you open up TikTok on your smartphone, what you're seeing first is a piece of AI. People aren't being invited to search for things. They're seeing content that has been selected for them based on the data profiling of the user. So how can we make sure companies get more of those decisions right about the tool they select? It wouldn't work with that AI, but nevertheless, sometimes the AI can make the wrong decisions.
And that's exactly, I think, sort of why Eric was emphasizing on the reach aspect of things, right? Carmen?
Yes. I think that after the two fireside talks, we have seen two sides of the same coin. First of all, we have seen the vision of Eric Schmidt when you have all the benefits and potential of AI and the need to not hamper innovation and not hamper creativity and new startups and applications and growth. And on the other side, with Mr. Tallinn, we have seen the potential risk, even existential risk, and the need to regulate beforehand, or at least having brought into consideration not only short-term benefits, but also long-term risks. And I find this is the challenge we have as policymaker, where we put the balance between ex-ante and ex-post regulation, between preventing a market to grow when it's innovating, while it's iterating, and at the same time preventing ourselves from future harm. I think that's the key. And before we regulate, I think we should agree on what to regulate, because what we are seeing today is that not only human existence, which is probably a more long-term future that we are honestly considering, but also how AI is harming our democracies, how AI is harming the trust on institutions. And I think that we owe it to the next generation to solve two important topics that we do not solve today. There will be no second chance. One is climate change. If this generation doesn't solve it, we don't have any planet B, but at the same time, if we're not good at now identifying the key long-term risk and prevent it from happening, there will be no second chance to reverse back the harm that we will make to humanity and to the rights. And I think that's where we have this sense of urgency. We need to make it right. This generation, these policymakers, because we will have no second chance. And this is why we started 2 years ago, at least in Spain, to reflect on what we call the Charter of Digital Rights. What are the rights that we have currently offline as a mature democratic societies, of course, that we want to preserve in the online world, but also what are the new rights we need to ask related with AI, the right not to be discriminated by an algorithm, the right of a second human opinion, or even what is still more scary is the rights related with neurotechnologies, human augmentation, brain manipulation. So because fake news will be just a joke. So all these things we must have into consideration and have a common ground, because otherwise we cannot solve it, because it's a global problem.
And I think it's also, one of the challenges that we have, and I fully agree with Carmen that we need to do it, is that, we solve this before it becomes a crisis. I do remember in the early 90s, I was working in energy and also in sustainability. And at the time, if you were pro renewable energy, you were really out with very few people that were actually, you were like, bah. And nowadays, it's, we know how important it is to have renewable energy sources for loads of reasons. So in order to start on time, it's also important that we not only, form the right regulation, make sure that we just, as you say, make it human-centric, do it based on just what we find normal in the offline world. Let's make that normal in the online world as well. But also make sure that we talk to people and talk about the urgency of the matter, because somehow, it seems to be that loads of people are not understanding right enough what the digital world is doing and how it works or how it involves them, and how it's, for instance, as you say, basically demolishing our institutions, sometimes also like media and so on and so forth.
But just to your point, Alexander, the risk we have, that next generation cannot claim for rights they don't know they have.
Exactly.
They are not claiming for the ownership of their data because they have never owned their data. They are not claiming for right to be forgotten or intimacy or privacy because they have never lived that. And I think it's our responsibility to try to make those rights also for the next generation. They are not claiming those rights because they don't know they have.
And make sure that apart from this community, a whole other group of people, basically all our citizens, are realizing what's happening.
But we already have rules for the road to help us with this. So if you look at the principles that underpin GDPR, there are protected data characteristics. So you're not supposed to infer things about people's political beliefs or religious beliefs or sexual orientation without their informed consent. So you can start to look at sort of standards set for the way AI tools are developed to say, well, if you are developing tools that are going to promote an extremist political ideology based on inferred data, there's already a question as to whether that is legal under GDPR. And I think the more we can give platforms and developers certainty over what are safe areas to invest in and not. And I think that's why the digital sandbox project that you're working on in Spain is so important, I think, and they have this in America as well, in Washington State on facial recognition technologies. In other industries, this is quite normal, that you go through a form of testing and trial when it's something novel and there could be unforeseen circumstances. And the more we can build in, we can try and do those dual things, which is both promoting growth in the sector as well as reasonable regulation to prevent harm.
And also have that done, beforehand, because you can't put a vacuum cleaner on the market if it's not up to certain standards in order to make sure that you can safely use it. We need to do that with AI and other technologies as well. Not only talk about how we can correct it if it's already the damage already done, but also how we can do it beforehand.
But that all, in a way, seems to be the heart and the hard part of the debate, and you all acknowledge this, right? I mean, essentially, where do you strike the balance, right? Because in many ways, again, if we go back to even sort of Eric Schmidt or let's say what the industry is saying in Europe as well, is saying, hey, well, guys, we're going too far. Yes, of course, we need principles. We need to exactly, have the charter of rights and so forth. But then again, we're going too early, too far, right? So what would still be your sort of response to that sort of challenge? And where is the balance?
So I don't agree with that we're going too far because we're just started, right?
Okay.
Loads of the regulation is still up in the negotiation process. We have the DSA and the DMA, but it still also needs to be implemented. So we're still far ahead from the idea that it's hampering too much. What I do believe, though, is that when we have this regulation in place that's doing the things that also Carmen and you are talking about, is that we, of course, talk with industry and the people that are actually regulating or controlling that in order to make sure that we implement it as fast as possible, because we have learned some lessons out of the GDPR, which was implemented in very different ways and all throughout Europe, and has also led to things we do not like. But I don't think we're in a situation right now where we're too far in the regulation. No, we're just starting.
All right. But you can unpack this. So if you take the social media example, you could. So we had a case in the UK of a recent coroner's inquest into the death of a teenage girl called Molly Russell, who died 5 years ago. the coroner's verdict there is to say that recommendation tools on social media platforms that she used played a role in her decision to end her life. Now, the outcome of that, I think, can be, okay, well, what were the data feeds that the company was drawing on that allowed it to make those recommendation choices against its own terms of service in doing so, but nevertheless it happened? How can we make that better so that doesn't go away? The response is not necessarily to say, let's end all algorithmic recommendation on platforms, but let's say, you need to make this better, and in the short term, if you can't, there may be fixes that need to be put in place. But these are the sorts of normal conversations that the regulators and governments should be having with businesses, but making really clear that that this sort of regulation is not content moderation, it is systems regulation, and saying to companies, you've designed this system to work in a particular way to make you money, so you are responsible for it, and you can be held to account for that.
Well, there is also one take on this. Yeah. Just to say that, I mean, you can also focus on, it's the outcome moderation perhaps is the goal of the regulation, right? Whatever sort of happens in the box in between, but Carmen.
No, just coming back to the example you mentioned on the AI sandbox, I think that can be an example of how we should future regulate, because it's a future-proof regulation. We are joining, I would say, legislators with practitioners before the law comes into force and say, okay, we have this idea, this is the way the law is structured, how can we make it actionable? How we define guidelines and ways to implement? Because as you mentioned, a very good example of GDPR, but it was really a nightmare to implement it, especially for small and medium businesses. So we want to really anticipate that, and together we're going to exercise, of course, at the national level, but we, of course, are inviting the rest of members of you and also other partners to really test the legislation as if it was to be enforced tomorrow. What are the things we need to, what are the data set we ask to the companies? What are the auditings we need to perform to the algorithms? How do we assess if something is dangerous or not? Because I think the good balance on this regulation is that we are not regulating the technology per se. We are regulating the potential harmful applications of that technology. Sure. And as you also mentioned, I think it's good that we start considering that we need to iterate. Because technology is iterating all the time, version 1, 2, and 3, and probably the laws will have to have version 1, 2, and 3. Probably it's very challenging, but I think that's the way we are going.
Right, because you saw the black box, but there's basically data that goes into the box, and there are systems that come out, and what you can look at is what the inputs are. So there was a story about Amazon had designed a recruitment tool. I think they did it for themselves, where the tool favoured men over women because the system had learned the fact that men were more likely to get the jobs than not. So it was taking human bias and then amplifying it through AI. Yeah. But actually, you could say, well, you could, if you changed the inputs, you'd have had a different outcome. And I think we shouldn't regard, because there is a black box in the middle of it, that's hard to see what's going on. Doesn't mean to say we can't take a view as to, well, what data is being fed in and how is that data being used. And that is, I think, what companies can be asked about.
Yeah, there's also a special role, I think, for government, because we are using AI as well to make our decisions or to do risk assessments. But there we definitely also need to be very aware of what we have as an input, need to know the systems and also check on the outputs, because this is what went completely wrong with the tax office in the Netherlands and with the devastating results for loads of families who had to pay back loads of money that they couldn't. Yeah. So it's not only with the private sector and the industry, we also have to really look at at what we are using as a government and be aware that we use the right thing.
Yeah, probably not in terms of risk, because there might be, as you mentioned, TikTok or whatever, influence on youngsters, teenagers, also mental health problems, isolation, discrimination. But also as a governmental body, we need to be transparent with the citizens in publishing our algorithms in open source and be ready for auditing.
Exactly.
And we, for example, now in Spain, we are going to launch the first national agency for supervision of artificial intelligence before the end of the year. And that's something we encourage an effort at also European level to align those criteria and share best practices. I think that's important.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think on the building that on the point on growth is that I think governments could look at it and say, well, what data do we hold that actually could be made accessible to companies to innovate and help us improve the delivery of services based on using that data? Are there artificial barriers across government which is preventing that work being done and denying opportunities? And I think alongside that goes trust and transparency as well. I think for our host Estonia, I think one of the reasons their system is so successful is there's a high level of public support because it's very transparent as well. You can see what's being used and why, and you can give your consent for that.
Open data, open regulation, open decision making, open AI, all these things as a government should be very transparent. And then of course everybody can use it to its own benefit, but nevertheless, the citizens know what's happening, and also the ones that represent them, so like NGOs and so on.
Or at least they have a recourse to know if they choose to.
Exactly, yeah, and then they understand how it works, or their lawyers do, or their NGOs. Yeah.
But the understanding part now, and I think this is really striking in this as well. For example, you're starting the agency for supervising AI, right? I mean, that's a very high barrier. I mean, in terms of the capability of also public sector staff, to really be on top of this game, right? Or how to strike the right sort of standards, right? And so forth. So, is there anything specific that, for example, you have been doing in your governments to really bring the public sector up to speed? I mean, Jan Tallinn was also throwing an example that, hey, actually we're talking about stuff how things used to be 5 years ago in some ways, right? Yes, we could partner with the private sector, like you said, and actually involve them and so forth, but anything special you've been doing to really bring your public sector sort of, workers, your policy teams up to speed?
So yes, we're doing stuff, but I don't think it's enough, right?
Okay.
And I also believe that we need to do it on a European level, because the people that really understand AI are not,
too few.
Not too few. If there's ever anybody that really understands everything, right? So really, there we need to really work together, and of course we can, of course, in terms of regulation and bringing up to speed people, it's very important to cooperate with the private sector to see what the outcomes are and so on and so forth. But European cooperation, super important, because we might end up in a situation where actually nobody knows. I'm worried basically worried about the level of skills, digital skills, not only people in government have, but also in the private sector. It's still loads of CEOs come on stage and say they're very proudly that they have no idea how their app works, right? I mean, you don't say that about finance, for instance, or I don't know, whatever you are what is important to your business, but there's still this idea that it's okay and cool to say that you don't get it. Which I don't think is a very good thing, and that is, even far beyond from understanding or having a basic understanding of AI.
I think that's very important. I mean, in our discussion so far, we've spoken more about regulatory challenges and trials, but I think I look at the role of the Office for AI in the UK government and the AI strategy. That is part of it, but part of it is encouraging. I think part of its job is to look across the public sector to see where there are opportunities for AI to be used to improve service delivery, to help boost skills as well. So we directly fund 2,000 PhD places in the UK for people working in AI as part of trying to build up our own talent network as well. So these sorts of things are really important in considering how you support the development of the sector, which is going to be integral to the way everything works, the whole economy and the delivery of public services.
And also with school kids, right? This is also what you did, I understand, here in Estonia, is you start with the youngsters.
In our case, we have a very ambitious digital agenda for the long term, like in 2025, funded mostly for the European Next Generation Fund. And I always say that we have the challenge to solve at the same time short-term, mid-term, and long-term challenges. Short-term is leaving no one behind, especially the population that still lacks of basic digital skills, also the SMBs that are not yet into the digital economy. On the midterm, really transforming the most important industrial sectors to digital sectors. Currently in Spain, the digital economy, if it was a vertical, will be 22% accounting for the GDP. But we need to evolve them to the data economy, and also on the long term, investing in AI, in quantum technologies, in neurotech. But especially on the midterm, which is how can we help our industries evolve to a more competitive data economy. The importance here is data sharing, creating spaces for data sharing, B2B, G2G, G2B, B2B and B2G. And I think that's important when we are talking about how are we making the European industry more competitive. I think we need to find use cases for sharing data between companies in the same vector, but also along different countries in Europe to make really our industry much more resilient. And that's what we are promoting for Gaia X initiative and also the national chapter, and particularly in Spain, we're leading the data space for tourism. But that's something that there is not yet the clear business case that encourages several competitors to share their data along the value chain. But I think that is one of the key important assets to
having
promote.
an infrastructure for that is, of course, something that we also are working on in the European Union. I think it's very important also to keep that going on, because there's this focus that we all have on digital skills and how we can, from young kids to elderly people to business people and so on. There's the AI that we were talking about. There is creating identities, but also the idea of making sure that we use data in the right ways is super important, because we have so much to share also. I'm just, not because my country is a small country, but loads of these things, like here in Estonia as well, I mean, you can develop it in your own country, but it will only fly if it becomes a more of an international...
But let me snap that sort of data sharing stuff for a bit now. I really want to get back to this, as a heart of trusted connectivity. But just to finish up on the sort of AI stuff a bit, and as a sort of, continuation from the morning, there was a very strong view, and you advocated exactly, perhaps, we are only starting to do stuff and only catching up in a way. There's a very strong view that we are diverging, right? And in the sort of global big picture, we should actually be coming together, right? American sort of regulation, European regulation, British included, others as well, right? So what's your take on that? Are we diverging? What's the way to do that? How can we get together if actually views are quite different?
What I like very much is on AI, so on artificial intelligence, we're now negotiating a treaty in the Council of Europe where you are with us and also the Americans are with us. So the idea of creating that treaty that is based on the regulation that we already know and that we all work with is something that I find very important, because the idea is it's human-centric, it's about how we're going to regulate this world in a way that actually is going to work from the perspective of human beings, from the perspective of our national values, as also Ursula von der Leyen was saying. And I find that a very good place to have these negotiations going on. Which will make it more easy for us all to work together, because we need these, I think, these treaties all
And
together.
so you're also saying there actually is a good forum for that already also?
I think it's a great forum for it, but then again also this forum needs to be combined, of course, with also NGOs and the business community, because none of the regulation, I think, is going to fly if we not also have a close cooperation with the people that actually have to implement it. But the other thing is that we can have nice treaties, it's like the GDPR, but still, we need your sandboxes, we need the idea of how can we implement this together, how can we make sure that it's going to work in practice as soon as we want, because we want it to be effective. We hear the private sector also saying, at least loads of them, please make the regulation and make it as clear as possible so we can work with it and we can do it in a compliant way. I used to work in the private sector when the GDPR was implemented. I asked somebody, so what do I actually need to do as a company? And nobody was able to tell me, not hang up the birth dates of people in the canteen. Well, which is this, but the idea of helping with all these regulations that we're now building, and I hope, of course, the Brits will be on board there as well, because we need to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we should work closely together on that. I think be it on data adequacy, digital competition, digital safety standards. We're all looking at the same sorts of issues. We should be working closely together, and understanding the technical challenges that we're all facing. I think what I'd hope to see across the range of issues is that we see a kind of leveling up, where we look at what others are doing, we talk to them about what they're doing, we learn from that, we adjust what we're doing to be best in class. If we think someone else has got a good idea, plenty of people made a fortune of money by looking at someone else's good idea and making it better. So we should, we can work together in that way too. I think there's a general presumption that we want to see, the theme of this conference, it's all basically about trust. Do we trust another country to process our citizens' data in their jurisdiction as if we were doing it at home? And achieving trust in those areas, be it through the UK, EU, North America, Japan, and other countries, other G7 countries, that we have that level of trust, and therefore that's the best way of securing the opportunity of digital trade in the future. And I think we are pretty close. And I think the more we can work together and inform those policy decision making, that this is achievable, and be reasonable with each other as well. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, but we have to have confidence that we trust the systems.
Okay, so trust enough in a way.
Yeah.
No, totally agree. We need these multilateral cooperation environments and also public-private partnerships to agree, I would say, in the three levels: on the regulation, on the business also side, but also on technology standards. And I think we need standards. We need to agree on standards which make it practical, what we aim in terms of regulation, and this framework of, for example, data sharing with trust and data flows, especially with the UK. I think we cannot think about European market without UK. So we need to find a way, this partnership, this trustful partnership cooperation, which is the slogan of this summit, I think it's more important than ever.
And we also definitely need practical things for people, right? So for instance, creating this wallet or e-identity together is something that I truly believe, because it's going to be very helpful for people. Otherwise, there will be regulation on AI. what does it bring me as a person? So if you present the nice examples where we show that we can do it together based on trust, based on secure sharing of data, I think that is going to be very important, to make services for governments better. If I want to rent a car in Spain, or if I want to do something in the UK, that I can do that with my own data, protect it on my own wallet, things like that would be very helpful.
And we do this in other sectors. We have, you can move money around, you can send money anywhere around the world, and it's international systems, but anti-fraud, anti-money laundering regulations work around the world, maybe in slightly different ways, but there are common systems there. Same in telecoms. There are plenty of global industries that have embraced this in the past. I'm sure we can make it work again.
But there's a point here we need to bear in mind that I think when we talk about data sharing, as you mentioned, with trust, means that my data as European is covered outside Europe the same way that it would be when I'm inside Europe. And that's something we need to bear in mind.
So not the US
we cannot
is going to ask
just
for that
renounce
data.
to our own data protection, especially on personal data, because of the sake of trade. I think that e-commerce cannot be, of course, limited. We need a single digital market within Europe, and we need to continue with the commercial relationships between countries, but not at the expense of leaving our data and protected. And so until now, the only discussion was around personal data. But I think we should start broadening that scope and considering as a strategic also our industrial data, especially when we're moving towards a digital world, digital twins, and really the critical competitive factor of our industry will be some settings of a digital twin that is probably more efficient than another competitor. So I think we need to start broadly on what that trust means.
But also, I think, we haven't touched upon the issue of disinformation, but that's also something that we need to work on together, because one of the things that's hampering trust and lowering trust in, institutions, the government, the court system, all kinds of science, not in the least, we've seen that in the corona period as well. To work towards this is super important, because this is basically about the content, and it's not about it's happening to little kids that they might end up killing themselves in the strangest ways. But it's also about of course the war in Ukraine and how we are stuffed with all kinds of disinformation from Russia, and I think it's going to be far more important also to very much look into this system and see how we can regulate that.
So basically keep that part of the package in a way.
Certainly.
But if we turn largely our discussion to this sharing of data, and which you've all been itching to, and I mean you could easily argue that even if it doesn't solve all the sort of long-term issues of AI trustworthiness, it's still hard at the connectivity, right? Trusted connectivity. So what I've been hearing from you is that if I should ask, what's the state of play for us there? I mean, Europe and globally, then I've been hearing from you that, for example, there's no business case perhaps yet, or in a way there's not sort of trust the frameworks still in place, even if we're discussing them in a way.
But we can start as governments, right? We can just make our data open. So at least we as a government could do it to each other, to the world, basically. So I think that is one step that you can take.
Okay.
Because I'm not talking about, your personal tax application.
You can have it. You can have mine.
Okay, good. But maybe not on the web. But I don't think everybody will like that.
Doing it.
Okay, well, I don't think the Dutch would like that very much. But the idea of, all kinds of data, whether it's about climate or trade or whatever, could be very much shared, about spatial planning, stuff like that. So I think one of the things that we can do is as a government show the example.
Show the way, show the example.
And also show the example of what you share and what you do not share, and why you do it and why you don't share other things. So I guess that is super important to do. And I also hope that when we are sharing data, actually the world is becoming a safer place, because it's harder for people to trick or to do something, because there's always the open data to say, no, it's not true, you're saying.
Okay. But are we incentivizing it enough? Because that was your point, in a way, let's say, especially with industrial data. I mean, the first digital summit here, 2017, it was the collection of all, basically, unofficial council for Europe, right? So all the heads of state were here. That was the main thing that Estonia brought forward, saying, hey, look, let's have free movement of data, including then business to business or industrial and so forth. And perhaps little has happened. So perhaps why? And again, is it a question of incentives? Is it a question of something else?
And my point of view, I think that that's exactly where trying to do, for example, in our Spanish chapter of Gaia X, especially in the tourist sector. We had just made 2 workshops with the industry, trying to identify those use cases in which they require data from other in the value chain, because that is a challenge they cannot solve alone. And I think we still to find those incentives for data sharing, because data sharing has to do, especially in our national culture, it's not that often that you share your data or your discoveries with your competitor. We're talking about, again, with co-competition. And I think that must be, of course, economic interest for data sharing. It doesn't mean to pay back. I agree with you that also the example is on opening governmental data for innovation, for researchers, for the industry. We have done it all in the past, but it has not been effective. The initial open government portals that we had 10, 15 years ago are not effective. So we need to just have whatever code repositories and more actionable data, and that's the way to go. And I think in these three levels, regulatory, technically, and business, Europe is doing a great job, but in all these 3 levels, we're in a very early stages. So in regulatory, there's the first attempt is the Data Act, when we start regulating data markets, especially from IoT generated data. We have incorporated the concept of data donors, which I think is very interesting, that the citizens decide also what is the data, which is personal data, but they are ready to share for research or for forever. And then we need the incentive for the industry, and we need those standards. We don't have, for example, also the example of Gaia X at European level. The technology stack is not mature. We are not having interconnectors for federated data among different application sectors or territory. So we need to advance in the three levels, I think.
I think the pandemic is a good example of how governments can use public data. So I was talking to a friend who worked in the UK government on this, and at the start of the pandemic, the allocation of ventilators to hospitals sounded like a description of a city trading floor in the 1980s of people screaming down telephones. But actually, but then they created a data dashboard, so everything was allocated perfectly in real time. And if you think something like that, okay, you can gather data and say how many people are being admitted to hospital based on the emissions data. How many people are likely to need a ventilator in 7 days' time? And data could tell you that. It's not really a personal data issue because you don't need to know who those people are individually. You just need to know what the journey is as well. So I think that's an example of how you can open up government data sources to, in a way that is not in any way prejudicing the personal information of an individual, but to design more effective services. And I think it'd be good to look across government sectors and say, well, where else could you do that? If it's like, the phasing of traffic lights in a city, or the number of buses that appear at a particular time.
And it's also about how you make policies, for instance. So what we're doing now is not only presenting a bill to Parliament, but all the information that was before that, how we negotiated, why we made certain decisions. And since we do it, there's far little discussions about what is actually behind it, because we mystify a lot of the things that we do, or at least people believe that we're mystifying a lot. And now it's all open. You can see what kind of choices we made, why we choose to make that article, and it's easier.
But then again, I mean, in many ways, the gold mine, or let's say where the sort of a lot of more profitable stuff comes from, is the sort of personal data, is the sort of industrial data. I mean, things that are not necessarily public data like that, right? Which can generate economic outcomes too, but still. So I guess in a complicated way, I would still like to sort of tease you a bit on that. So. So how can we still unlock this? I mean, so basically, what would be the number one priority to really do that? I mean, is it one particular framework that is missing? Is it?
Well, actually, I think one of the things that we can do more from a technical side is make this kind of synthetic data or data twins or stuff, so you can use personal data, although it's not reliant or it's not connected to a real person. So you can use all that data to make better policies, whether it's in healthcare or not.
Would you make companies publish it? So that every data set would be accompanied by something synthetic or fake, just to be out there and to help training?
If it would be really, if it would not be connected to personal data, I would be very happy to have that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned infrastructure and you mentioned Data Act. I mean, so would these really be the magic keys, you believe?
Not by itself alone. I think as I said, you were mentioning, for example, health data and how the pandemic has shown the need to share data to solve a global issue. We see that more and more in public health policies. We not only need to, for example, share health data. We need to combine that health data with environmental data, with data from fertilizers in the agriculture, for pollution, and that is probably will guide our future public policies that are based on data, based on evidences. That's what we are not doing today. Of course, this is putting a lot of challenges to policymakers, because when you are taking decisions based on data which is public, then you need to be accountable.
Yeah.
And we need to be absolutely transparent.
And you better be, right? This is our business. This is our business.
And,
yeah.
Okay.
You better
That's
be
also
anyway.
challenging.
I think trust is about gathering the right amount of data. I remember a few years ago, about 3 years ago, when I was giving the e-Estonia presentation, the thing that really stuck in my mind was showing how you signed up for a Tallinn city transportation card.
Right.
And the data that was needed was not to know where you lived, but that you lived in the city. So, and I think we've seen a lot of systems develop, particularly in the private sector, where basically the system set up so they gather as much information as they possibly can, whether or not they need it, and then they make a decision about what they'll do and how they use it. I think you can build more public trust when people have an idea of, okay, I'm engaged in a transaction here, I'm giving this data, and in return I get something back, and I've got some sort of knowledge over how that works. And I think we may see that develop with sort tools anyway, and we're starting to see this already at device level, where actually citizens can prevent certain types of data access, when it's not relevant to the transaction that they're engaged in.
No, because people are doing it right now. You buy a pair of socks on the web and you type in everything.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't. I'm not a great game player, but I mean, if I wouldn't like, say, my attitude to risk to be assessed by how I played Fortnite, and that to affect my premiums when I pay for insurance. That would be possible to do. Yeah.
No, yeah.
I want just to, because you want to talk about inflation, it came to me economic indicators, no? And the challenge we have is that the more we are moving towards a data economy, and we want to measure the impact of anything with the data we have, no data, no policy. So if we don't have data, we don't have an evidence, we don't have a reality we want to rule. And the second part is that we are measuring the impact of data correctly. We are not measuring data economy. All the indicators on our economy are based on a model that doesn't longer exist. And for example, our GDP, our national GDP, doesn't measure the real economy. We are only measuring the economy based on economic transactions. But all the services we have and we pay through data are not in our GDP. So if every time a European made click on Wikipedia, we were paying 1/10 of a euro, our national GDP would increase 10%. But that we are not putting onto our national accountability, because it's not an economic transaction. So if we want to evolve, and we are evolving towards that economy, we need to identify new indicators. That happens with the startups. Data is not activated in the balance sheet of a company. No data, no talent. How can we pretend that people invest in talent and in data if it's not reflected as an investment in the company? So we need to change also the way we are measuring the economy, because that's now it's like we're driving in like blind.
And I guess your point is that would also direct the discussion to the right place, because we would know what we're talking about in a way.
Absolutely, we don't know the impact. This is why we have companies that have, I would say, a negative P&L or results, and that are valued like billions in the stock market, because the stock market is not considering your PLL on your balance sheet. It's like, okay, and this is why we have this volatility these days. Where does the money go from? Go to NFTs, SPACs, billion valued companies that are not confronted with real measures of the economic value. So we need to invest also in finding the right indications, the right indicators for the digital economy.
But Damien, I mean, a sneaky Brexit question in a way, so bear with me. But post-Brexit, what are your digital industry companies coming to your government, to you, saying, hey, look, help us do the digital trade? I mean, do they have these asks, or, or how high is it on their table to really get data flowing like that, and whether to spread their stuff out to get access to, whatever like that?
Well, yeah, as we talked about, data flow with trust is kind of important for all of our economies, and so the UK is looking to enter into new trade agreements, particularly in Asia Pacific, Australia and New Zealand, with discussions obviously with the United States as well, and data adequacy agreements are a really important part of that. As I said earlier on, I think it's a question of recognising, and the government is looking to bring forth its own data bill, which will reform some aspects of GDPR, but I think there are some things which I think are overly bureaucratic and not very effective. I think the constant cookie reminders, which are just an annoyance, and no one even bothers reading anymore because they just want to click accept just to get on to the thing they're looking at.
Right.
There are certain things that were built into it, which I don't think if we reform some of those things, it fundamentally changes the rights citizens have. We're just going to do it in a slightly different way. So an adequacy agreement or equivalence agreements, even equivalence, is about saying it may not be exactly the same, but it does the same job, and we trust the way it's being done enough to know that we're happy for data to be shared across those territories. And I think that is the system I think we want for looking at the whole of the G7 and beyond. That is in many ways the way in which we can create a world where businesses can trade internationally, where data can be shared around the world within territories where we know its integrity will be respected. So that's absolutely what we want, and I think we're not alone in that.
And that would be the vehicle of this convergence or recoupling, if you wish, right? The adequacy agreements.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, okay. But I think, but we want those. I mean, as I said earlier on, things might not be done in exactly the same way, but they protect the same things. And I think that's, and we think there are some improvements we can make, and we'll publish. We'll be debating our new data bill in the coming months.
But any other views on that? I mean, especially look from indeed, debate in European Union is going on, right? Like you said, then it's not a done deal yet. I mean, what the sort of outcomes will be, right? So, if we look beyond Europe, what do you see should be the priority to really get this sort of more global understanding jointly? Here we're talking about data, not AI anymore, right?
No.
And to get data flow.
It's definitely also something. Of course, the talks that you are speaking about are important there. So it's the G7, it's the G20. We were there. I mean, it's all of great importance to have that. Go and see how we can work together there. One of the things that I think we should debate a bit more also now is, of course, we have been talking in this morning also about energy and how we can make sure that we get the energy system, be it resilient or more autonomous than it was in the past years. And I think also in that sense, we also still have to have that balance between, yes, wanting to share data and stuff, but also making sure that whenever, when push comes to shove, that we're able to take care of ourselves. Within the European framework, within the European community, and our neighboring states. I mean, I very much applaud the talks that we had in Prague. When was it? Last week.
Right.
Because those are the things I think we need to discuss these days very much. Yeah. Because we are just as fragile in terms of energy as we are in terms of data flows, connectivity, and especially also trusted connectivity, which we are talking about today.
Yeah, I think another important aspect where I think, certainly in the European context, the UK and the EU are looking at the same problem through our different mechanisms, is on competition. I think that will be an increasingly important part of data policy as well, which is, are there competition biases within systems? Do companies use data they gather about another company's activities when that company can't avoid reaching its customers, but through their systems, is that managed in a fair way? And I think that will play, in the near future, certainly with the DMA and the future legislation we will bring forward on digital competition, I think will be increasingly important.
But there are two ways to try to look into the future. One thing is to try to predict, obviously. The other thing is to build it yourself, right? Prime Minister Kallas was saying the same thing this morning, and she was also saying that how the summit is like a place to not get to an agreement yet, but at least set the tracks for this, right? So, if I were to ask you, 1 year from now, we're back in Tallinn. We hope all you come. What's your hope in terms of what should have or could have happened by then? What will we have to, or hopefully have had achieved by in a year's time in the space to really have this sort of bigger, trusted connectivity and data flows? More data flows between ourselves, our countries, cross-border, etc., globally, in this like-minded sphere.
But if question Prime Minister Kallas' question, what are the tracks for that? I think that is strategic dialogue. I think between.
So we haven't had a strategic dialogue.
Yeah.
But how far let's say, ideally we were gotten with it?
Hopefully we're just a bit further ahead. So, for instance,
not done yet.
Sorry?
Not done yet?
So not done yet, but I would like if it's done.
Okay.
Because I think we need to start, right? This is all about also not endless discussions and negotiations, but starting up a project. So we're starting up projects, for instance, on the wallet in several countries and working there together and exchanging data, for instance. But we can do more if we want to just start up projects and do it together. Work on your sandboxes project that is being established now in Spain. You work on data flows and look at it, and I hopefully also look furthermore into how we can make our system more resilient, because that is something that I believe needs to be a bit more on the forefront than we have talked about it today. But basically, it's all about just getting started also, because we talk a lot, but it's also we can also just start doing projects.
Well, indeed.
For my opinion, in 1 year time, I wish first of all that the war is over, that this war doesn't lead us to a new bilateralism, but a new multilateralism, reinforcing especially the transatlantic cooperation. On the cybersecurity space, which is important as we see. We're talking about data a lot. We need to assume that the broader the digital space becomes, the higher risk we are facing. So we need absolutely collaboration. In terms of European legislation work, we expect in 1 year time to have a Data Act, which is agreed, the European regulation on artificial intelligence, and that will be at the same time Spain is hosting the presidency of the European Union. So we have really an important task to do.
Yeah.
We expect that we have important outcomes from the AI sandbox with the participation in several member states, and that we have really found the right incentives for data sharing. And I want to reinforce here an idea we have not covered in this session, but it's important, the concept that the digital sovereignty of Europe also is a data sovereignty. We need to ensure that the Europeans' data is based in Europe, processed in Europe, in clouds that are resident in Europe, and that is not against a single digital market or not against international trade, but an understanding that this is a key strategic asset for our competitiveness.
Yeah, and I think you look at all those, and I said strategic dialogue, but you didn't let me say to what ends, but if you look at it and say, we'll look at the work that's been done at the moment on safety, on trade, on competition regulation, on I think setting standards for the use of AI, and the desire in all the work streams of all these organisations to promote data adequacy and data sharing arrangements to underpin business, to open up more government services, to see substantial progress across all of those areas in the next 12 months, which is an entirely attainable task. I think to look at improving digital infrastructure with the reconstruction of Ukraine, as you say, when the war is hopefully ended. All these efforts are moving in the right direction. I think the gaps between us are pretty small, actually. I mean, the principles that underpin it are very strongly aligned, and therefore I think keeping that dialogue going is really important, because this is all new stuff. We are all, and I think we will do better by learning from each other's, the way we are approaching it, separately but also together.
But I mean, sorry.
No, go ahead.
But you're all essentially digital ministers, right? And I was asked this question by Sandra before that, how do you convince politicians that it's important? You all have, and your governments have so many things on the plate. And mind you, in the big picture of things, digital stuff doesn't win elections, right? So do you see that the time is ripe that we can get enough sort of focus and effort in the next year or two or whatever behind to really get these things done? Because in a way, it has always sort of fallen back in the agendas.
But some things, yes. I mean, so I think if you take something like online safety, that was something I think 5 or 6 years ago there was less of a public awareness of. I look at most of the polling and research I see, particularly in the UK, says that the public see this as a big priority now. The reason Eric Schmidt said earlier on, every time he talks to a politician, they just want to complain about social media, is because the public are complaining. If politicians are complaining about it, it's because the public are complaining about it.
Right.
So in terms of that accountability, transparency, the sense that some of the bigger companies need to be held to account for the decisions they make, I'm not saying that is the thing that's going to swing an election. I think public concern around disinformation, rising levels of hate speech, rising polarization in society, I think people do care about these things now, and they want to see governments doing something about it.
Yeah,
so that's basically the choice of right piggies in a way, right? The right piggies to piggyback on in a way, right?
Yeah.
So that has also changed, is your point.
Well, I think there's on those issues there's a higher level of public consciousness. Digital infrastructure, that is certainly an election winner. People can't get online, they're pretty quick to let you know, so they expect a good service. But I think on some of these other issues around the consequences of poor data management, poor decision making from AI systems, those things, I think, poor digital competition, how that affects services. I think people will start to think about those things more and more. But I would certainly say the digital agenda is more central to politics in Europe now, rather than as opposed to government, than it has been ever before.
Still, we need. I think it's still not central enough. So because usually in loads of politics we start acting when the crisis is there,
right.
and we're not seeing a lot of the
like
crisis actually.
Right.
So one of the things that we need to do also is just to make sure that it becomes in the forefront of the discussion, which is of course not very easy because loads of things are happening in the world. It's the war in Ukraine, of course. There's inflation. There's concerns about energy and stuff like that. But so I think it's also our task to make sure that it becomes, as far as it's not, a topic that's higher on people's agendas, because that's what we're here for. And we're not only here to make the decisions about things that people have already in the forefront of their mind. We know, Carmen was saying it very eloquently earlier, this is what we need to solve. This generation needs to solve it. So let's do it. And then, well, if we're not getting re-elected, tant pis, we'll do something else, right?
Government is not also just dealing with the things that are top of the news agenda.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's dealing with the things to stop them becoming top of the news agenda in the future, because you've fixed the problem in time.
This is what we do.
I have an advantage because I'm not a politician, so I don't think about terms of elections. So, as I mentioned, we're not thinking about a term or election. We're thinking about long term, as I mentioned, short term, mid term. At the same time, we don't do it today. The one that comes after, we have no time to correct the drive. And I say, I'm not going to see the high road with all the lights. Probably I need to make just the basic pavement just to set the road. And I think in Europe we have this great opportunity of the Next Generation EU funds that have really put a booster on those things that we already know were important, but now they became urgent. And I think this sense of urgency is the one that I think should guide our
and some of the things are connected to urgencies, right? So this idea about resilience or sovereignty or autonomy are very much connected to this situation with the war. Same accounts for disinformation. So those are the things that are definitely on people's minds, and that actually are topics that we have to promote far more. But on the other hand, it's also our business to make sure that people are more aware, and also look at countries that already are leading the way there, or where people are more focused on what do I like or do I not like in terms of my digital world.
The important thing for me is that we involve the citizens in the discussion.
Exactly.
The citizens should be part of the governance and put the limits of we expect.
Because if they are aware, then suddenly they're like, oh wow, is this what's happening to my data? I didn't know. I was clicking yes, and I don't know what's happening.
Well, given the time we have, I think exactly I can, as I let all the fireside guests have a closing argument, 3 sentences that they would really say, hey, their pitch to what should these guys take away from you, your country, yourself. Anyone want to start? What's your closing pitch from all this discussion?
Okay.
To focus on.
Exactly. So I think we need to keep talking as international governments together. We need to build public trust. I think in the way public data is used, the way public systems are used, and we need to do those two things of having a pro-growth agenda for the sector, working with businesses to create better systems and tools, but also have the ability to hold people to account for how they use that power.
All right.
Yeah, on my side, I think that digital transformation is more necessary than ever, but we cannot make it at the expense of losing in the process guarantees and rights that we have taken centuries to achieve a democratic society. So we need to have a human-centric approach of this transformation. This requires a consensus about what we want to recognize as digital rights, not only at the EU level, but also elevate the discussion at international level. And I think that European Union is doing a great job in trying to find standards and common frameworks for data sharing to enable really a responsible AI development.
And let's get them agreed, basically.
Yeah. What I believe is also that as has been said today, also now is the time to act. So we know digital transformation can bring great things, but it's also can be very scary, and we've seen that in many examples in many countries and so on and so forth. So now is the time to act. To do that in Europe, very important to find as many countries that want to align with us and work with us. That would be even better. And then I also believe that we need to, in the coming time, to show some examples, whether it's about data sharing, about creating wallets together, about making sure that we agree on this AI Act and we do it together and look at how we can implement it together. That would be really, really important for the coming 12 months, I would say. So if you're hosting this next year, let's talk about these 4 things. I would love that.
Well, the practical thing is exactly like, you sound like an Estonian.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Small
look,
countries, right? Yeah.
You have been excellent in a sense that I can share with the audience. Very few questions were sent ahead of time to this gang, so you've been very good sports in terms of actually having a free-flowing discussion, which often we don't get with the ministers. Thank you so much. Good luck to us all with that, and welcome back next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I can truly say that after a panel like this, I can breathe in a more easy way, because I can see the top regulators in our European countries are thinking about not only our future, but also the future of next generations. As the Spanish digital minister said, if our future generations don't know what the rights they have, they don't know how to fight for those rights. But now it's time for a little break. I'm going to send you down for 20 minutes. For those of you who didn't know, we have an expo area. We have businesses and organizations showcasing their solutions to fight the global challenges. Go grab a smoothie, a coffee, or tea, and see you back here 10 minutes before 3. 4.
Hello and welcome back to the expo stage. I see some familiar faces here who have been already there by the previous lunch break. I see some new faces. I'm sure that some people in the virtual audience have also joined us over the last few minutes. So, exactly as Sandra already just said on the main stage, this is about collaboration between the public and the private sector. Yes, there are things that regulators can do, but also the private sector can do their part in strengthening security collaboration and other areas. With this in mind, we want to take this time to talk about climate and energy, more specifically smart energy management and affordable sustainability in the energy sector, which especially in these current times is a very important topic in my opinion. I have 3 excellent guests with me on stage. Please put your hands together for the CEO and co-founder of RA Technologies, Siim Täkker, CEO of Gridio, Konrad Hanschmidt, and co-founder of Zero Terrain, Piip Siitam. And we will start, before I give you guys the floor, we have a small introductory video so that you know what kinds of companies we are talking about here, and afterwards they have time for a small pitch for you guys as well.
RA Technologies is at the front line of solving the energy crisis through artificial intelligence technology. Increasing energy efficiency and sustainability goals in commercial real estate has never been so simple. RA Digital Operator is an award-winning AI-powered heating, ventilation and air conditioning solution that integrates quickly with all modern building management systems. Energy savings and CO2 emission reduction up to 30%. Gridio has a smart way of using energy. Gridio's innovative application finds the best time to use electricity and automatically smart charges your electric vehicle without needing additional hardware. Zero Terrain is a geotechnical pumped hydro storage solution, and it is the most affordable technological solution for controlled electricity generation and storage in the world. Zero Terrain solution will notably reduce the electricity price of peak energy and thereby reduce the cost of electricity for households and businesses.
Hello, check, check. Yes. Now that we have a small overview of the companies, I think it's best to give these 3 gentlemen the floor. Siim, how about we start with you? Can you tell us more about what you do exactly?
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Did you know that buildings account for 40% of total global energy consumption, which means that this sector has huge impact to global CO2 emissions and also the energy security? So my name is Siim Täkker. I'm the CEO of R8 Technologies, and during the past 5 years, we have been developing an AI solution for buildings that optimizes their energy consumption and basically provides a solution for these ongoing energy crises. And compared to alternative options that we have, this can be applied really fast and scalable. So according to Paris Climate Agreement, we all have to reduce every year 2% of energy usage. But the current trends show that actually the energy consumption has been increasing. Therefore, we really need to take huge action and really fast. And the EU has stated that that we all have to reduce now 10% and additionally 5% during the peak hours, which means that we all have to consume less and consume at the right time. So raise your hand who has actually changed their consumer habits based on this energy crisis. Oh, everybody, yeah? I see quite many hands, but I guess some people still need a little bit higher prices to take further action. Yeah. So this actually is the energy crisis is a catalyst for us to also achieve our ongoing climate neutrality targets. And just to give you a sense of what is the complexity, like in every household, we have these things that we can do ourselves. But when we're talking about large commercial and public buildings, they consist of thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of data points that are today operated by humans. So it's just too complex of a problem that can be solved by a human every day. So that's where our AI solution comes to play, and it really loves the complexity. We have today clients in 19 different countries, and our clients are enjoying the comfort at lower costs. And we are saving literally millions of euros. And so this kind of crisis that we have right now is a really huge catalyst for technologies to take off. And R8 is here to save basically the climate crisis and also the energy crisis, just through having really intelligent software that can be applied fast. If you're interested more, then I'm happy to answer to people's questions, and please follow up. Thank you.
Yes, I'm thinking that, Siim, you're going to stick around after this panel discussion, so we have some more time then. Konrad, tell us more about what Gridio does exactly.
Thanks very much, Florian, for inviting me to the panel. As the previous speaker said, there's a lot of things we can also do in households. So I'm the co-founder of Gridio, and our mission is to help households become part of the energy transition. There will be about 100 million electric cars coming to Europe in the next 10 years. And if you add all of their charging together, that is the equivalent to the entire energy production capacity today. We don't see that necessarily as a problem. We actually see that as a solution. And our solution is actually a mobile app that automatically makes electric vehicles charge when energy is the cheapest, when energy is the cleanest, and energy is the most affordable. In the Northern Europe, a lot of people are on hourly electricity tariffs, so it's very easy for any EV owner to download our app. We can connect to us via the APIs of Tesla, Volkswagen, Skoda, and all these brands. You tell us when your car has to be charged up by the morning, and then we work our magic. And how does the magic work? Well, basically, normally people come home after work when energy prices are the highest, and we use actually the most amount of fossil fuels to generate peak electricity. So our number one aim is to flatten the peaks. So what we do is when you plug in your car, we will automatically read from your Tesla or your Volkswagen how much charging your car needs, and then we will automatically schedule that charging to happen when there is the most amount of renewables in the grid, which usually also corresponds to when electricity prices are the cheapest. We just launched Ursula mode. And Ursula mode is after our morning speaker, Ursula von der Leyen, to help what Siim said to shift or lower peak electricity demand by 5% this winter, which is a mandate set to every country. We have launched that across Europe, so anyone, anywhere can, first of all, open the app and see when peak hours exist, because nobody else actually gives you that information. And when you have an electric car, you can also turn on Ursula mode, which will automatically flatten the peaks. And it is our aim to become the largest platform of electric vehicle optimization, because in order to facilitate these 100 million electric cars to enter European roads in the next 10 years, we need to shift their electricity use to the right time. And we hope that regulators and politicians will also make that beneficial for the end consumer by actually eventually changing the market rules so consumers can be paid money for their support. So check out gridio.io, and happy to talk to you later on today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Konrad, for that insight. I think by the end of today or tomorrow, we will have some more users of Ursula mode here in the audience as well. Babe, can you tell us more about zero terrain?
Yeah, thanks, Florian, inviting here to this panel. Decarbonization globally has three main challenges: affordability, security of supply, and environmental footprint. Thus, we meet flexible generation and consumption at low cost and no environmental harm. So here, energy storage actually has really a key role to play. You can reduce the cost of reconstruction of the grids. You can make the power grids smarter and more resilient. And of course, naturally, when talking about variable renewable energy resources, dominant systems, you always need to consider shifting excess energy to the periods of low wind and solar. You can make those things happen quite easily with energy storage. When it comes to the energy storage, actually the conventional pumped hydro is the most dominant way of storing energy. But it has really two problems or challenges. First of all, geographical constraints, because you can have this conventional pumped hydros just in the mountains in order to have this create this height difference. And the second issue with a conventional pumped hydro is quite significant environmental harm, because it makes a lot of land use change and also affect fish stock and wildlife. So with zero terrain, we have actually solved those problems by developing the energy storage underground. So we can have the most affordable energy storage at really with no environmental harm, putting everything underground, and really bringing this most affordable energy storage from the mountains to flat areas. So I think going from 2D to 3D, so meaning going underground, this is something which makes energy system more resilient, flexible, and environmentally sound in the future.
Very well. Thank you so much for that overview. What strikes me with all three of your solutions, I think there are two things that they all have in common. Number one, of course, they all contribute to an energy transition, more sustainable, also saving resources at the same time, which is, I think, in our opinion, desirable. But also, they haven't been very widely adopted so far. So my question to all three of you, we can start from here and go towards Babe. What's the holdup? Is it mindset, money, regulations? Where are the bottlenecks here?
Yeah, I think when you think a little bit back, we had this COVID pandemic, and when it kind of came out, then everybody rushed to their digital platforms, and all the overnight everybody had to take to use Teams and so on, many other platforms that are out there. I guess for this energy crisis, it's also that we have these really good IT AI solutions out there that can really solve huge puzzle pieces, and it's right now a good catalyst for making this transaction towards more smarter energy use, and that's what we do. reduce at least 15% and even potentially over 30% of energy. So it has huge impact. On the other side, like governments tend to be, with their regulations, they tend to lag behind, and also they need to make public procurements when they buy something for their own building stock, and usually in different countries they hold like quite a significant amount of it. So it's actually right now time to take fast action and push through regulations that subsidize or actually regulate things that are not environmentally friendly.
Yeah.
Or the other way is that take to use actually good technology really fast. Yeah.
So you've got plenty of politicians to talk to today as well.
You can all talk to me later on.
Konrad, your thoughts?
I'll keep it very simple. I think technology is way ahead of the game. We have electric cars by Tesla. We have cloud computing by Google and Eric Schmidt. Our regulation is not there. And we need to empower the end consumer to be able to have the incentive for them to be smarter. I'll give you an example. This summer, we only needed to shift 100 electric vehicle chargers to avoid a 4 million euro cost in Estonia due to high electricity prices. Everywhere in the world, we need to pay consumers money to be smart, and we're not doing it.
Very concise. Peep.
Yeah, completely agree. Completely agree. Just two things maybe to add. First of all, a sense of urgency. Really, we need really fast changes. And the second thing, in order to have these things to happen in a short period of time, we really need a cooperation between the public sector and the private sector. I'm really talking about a serious cooperation with heavy financing and everything else, because otherwise we cannot tackle those challenges easily.
Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for a round of applause for Hasim, Konrad, and Peep. That has been very insightful. Thank you so much, guys. And this is already the
Hello, everyone. I hope you had a great break. Now it's time to convene back into this room. And we are back on track with the global gateway and trusted connectivity topics. We are now deep diving into one of the most burning topics at this moment, which is energy security. And for that, I am very happy to invite on stage the Minister, Mika Lintilä, from the Finnish Ministry of Economic Affairs. Mika, please.
Thank you and good evening, everybody, distinguished participants and dear friends. It's my great honor to address this Tallinn Digital Summit on trusted connectivity. Connectivity that's brought together leaders from digitally advanced countries. Dear friends, actually, I would like to highlight two topics here: artificial intelligence and quantum technology. I'm a big fan of both. And I'm proud to say that Finland had scientific excellency, advanced industrial competencies, strategic focus, and great international partnerships in both of these areas. Both artificial intelligence and quantum technology are becoming even more important and even more connected world. I would like to start by saying a few words about artificial intelligence. AI can be used to boost connectivity to new levels, as it allows more tailored and more useful information to flow and work more efficiently. However, it's important to note that with AI, trust is absolutely crucial. Trust can be a multiplier for the good. Finland is committed to building a human-centric, trust-based data economy by encouraging sustainable digitalization. Our AI 4.0 program aims to develop a strategy for the sustainable digitalization of industry. Trust is crucial there too, on all levels. We work towards this nationally, in Europe, and internationally with partners. Finland is committed to the global gateway strategy in the digitalization and its implementation via Team Europe cooperation. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the second topic, and one of my favorites, what I want to mention is quantum technology, especially quantum computing and quantum communication. Both quantum computing and quantum communication require highly advanced technology and know-how. Furthermore, they are both highly critical to our security. Finland has prioritized quantum technology as one of the emerging topics for strategic investments. Finland's first 5-qubit quantum computer has been in operation since last November. And they all, we must work closely with partners. We must have strong European and international partnerships. They are highly valuable to Finland. To me, Tallinn is a great place to talk about trusted partnerships. Estonia and Finland have a well-established tradition of cooperation and different forms of partnership in basically all forms of connectivity, from energy to different forms of data. We need enormous investments in clean technology and innovations. Reaching the climate goals and energy security require a wide range of energy technologies. Getting rid of fossil fuel lock-in will mean better energy security, especially nowadays. It is important to develop a secure and low-carbon energy system. And also, nuclear energy is needed. To keep us connected and safe, we need agile bilateral cooperation and grand international coalitions today more than ever. I want to wish you all very fruitful digital summit here in Tallinn. Thank you.
Kiitos. Thank you so much. High energy prices have a high price tag to our consumers and enterprises. The global energy market is at crossroads. Our consumers and enterprises need reliable energy. We need to increase sources of electricity generation in this region to bring down prices and become energy independent. For a panel moderated by Dr. Kaush Arha, a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, I am inviting to the stage our very own Minister Riina Sikkut, State Secretary Michael Kellner, and Grid.io CEO Konrad Hanschmidt. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, and great to be in Tallinn again. And I think we're talking about a topic that, when I'm in Europe, it's 24/7 coverage in energy. So I don't know what new we'll say it, but we have Michael and Riina and Konrad, so we'll get to it. I want to get your perspective as an opening statement. I think Europe in particular was on an energy transition phase, given the climate change and green energy issues. And as it was moving toward an energy transition phase, as was mentioned earlier today by the President van der Leyen, that Russia declared war on Europe, not only on energy war, or democracy, and on European values. So this Russian war of energy on Europe brought in an energy security issue in near and long-term things. So when you're moving towards energy transition, you're confronted with reality and the reality check of energy security in near term and in long term. So I think with that, I'll just open it up. I think, Michael, I'll probably start with you, given one of the largest sort of energy consumers in Europe and dealing with this and how you see it. Then we'll go from there in the conversation. I'll come to Riina after that and Konrad after that. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much. It's being a great honor to be here. And as I said a couple of minutes before, when we talked, we need, as a German government, we need towards the north and working much stronger together in Europe, and especially also with all the states on the Baltic Sea. Let me say that for clear. The first point I want to raise is, as you said, Russia, is brutally attacking Ukraine, but Russia is using energy as a weapon, and it started already last year. I mean, before the last winter in Germany, the gas storages were empty and even sold to Russian companies. So the first thing we have to do now, and we are talking now, is to secure our energy supply for our population and for our industries. And there we moved quite fast and quite a bit. We can talk about it later. The second point, of course, is that we that we pay a price, actually pay a price for not listening to our north and eastern friends in Europe. I mean, that Germany was so dependent on Russian energy was a great mistake of German politics and the last decades, to be honest. So we need to deal with, getting prices down, because it's a heavy burden. And the third point, and then I will stop here, is that we need to work on a transformation, and the transformation is even going faster than slower because of the Russian war, and that everyone now woke up in the last months, and so is working towards that transition. I think for the transition, on a midterm perspective, there is the chance for Europe, and I'm sure von der Leyen put it quite bluntly and direct, and I think she is right. There's the Green Deal is the way forward for Europe and that.
Serena, I think Estonia is always in vogue, in fashion, but no time more than now, because the president and the largest economy in Europe keep saying that they should have listened to Estonia before. So now, sitting here and as the Minister of Infrastructure Investments, another thing overseeing energy as well, what would you say lessons learned from Estonia before that the Prime Minister Kallas mentioned in her speech? And going forward to an energy transition, what are the lessons you would like to share now as we move into this energy transition with the Western European colleagues?
Mm-hmm. You started with energy being the #1 news all over Europe, but it should be the war. This is something that is like #1 issue to deal with all of us. If Ukraine wins and wins quickly, it means stabilizing energy prices and all this. But, well, symbolically, we are in an old power plant. Unfortunately, it can't serve as a reserve station, as you can observe, but I see this as a temporary hiccup, like a temporary use of oil shale, coal, or nuclear power in Germany. But actually, the transition to renewables that you described, it has accelerated in Estonia as well. We see that the need for local, cheap, and ecological energy is the only way forward. And the question for researchers is, how do we balance, how do we, the storage facilities, and what are needed to compensate the limitations that renewable energy sources have? So this path is very clear. And I think instead of walking, now we're running it. You ask for lessons learned. I can't recommend anyone, like a 50 years of occupation, to be distrustful of Russia, because we know you can't trust Russia. Whatever it signs or whatever it agrees to, it's only as long as it fits his purposes or its purposes. So this is, I would say, an uncomfortable situation to be in, to say that we were right, we were right, but we didn't want to be right in that way. But even for us, it was a surprise that nothing has changed during the past 80 years, and in the 21st century, a country can just start bombing civilian structures and cities all over an independent country. So this is a very, difficult and lessons to learn for every one of us, whether it's energy dependence or anything. But looking into the future, what are the European strategic needs? And we just discussed it with Michael, the rare earths for renewables, for solar panels and so, and Ukraine is very rich. So it could serve a strategic need for Europe in the future.
All right, well, thanks again. I think nobody says war is not important, but we're on the energy panel, so after the opening statement, I'll come back to talk about energy. We can talk 3 days about war, which is important. Nobody says it's not. But Conrad, I think as a private sector individual, when you see this rapidly changing scenario where energy transition was a high priority, energy security is a high priority, there's a combination of the two as we go forward. We really don't have a good answer on it other than we want to do energy transition in a secure way. From a business perspective, what are the opportunities in this from the business to both help public good and public service, at the same time help the business bottom line?
Just to also follow up on what Rina said, I think the very interesting thing that we are now discovering is that renewables will be, the source of security. And when I started my career as a young intern, we were looking at Germany, and renewables back then was the source of the first part of the trilemma, sustainability. We can bring CO2 down. We were discussing, can Germany maybe reach 7% of the renewables in the grid without breaking the grid? And most people said no, it's going to completely break the grid. Now we're above 50%, sometimes 100%. Then costs came down, and all of a sudden the second part of the trilemma was solved. It was also affordable. Yeah. But we still, I think, until a few years ago, and even more recently, a few months ago, have not thought of renewables as a source of security. And I think as of this year, it will become also the source of security. And what we see from the toolbox of the European Commission, in the next 5 years, the things we can do is build renewables. We can become more efficient, and we need to diversify our energy sources. And those are the tools that we have at hand, but renewables will be the core part. The EU wants to build about 500 gigawatts of new wind and solar over the next 5 to 8 years. That means that we will have days in the summer when most of the European electricity will come from very secure, affordable, sustainable renewables. But then we will have periods in the winter, such as November in Estonia, where we won't have that security. And now this brings me back to your question, which is how can private sector make the most of it? How can we help drive and help with the security? And I think we are entering a world where energy security has to be defined differently. It's not about importing sun rays from an authoritarian government. It's not about building a single wind turbine somewhere that will provide all electricity. We will live in a world of distributed energy production in the form of many renewable sources, but we also have to build a distributed energy consumption and storage industry, which will require a lot of digitalization, a lot of data management, a lot of security on its own, so that companies like us, when what we do is we actually help shift electric vehicle charging to the cheapest hours possible. And more of these smart companies need to come about, because otherwise we will not be able to facilitate so much renewables coming in.
So I appreciate, I think, yes.
No, just wanted to add that yes, accelerating renewables, definitely, but I also see renewable energy as a solidarity project for Europe, because in addition to renewable investments, then investments into connections, because renewables, when we have wind, maybe Lithuania doesn't, but the energy, it's a perfect market good, that the electrons or the gas molecules, they're identical. You can send it this way and that. I've compared it a lot to mental health services. How to define a service? How do you are able to export it anyway? So energy is from a different corner.
What's the Estonian composition of renewable in today, and how does Estonia doing this solidarity project with its neighbors on renewables?
We have connections with Finland and Latvia both. So actually, when we want a cheap or lower electric price, then a part of the electricity comes from Finland, because oil shale production, it's expensive. Yeah.
So that's the dominant production in Estonia, oil shale at the moment?
No. Looking at the times, everyone who can, there are producing, including oil shale plants, but before the war and before the energy crisis, we saw months where they weren't on the market because the price was so low.
Okay. Michael, I think this issue with renewable is certainly a desired future condition, and it is something that we want to move pretty quickly. And I think your party in particular in Germany has been on the lead on it. But I also want to commend you and Vice Chancellor Habeck for the pragmatism that you have showed in the energy security issue. So before we jump on to the renewable and how trusted connectivity work with there, I want to hear from you a little bit. I mean, a lot of work has been done to get the energy security for this winter, which may be a tough one. Most of the projections and trends say next winter may be even a more dicey situation than this one. So I think at this juncture, the practicality of energy security before we get into a renewable, the grid, the efficiency, and other mention that Conrad mentioned, how do you see that? I think just a candid sort of practical suggestion, then we'll move on to how the world ought to be under the renewable panacea.
Well, you're right. This winter and the next winter are both the most challenging one. And for this winter in Europe, but also in Germany, we were able to fill the storage capacities we have, so which gives us a backbone, which gives us a sense of security. You know, I had the pleasure, the honor to the coalition talks. We have coalition talks in Germany, and I was organizing it for my political party at that time. And you know, time changing so rapidly, actually we could have new talks about the coalition, about the treaty, but you won't have the time for it. So we just let it. This was not a serious proposal to, you know, don't get me wrong. But what I said, you know, we, as same as you did, so there will be 2 FSRUs, these huge ships which not only transport LNG, but also you can regasify it. Probably is the right, I hope you understand me. And so, and we ordered them already in the early this year, you know, and next year there will be 3 other being stationed at the Baltic and the North Sea in Germany, so that we have much more abilities to getting natural gas or liquid natural gas within Germany, within Europe. So that's one part. The second part we are doing is what we call fuel switch to coal. I mean, as it's something, it's, you know, it's hard to switch to coal. You know, someone who deeply cares about the climate, but it's the right thing to do for the next 2 winters. And also, but I understood you correctly, we talked later about it, you know, to push for a transformation. But, you know, we have to do it to secure our energy supply and to get gas out of the market as possible, you know, at least as much as possible. The third thing we're doing is you know, besides LNG, FSRUs, trying to have a fuel switch, is of course energy saving. We're still in a situation where we need to save also energy and energy efficiency. It's a third main block what we have to do for this, and especially, as you rightly said, for the next winter. But you know, I'm in a way very happy, and that at least on a European scale there are a lot of cooperation, you know, between all the debates we have. But we saw swift reactions towards the sanction towards Russia in the last couple of months. We're already seeing it. I think everyone understands now what you're talking about, that we need, you know, even if we are more and more integrated and have more and more interconnections between our states, is much better, is a much more resilient system. So therefore everyone is working on that. So that's also the challenges on the way ahead. But I'm pretty sure we will be able, as Europe as a whole, to secure our energy supplies for this and for the next winter, if you do what I said, but then also going in transformation, because one thing is also clear, I'm convinced, there will be no way back that, you know, fossil gas will be as cheap as it was maybe in 2020.
Mm-hmm. No, I think so. Just for folks and trying to tie it to trusted connectivity, you know, it's a most remarkable thing that if you had said it in 2022, nobody would have believed it. The fact that, again, what Commission President mentioned earlier, that last year the importation of Russian gas was 40%. This year you've come down to 7-odd%.
Yeah, coal.
Coal is zero. We won't go into oil, but also oil products. We'll get into it, complicated issue. But you have made that up through trusted connections, whether it be from American gas, Norwegian gas. I think this notion of getting Dutch gas, if that's developed enough and growing into get it over, the interconnectors that you're talking either from Norway to Poland down south to Czechia, or the one mentioned today with Greece, Bulgaria to Romania stuff, and the ability to get Azeri gas in it. I mean, this is trusted connectivity in action at the moment, and I think it ought to be celebrated and talked in this given context as you go forward of energy and trusted connectivity. And you'll do this more with your, I think, floating LNG terminals while you invest money like Estonia and others in sort of on-ground and more capital incentive, and you've got the floating energy that you're able to bring in. So this gives a good example of it. And it talks about, again, quoting and relating into earlier session, what the president talked about going from dependencies to balanced partnerships. So you're in some sort of a energy balance partnership in fossil fuels as you get out of it. Now the idea is that we're moved from this to something greater and better and make us feel better because we're going to save the world in a sort of a climate change issue. Again, just I think referring to the president's comments, and very astute one, and this is what I thought you were going to lead on, is that if you have said that we should have listened to Estonia, because they was telling us, it's a fashion now, they were telling us before that we should listen on energy, who is listening the dependency of China of 90+% on green energy as you're moving to this green energy discussion? And what are the lessons? Again, not to get specific, but if I was to ask you, what is the definition of moving from dependencies to balanced partnership in the renewable energy world? Lessons learned, again, thanks to Estonia in the fossil fuel energy world. What does that look like so we don't have to repeat this again? You can start, Michael, and I'll come to Rina, and I'll come to Conrad.
Well, it's a very good question. Let me add, first of all, we need, as Europe, need to establish what we call circular economy in a way. So, it doesn't make sense to having raw earth or metals, importing it to European Union, and then, in the end of a life cycle, put it somewhere, maybe, just as waste. It's not. We have to reuse it, and that's, it's a chance also for European economy as well. But that's only one part. The second part is we should learn, and especially regarding what you said to China, we should learn as Europe, we should never be as dependent from one country as we were from Russia. And that's also true towards China and to renewable energy. And the story we had in Germany, we had a decade ago, we had a very strong solar industry there. And there was no level playing field in the competition with China. And at that time, no one really took care, and this industry is largely gone. What we're now seeing in Germany and in the whole of Europe, that there is a way back to re-establish this industry, and we will see large investments there, and we should support it. I mean, it was quite impressive if you look at the battery industry in Europe. We saw a comeback of the battery industry in Europe, especially for manufacturing. I mean, as a German, I can talk about cars, we need them and all that, so we saw it. And what we also see in that battery industry, we rebuilt it. Like in the design, we already talked about all these questions of recycling, reuse material after the second life cycle. So what I mean with circular economy is it's not something just written on the wall, it's just something we are working on. And so I think it's a good example what Europe can do and what Europe should do.
And I remember it very well when I was dealing with energy issues a decade ago, both LNG issues, but on solar panels. The best solar panels we could get was from your country. They were just, quality was more expensive and the Chinese one were cheaper. So when you went into especially developing countries, there was a preference for the Chinese version of it. And it comes back to the issue again mentioned by the two leaders earlier today. What's the price for trust? And are you willing to pay for it? It's a good theme to sort of come back to it. Rina, over to you.
I think Mike mentioned the most important things. One, circular economy, reusing the metals, rare earths, then local production. And then if we can't satisfy the supply by ourselves, then balanced partnership. Yeah, it's I don't know the definition. I don't think it's even there yet. It's a work in progress. You have to find the solutions, and that there are probably flexible ones. But I would actually broaden the discussion on trust, because in addition to trusted connectivity, in the short term, even surviving the winter, trust towards energy markets, that there are populist voices saying that, the markets, they don't work. And the protectionist voices that let's cut the connections and everyone will look after themselves. But actually, we will all lose. We will all hurt our security of supply. But how to build the trust in the society to have the markets functioning and the connections working that actually serve us well, even in the longer term. So,
Konrad?
I think the solar and the battery examples were perfect. Europe missed the boat on solar. We allowed the production, the processing, and the raw materials all to move to China. They established economies of scale, and they flooded the market with cheap industrial PV. I personally doubt whether we will get that back. I think, yes, it comes down to a question of trust versus cost, but the cost advantage of the technology that we're currently using is already very big. I think what we as Europe, as we have with batteries, is think about where are the next industries that we should not allow to leave. Solar is easy. You chop up gravel, you put aluminium, silver around it, and that's it. There's not a huge amount of value add. If you think about batteries, you need to get so many scarce resources. You need to process them, which is extremely electricity intensive. You need to package together the different chemicals and you send it away. And there's a lot more value add that as a result can be brought to Europe. There's a lot more value add that can lead to a higher value industry in here. And I think it's really encouraging to see that Europe is already building, I think it's 25 or 35 gigafactories across. And I think that's really welcoming to see. But I think when it comes back to this issue of trust, we can assemble in Europe, we can build and process in Europe, but we have to understand that we don't have the natural resources. If you think about batteries, 80% of cobalt comes from Democratic Republic of Congo. If we think about lithium, a lot of it is in Southern America. If you think about nickel, 20% of that comes from Russia. And we will not be able to get those resources into European grounds. And I think that's where Europe has to use its soft power, these trusted partnerships, in order to source them, because it's important that we have the right relationships. I personally do not believe that China will use solar panels or, I don't know, even heat pumps as a weapon against Europe. But we actually have to think about other things. You know, the main issue with solar production in China is forced labor. There are other matters what Europe stands for that will probably be the triggers on what we need to tell our trusted partners so we can import them. But the great thing about Europe is it's such a big market that we do actually have the power to tell them, if you don't do it this way, you will lose our market. But I think the resource part will be something that will be very hard for us to crack.
So yeah, I agree with you, but there are three, I think, important sort of modifications to this. One, on the critical minerals, China doesn't have it either, but it processes them. So the two different issues, where they are and where do you get processed, and the process is dirty, I mean, it's environmentally so. The question really is, do you want to have the processing anywhere closer? And if so, what are the environmental costs and how you do it? Yes, they are spread out, but they're also spread out among friendly countries, Australia and Canada. among others. So I think that's not the issue, is how and what the processing and the supply chain of it. You've got a task force, there's a 14-country, US, Europe, and others are in it, but probably more thinking. The second issue about this idea, which is that, you know, easy stuff, solar panels, China, let's do them. More intricate stuff and complicated and fascinating, the value added, well, that's why we are where we are at. I mean, so let's, you know, talk a lot about chips. You look at the chips, most of the designing happens in America. Most of the construction happens in Taiwan. And so the problem now is, if something happens, you need to have that boring construction stuff all on your side as well. So that's why this is a much more interesting question than just high grading, which is why we are where we are at. And so I think as we go forward in it, we've identified this as an important issue, but right now is only a rhetorical issue. Whenever I ask, I said, yeah, you know, there should be trust, there should be renewable, there should be trust. We have no critical thinking that has gone down to this to a level that's probably appropriate. And again, one of the topics of trusted connectivity as we discuss it going forward. But anyway, we won't have more, but I want to flag the complexities of the topic, and we get into it probably a later day. The other issue that was also raised earlier today in Nord Stream and others, that not only do you need to sort of get your energy, but then you got to take care of the critical energy infrastructure. So God knows who did the bubble bombs on the Nord Stream, but certainly people are pointing fingers to your neighbor. The neighbor certainly seems to be acting that way, as going to bombing very irresponsibly a nuclear plant in his own so-called territory. So as we go forward, what are the thoughts that you have given on energy security, energy transformation, on the security of the energy infrastructure? Any thoughts or proposals looking at this, Michael? You're going to be putting those floating LNG barges up on your coast, and if you're saying that the pipeline is somehow under attack, what's going to happen to the barges?
Yeah, and what happened in Texas a couple of months ago when, you know, parts of LNG producing went offline, right? So definitely, I mean, we just saw it. I mean, that's energy supplies can be attacked, and especially in a hybrid form of war, right? So it's so what's the answer to that? I think one answer is having a grid and having a system who works to being resilient to having more than one leg to stand on, right? I mean, that's so therefore we need to work in Europe together and having all these interconnections we are talking about. That's a very easy answer. The second answer probably is also having a quick transformation to renewables. They're not only cheaper, but, you know, you may attack a windmill, and that's, you know, it's bad for the windmill. And I'm sorry for that, but, you know, it's much less influential than, you know, attacking a pipeline or FSRU
or a nuclear plant. Yeah.
Or a nuclear plant, as you said. So, I mean, decentralized, in a way, being decentralized, I mean, decentralized sounds a bit, but what I mean with decentralized is everyone in Europe is doing his or her share, and we're putting it together. It helps to have a much more secure system as well. I mean, that's for sure.
Yeah, you're right in saying sort of energy resiliency will be heightened by a connected grid and a disaggregated sources generation of power, so that you can't have one or two. You limit the sort of your weakness of where people can attack, and as such, it makes perfect sense. Yes.
So, but to be honest, there will always be you know, you can never be sure, and as we see, as our society is vulnerable. I mean, that's also true, and I mean, I don't have to tell it in Estonia, but, you know, to defend an open society and freedom there, you know, you have also to take some risk, and that's also true. Yeah, I mean, there will be no 100% security, but we can minimize our risk, and we should do that together. And that's, you know, that's one of the reasons for this conference here, and why we're working together.
Yeah, I agree that decentralized production, diversified energy mix, it all helps in the longer run. But looking into the winter, there is war in Europe, and physically protecting every, aspects of our critical energy infrastructure, we have to admit that it's not possible. Even the connections or interconnections, we are not able to guarantee 100% safety for them. And this is the reality we are in. And the only way out is a quick win for Ukraine and then some kind of agreement on how do we move on from here. And I think it's very a difficult or unusual situation for us. But it's somehow as a society we need to deal with it. Right. And in addition to the physical attacks, cyber security issues, that all the electricity systems, they are run by, digital boards and so on. So you can't leave that out.
So let me turn to Conrad on that. I think, Conrad, we're in this great nation of cybersecurity, e-governance, X-ray and all the X-roads and all the rest of stuff. One of the great, as Lena mentioned, on critical infrastructure, you saw the case in America by the Continental Pipeline was a hack and issues happened. There's always these issues of how Russia might have attacked, cyber attacks in Estonia, and then on grid attacks in Ukraine and Georgia before, where lights went out. So as we get into the grid richness within the country for the resiliency and others, are there business opportunities there to strengthen the cyber resiliency of these grids and other system, and you know about it, and growing area of business that can talk about trusted connectivity and energy in that way?
In our company, we've had a thought experiment that if we were the smart chargers and controlling the charging of all of Paris's electric cars, for example, and if we get hacked, and instead of the cars not supposed to be charging and charging, or the vice versa around, then that, of course, could be a significant challenge. We take information security extremely seriously as a result. Even if we don't control all the cars in Paris yet, we pretend that we do in order to ensure that we, from day one, are building a very secure system. But I think with these different actors coming in, we're now moving from a system where there's and I'm all supportive of decentralized security, but we're moving from a system where many large companies control a lot of the energy assets to a system where individuals are controlling potentially very important small nodes. And then as a result of that, we get the risk of cybersecurity attacks. And I think it's also very important to think about who owns those assets. Tesla in the US is owning the assets. There will be about 20 million of them in Europe, and I don't know, perhaps they can even drive away, right? So there will be plenty of opportunity there. And I think the key question is who will be setting the standards of security and who will be controlling that security, that those measures get implemented in the way that they do. And I don't think we've even started touching on that yet in the distributed energy industry. We're still worried about inverters setting houses on fire with some inverter brands. We're not talking about digital security of somebody hacking into a Huawei inverter and a result of that. So I think the demand for cybersecurity services is huge. The supply potential, I think, is there. There's plenty of companies who can do that, but that market doesn't even exist right now. Right. And I think as we are moving towards more distributed energy systems, we will probably have to go through some iffy moments when some of these things happen, that some boilers or some inverters, etc., might get hacked in group, who knows, or companies that control them. And as a result of that, we need to go on and regulate them, probably. Right. And I think it's kind of the same conversation that we've had all of today with AI. that we can't start saying that we need to have a regulation that every household needs to have a 24-character encrypted key saved on a physical device in order to start selling their solar energy to the system. That would kill the market. But we need to build and learn. And I think what we're seeing today and what Mrs. von der Leyen was speaking about this morning is an indication that we are entering a war of cyber risks onto the energy infrastructure as well, and there will be companies solving this.
Now, I think there's several times mentioned today that trust is costs more, but it's worth paying the price. It's worth is. And the question then is, if that is true, which I certainly believe it is true, then it opens up a tremendous business opportunities to provide that service for which people will be willing to pay, governments will be willing to pay. And you're right, that people haven't yet defined both the market for it and linking the demand and supply, which is growing. But I think is an important element of this Trusted Connectivity Summit. I'm jumping around, and they're tough questions, an idea just to get a sense when people talk about energy and trusted connectivity, just the canvas of issues related to it. We're not going to resolve it. We're jumping one to the other. So recently, as we heard, and energy is in the news all the time, and it matters because it affects every European, as opposed to a value that happens in Ukraine. So yeah, we can talk about war, but energy matters because whether you have power or not in the country. And so when Chancellor Schulz comes up and says, I'll back up German sort of energy users, there's some consternation in Europe. That is one, but it's not collectively. And he rightly mentioned, I am doing the same things other countries have done. I'm just bigger. You point fingers, that is fine. But then Europe as a whole is consumed with this conversation of Europe itself. Same thing that holds for Germany happens for Europe and is demonstrated in our conversation. This is a global summit. We've got colleagues here from Rwanda, Tanzania, and other people. So of this energy tussle that we are going through, the people who will suffer the most in some ways are the countries that won't be able to pay for the price of energy that is there. I mean, Europe can pay for it. The question is how much of a transfer of payments is involved within Europe or within the country and the government. So I think another issue to talk about it, as we talked about Global Gateway, is that after Europe gets its own house in orders, or perhaps concurrently with it, what is it going to do to engage with trusted connectivity and Global Gateway with developing and emerging countries, the global south, so to speak, and engage them in trusted energy relationships as we go forward? Michael, since you're so loquacious and since you're so...
Well, first of all, you're right. I mean, we should, let me say that first, we should work in Europe together to find European solutions, also European solutions to get the prices down. But you raised a very, very important point, is saying, Europe as a whole probably can afford to buy LNG. But then who cannot afford it? Bangladesh, these examples are right. So now I would say for Europe, saving energy is one important question to that, being fast in green hydrogen. But as I said, we need to work in Europe strongly together. I think in a geopolitical question, Europe should work much stronger than before, also on the whole question about the Mediterranean Sea. We need to talk about North Africa, we need to talk about the Middle East, and we need to have a dialogue there also about transition, about energy security. Why I mentioned now North Africa or the Middle East, because it's geographically much more closer to Europe, and Europe has a very, that's a demanding challenge for Europe, but Europe has to accept that and should not only look to the north and to the east, but also to the south in that case. And we need to deal with the whole Mediterranean area, I would say, to work on these energy questions there. And I would also say there are huge chances. When I was with the Chancellor, we went to South Africa, went to Senegal, to Niger. I was heading the delegation, the economic delegation on this trip. And the interesting for me was I found so surprising and so encouraging that everyone wanted to talk with us about, green hydrogen and, establishing new businesses there and using it and, and about renewables. So it's a story much bigger than in Europe. But for Europe, it's very important to work it out with the whole Mediterranean, North African, Middle East area. I'm convinced about that, and they're probably, we now have 2 tough years about these energy questions, but we need to think, and for that reason, it's good that Rwanda was here as well. That we about all these problems and all the challenges we have within the European Union, we are not forgetting our role in the world and work together on these questions as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. To add, yes, I think Europe should acknowledge its role and also the possibility to set standards, to research, whether it's green hydrogen or we have the research money, we have the brains and the solutions. They can be used all over the world. And as the price of solar panels was mentioned, it has gone down a lot after Europe have put up massive solar power plants. So this is something that the other countries can also benefit. But we are talking about geopolitics and the role of Europe and the energy security for Europe. And this is the main responsibility. Yes, we can have trusted partnership with other countries, democratic countries, and this is all part of the, I don't know, new world or something. But we can't take the responsibility for the energy security for globally. It's
no, it's not a question of having the ownership for energy security. It is a question of at least being aware that in this given instance, I mean, I completely agree with you, but I think it's also be quite aware of how the world sees the Ukraine issue. So certainly America and Europe sees the Ukraine, the barbaric, the illegal invasion, all that sort of stuff, war crimes, again, crimes of humanity. Africa, Asia sees it differently. So I think you got to be acknowledged of this, and they see that they're paying the cost of it in a way that they cannot afford it, and other countries, richer countries, can. So when the rich countries come around and say, I'm doing global gateway and trusted connectivity, you got to at least be aware of it and then say, here's how we can work with you. So example, I think earlier, Conrad, I jumped to you. You mentioned that we have moved on to this, and then we may not be able to get it back here, the solar panel, others. Again, this is the place where you think again about trusted connectivity and partnerships. So in solar, certainly a country like India would want to be a big solar power. It sort of has something called Solar Alliance that Europe's been part of it, and even I think US now is, and it works closely with Africa. President van der Leyen mentioned today earlier again about the TTC, that it has these Trade and Technology Council bilateral platform for coordination with US and Europe, and also she launched that earlier this year with India. So I think that's an example of how you could talk about panels and how you're going to use it, and India's similar position is here about the need for trusted relationship. So within that, I think, I know it may be a little bit afar, but it'd be good to get your thoughts on how you can partner with countries where not only can you match up these things that you think you have lost in Europe, but also engage with those countries then together in the so-called global south to address very real needs. That is what they're interested in.
When I heard about the global partnerships this morning, there was 2 analogies that came to my mind straight away. One was the Chinese Belt and Road, and it felt like what we're discussing is a high-tech version of that. But in the case of China, it has meant basically overtaking a lot of the economies there. And I think it's potentially a very bad outcome. The other initiative that came to my mind was the COVID vaccination distribution that Europe has done, which of course didn't probably achieve the scale that it should have, but at least Europe was one of the groups who helped with the vaccinations. And I think with this program, we need to be more about thinking, what does the global south really need, perhaps, rather than what we need, and therefore deliver to them, because we will be competing with somebody like China with their Belt and Road Initiative. Now, when it comes to Europe's economic plan of the green transition, basically the bet is that we will turn off a lot of old capital, and we will make up for it by building new capital and sending jobs to that building of the new capital. And I think that makes a lot of sense. But the step after that is, how do we go and export a lot of the technology that we build, a lot of the services that we develop, and probably in partnerships actually launch that in some of these countries as well. And I think that is the attitude that we need to take, and thinking about how we can collectively actually go and solve critical problems in these countries.
I think one last bit, I think we're kind of running short on time, but the other element of energy which has a disproportionate or an appropriately proportionate impact on geopolitical affairs. Has it the role of Middle East, I think role of Russia. In fact, the relevance of Russia was related to energy to some degree. And as we get into this energy transition, not only a fuel transition, but also a geopolitical transition of sort of energy. But if you read Economist or other stuff, you'll see the great value of Middle East, which will probably get a $3 to $4 trillion collective revenue out of what's going on now. It'll affect geopolitical relationships, which are going to be energy related too. So one will be on the renewables, how do you get out of the dominant position of China and disaggregate it? Otherwise, you run into that situation. And then also a great arbitrage that's going to happen in the Middle East on a lot of fuel in this issue. Particularly, we'll run into this oil product stuff. It's easy to look at the source of oil when you're banning Russian oil, but what the products come out of it, part of Chinese or Indian or Middle Eastern refineries, it'd be an interesting element. Again, I don't want to say we had an easy answer, but any thoughts on that, Michael, or thinking about it, how that affects relationship? What does that mean for trusted connectivity as we run into an energy world which is changing focus and gravity very quickly?
Well, the first thing I would like to say is sometimes we have, or sometimes in debates, it's mentioned, renewables need independency from the Middle East or from whatever. I don't think it's true. I mean, to be honest, an economy like Germany, of course, renewables are very important, don't get me wrong, but it's not the answer for everything. I mean, the Middle East will stay important for various reasons and will affect Europe for various reasons, for business, for migration issues, for all these security questions as well. So it will stay there, and we need to work with it. So that's for sure. I mean, it will be not enough to get rid of oil in cars. I mean, we should go there as fast as possible, but it won't solve every geopolitical question. I think you have to say that because sometimes debates stop there, and it would be wrong. So one part of the answer I tried to give earlier, and that we need to establish also, if you talk about trust, if you talk about transformation, having more winners, you deciding or having a transformation also together with these areas and establishing new businesses, being it renewable energies, being H2, all these. I think that's very important for Europe as a global actor to work on these questions as well. Right. And I think that's one of the main challenges for the next 2 decades, and that won't be solved easily.
I appreciate you saying it. I think we're running short, so let me turn it to you, Rina, and then over to Conrad in the concluding thoughts. But again, the point being that these are important, relevant issues which Europe because of its economic heft, has a role to play, both as a consumer and as a supplier, and the so-called values and human-centric and all the rest of it. So any thoughts on that as we go forward, or anything else in conclusion of talking about energy?
Yes, I totally agree that in addition to economic heft, that there are the values that human-centric approach, even in AI and everything. And you mentioned that Ukraine, that most of the world, they don't see the conflict as important. But I think we should acknowledge that it actually is. In many cases, there are no black and white solutions, but this is one aspect that even countries that are not geographically or culturally close to Ukraine, and this 1,000 kilometers of front there, well, it happens, they might. But when Ukraine loses, democracy loses. And if you have Europe that is worried about its security, investing into defense instead of hydrogen research, it affects everyone. It affects the countries that doesn't see the Ukrainian war as something that they should be worried about or involved in. The effects are global. It involves the security architecture, and democratic and peaceful world is something we all need to work for.
Maybe just a final thing to add. If I think about it, then I think there's one fantastic global platform where countries get together and talk about their problems, and richer countries offer solutions, and those are global climate talks. And I think that is one topic that brings us all together. That is one topic where groups like Europe and the US are making endless promises and starting to deliver on that, and other countries facing a lot of costs from adaptation and mitigation. And I'd say that perhaps the conversation that we are having here about trusted partnerships and connectivity is something that can be part of those climate negotiations as well, where we transfer that knowledge to other countries to give it a nice umbrella rather than having separate conversations.
No, thanks a lot. I think just a flavor for what Tallinn Digital Summit and Trusted Connectivity stands for, it provides a value added, at least just on energy side. So you just look at in near present time of what trusted connectivity means in diversification from Russian to trusted balanced partnership for fossil fuels, at least for this year and next year. And the tension of how you're going to do it going forward, knowing the relevance of Middle East. I mean, you can just see European leaders going there every week just for the importance of this issue. The second is, as we get into the renewables, it'll be even more important. We really have not even scratched the surface other than give rhetorical sort of points to it. And again, this provides a tremendous, where I thought Conrad was going, is saying there's a great platform where leaders can come and talk about it, would be the Tallinn Summit, so you can do it. The climate change.
That's definitely what he meant.
Then they can do so. And not only that, but to how to engage the global South in these discussions. So yes, values matter, but you know, some days you have to listen to the audience, and the broader audience saying, I get the values, you know, where's the bread on the table and the lights in my house? And there's got to be an answer to that in trusted connectivity and global gateway as we go forward on energy side. Great panel, thanks a lot. Thanks for the audience. On to the next session. So a round of applause for you guys. Now we can have a richer panel next year on this topic. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. If I may, to highlight what Mr. Kellner said, we should never be as reliable on one country as we have been with energy on Russia. And this also applies to technology and China. Now, from the world of energy to the world of investing in energy, in connectivity, in trust, in innovation. For a forward-looking perspective from an entrepreneur, we turn to a friend from the US, but with Estonian roots. Now we will have a virtual address by Steven Jurvetson, followed by a panel. Thank you.
Well, hello from Silicon Valley. Thank you for having me here today at the Tallinn Digital Summit. I am just delighted to be able to share some of our enthusiasm for technology, progress, how both are enabled by freedom and democracy as the embodiment politically of freedom. And most of all, to say this has probably never been a better time to forge a new future, that new companies, new countries, and new efforts will have the ability to forge a better future for humanity than ever before. As one sort of visual and iconic example of that, the photo I have on the screen is a photo. It's a real photograph from space. It's not like an animation or a digital artwork. It's kind of breathtaking what's going on in the aerospace sector. If you're watching autonomous cars from Tesla, that's breathtaking as well. And these are the kinds of companies that we invest at Future Ventures, companies that will try to forge a better future for humanity on this planet, on other planets, and push the arc of history forward and bend it, hopefully, to a better place of progress. So what I want to share today is our framework for meaningful innovation. By meaningful innovation, I want to make sure I define this. The kind of innovation that future history books would be written about. The kind of innovation that makes a difference. This is in direct contrast to sustained innovation. The kind of small incremental changes that occur all over the place, throughout business, throughout politics, that help the world, but aren't sea changes. I want to focus on the sea changes, the kinds of things that matter, because without that, we don't have meaningful progress. We have basically business as usual, the big getting bigger, the rich getting richer, industries destroying the climate if they are, continue to do so, and meaningful change doesn't happen but for this process I'm about to describe. And that is, you have to have some form of disruption. You don't have meaningful change without disruption. Disruption can come from a new channel of distribution, like the internet or mobility. It could come from a deregulation or privatization of an industry. But most often it comes from something like technology. And we'll come back to that in a moment. The point I want to make is that without disruption, new entrants don't have a chance, right? If it's business as usual, larger companies, larger entities, larger countries have more money, more brand awareness, customer relationships, everything going for them. A new business or a new entrant in any sense has no chance if there's stability. It is only in the interstices of disruption that you get creative destruction and renewal within economies, within businesses, and within politics, I might argue as well. Now, something that goes hand in hand with that is that it is always led by new entrants. I want to underscore always. I do mean that literally, that never in the history of the world has a business disrupted its core. Meaning, take any business that's large enough to have a business core, they don't disrupt that. They disrupt, if anything, something adjacent in a new market, like Apple going into mobile phones and music when it was a personal computer company prior, right? Apple has done nothing innovative in personal computers for over a decade. Not a single feature or advancement of personal computing that anyone could name. Same for Hewlett-Packard. They innovated when they went into printers. But of course, the example we know best of all in Silicon Valley as a venture capitalist is new entrants as in startups. Tesla, the leader in the automotive sector. SpaceX, the leader in aerospace. None of the companies that they compete with was doing anything meaningful in electric vehicles or reusable spacecraft prior to those new entrants coming on the scene. And now, of course, everyone scrambles to catch up. So let me reemphasize the point. There are no counterexamples. I want to come back to technology business, which is my focus area. I mentioned there were a bunch of areas where disruption could occur, like financial collapse, weather, you name it, right? One of the ones that we bet on year after year, something that you can actually count on 5 years from now, 50 years from now, I might argue even 500 years from now, but that would be stretching it a bit. That is the relentless march of technology progress. The thing that we know in our hearts, but can't quite describe accurately, what is it about technology that seems so different than other business dynamics, other drivers of human progress? And as a way to visualize that, I like to show this version of Moore's Law. I call it the 122-year version of Moore's Law. And the reason that's somewhat cheeky is, according to Moore, of course, was not alive. Throughout the vast majority of this time, no one was plotting a curve. It was only recently in the era of Intel that we even gave it a name and started to gather data points. But if you recast what Moore's Law really means, what do customers buy? They buy computation or storage. So what I've plotted here on a logarithmic scale is how much computation does a dollar buy? So what's the price performance of computing over 122 years? You could plot the same thing for storage, you'd see the same results. What's astounding is a straight line is an exponential, right? Every tick mark here is 100x, 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 100x. Over 122 years, a 10 billion x improvement in humanity's capacity to compute. It's exogenous to World War I, World War II, the Great Depression. It's across many technology substrates and many different companies. Mechanical relays, stacking tubes, transistors, integrated circuits. No one knew they were on the curve, yet they've been doing this. It's really profound, and I think the most important thing ever graphed. Certainly the most important thing ever graphed related to business, and technology business in particular. So that's why I show it. I show it in every slide, every presentation I give. And the reason is a fewfold. It's the driver of belief in progress continuing. Why would it suddenly stop? Now, some examples that might be relevant to the conference at hand. Energy security. Well, this is an example of Commonwealth Fusion's fusion plants, which this one is being built as we speak in Boston area, Massachusetts. It is not regulated by the Nuclear Energy Commission. I'll say that again. It is not regulated like nuclear energy. It is fusion energy. It is more akin to a particle accelerator or medical waste at a hospital. Sure, you want to have controls over what you do with it, but it's not like what scares people in Europe so much with nuclear energy. That's coming. Within the next 5 years, this plant will be up and running. In the next 2 to 3 years, we'll be doing a net 10x energy generation that will enable infrastructure builds around the world to come into place to do baseload energy where you currently have a coal plant today. So take a coal plant, you can literally pull the coal plant out and put this in place because it generates heat that generates a steam turbine just like a coal plant would do, but without any, of course, greenhouse gases of any kind. And frankly, it's just clean baseload energy. This is what the world needs. Now, until something like that is working, it's not working today. Nuclear fission is the next best thing. Estonia should be building nuclear plants. We should not be burning peat. It's the most noxious of the fossil fuels. It is just mind-boggling to me that Germany turned out its nuclear power plants. Get over it. The World Health Organization has shown in their studies of Chernobyl that more people have died from fear of radiation than from radiation itself. This is absolutely true in Japan and Fukushima. It is absolutely true throughout Europe. Realize any of you in the room who are anti-nuclear, you are indirectly, in your dialogue on humanity, killing more people than nuclear energy ever has killed, or will kill by all forecasts of radiation leaks today. Now, sure, there's some embedded risks, but the reactors are getting safer and safer and safer. It is, as many environmentalists like Stuart Brand have realized, the solution, not the horror that we thought it was. Coal and natural gas and petrochemicals and the whole petrochemical economy is the, now we know, the noxious thing that will kill the world. It's not nuclear. I can go on and on about that, but if I can say anything in Europe, it's like, get over nuclear, get over GMOs, they are essential to the future. Let me move to global connectivity. This is maybe the biggest, of course, advance for the betterment of humanity in the context of today's conference of any technology, I think, in the last 5 years. And that is ubiquitous access, a new channel to reach end users around the planet that doesn't depend on anything on the ground, right? So as you can see in the battle in Ukraine and the defense of democracy that's occurring there, it's been essential to maintaining battlefield communications for command and control, for coordination, for a number of benefits. I won't overstate them, but it's actually hard to overstate how important it is. That's new. By the way, when cellular backhaul gets knocked out, fibers are destructive, you can hook a Starlink up to a cellular network, as they've done, and light up an entire town again. So everyone has cell service off of this. As you also may have seen recently announced just last month, the next generation of this coming out next year, 2023, will allow direct to handset email, texting, and communications without any cellular infrastructure whatsoever on the ground. And oh, by the way, to existing phones, no software, no hardware needed, which means freedom fighters around the world will have access to an uninterruptible base station in the sky. Think what that means for the ability to have transparency and information. This is what authoritarian regimes depend on, suppressing visibility to do what they do. This will undermine authoritarianism, I believe, on a global scale. So I couldn't be more excited about it. And we're proud of what the Starlink division has accomplished already in the defense of democracy in Ukraine. And I hope to see more of that in the future. Well, I hope to see no more assaults on democracy, frankly, but that's a different topic. My most important slide, which I want to end with. Freedom is the same thing as technology. Well, let me just put it this way. It enables technology. Without freedom, you don't have technology, and technology is the same thing as progress. So let me come backwards, is that you have no progress without some sort of technology, some human invention, an improvement in culture, an improvement in a technology artifact, an invention of some sort, a new idea. That is what progress is, especially meaningful progress. within a democracy, within a framework of freedom, you can run experiments more often. New entrants have a chance. Everything I said prior about disruption and new entrants, in the political domain, really you want to foster that. You don't want to hold that back. So what does that mean? Well, it means you want free flow of ideas and experimentation, right? Well, what enables that? Things like protecting privacy. You don't want minority opinions shut down when they're a minority offbeat crazy idea. You want to be able to have those open discussions like, is there a better way? Could we govern ourselves better? Could we have a better form of technologies that we live our life by? You ideally have fluidity of labor law. So this is a secret advantage of Silicon Valley over most of America, is that in California, labor law is not enforceable, meaning if you leave a big company to start a startup, they can't sue you. And even if you sign a contract saying, I refuse to compete with you, that's unenforceable in California. It's not true throughout the rest of America. It's one of the reasons you have so much more entrepreneurship in California. And this is why America has this juggernaut of innovation, is that we let new entrants have an easier chance of it than others. Contrast this, let's say, to France. Not recently, things have gotten better, but go back 10 years, 20 years, it was really hard to upsize and downsize companies, to basically have free flow of new company formation without hindrance. And in a lot of domains throughout Europe, a much more difficult regulatory environment for new company formation, and bankruptcy law if you fail. Germany, famously, is the worst example. This is that you put undue risk on the individual when they have a corporation that fails, and you really want to minimize that if you want to have innovation and if you want to have progress. But most importantly, and I'll end with this, authoritarian regimes. Oh my God, couldn't be worse. Imagine now at all levels, business level, political level, just ideas in general. If the way in which you maintain power is the suppression of threats to that power, you suppress new businesses, you suppress new ideologies, you suppress new politics, you try to just hold stasis, and you stagnate. You may copy, as Russia has done famously, technologies over many, many years in the semiconductor industry, but you won't lose to Moore's Law. You will not keep up with the latest and greatest because your people aren't inventing anything. As I read recently in an article, it was well stated by someone else, Russia doesn't produce anything the world wants except military weapons. And frankly, after their performance in Ukraine, I would hope it's obvious no one wants those either. They literally produce nothing. They just do an extraction economy, diamonds, oil, what have you. Despite that somber end note, I am incredibly excited about the range of technology change that is a wider domain of businesses are actually being disrupted for the better, meaning they're becoming software-centric, they're becoming simulation-centric, they're moving to that rapid pace of excitement that you see in the automotive sector today and in the aerospace sector today that you didn't 10 years ago. I mean, it is like night and day. The pace of progress and what Tesla and SpaceX are doing there will occur in every sector of the economy over the next 20 to 50 years. And that's a great time for new entrants. It's a great time for new countries, new democracies, new businesses, and individuals at all fractal levels. This is a great time for the new. And hopefully that can hold out and relinquish control from those that are trying to hold on to power in the old model of authoritarianism. So it's a sort of a viva democracy, uber alles, so mixing my languages here, of course, but it's an exciting time. And I hope you'll join us in supporting those companies and countries that are forging the future for the better and pushing humanity forward in a meaningful way. Thank you.
I love this new setup, so I can always try to find a new way to be seen on the stage. So to realize the vision that Mr. Jurvetson painted for us, we are led back to the idea of trusted connections and partnerships. As was seen on the slides, sometimes trust that is forged by a tweet can also be taken away by a tweet. But with trusted partnerships that still exist, none is as important as the cooperation of investors and financial institutions, of private and public investments joining forces. Please join me in welcoming to panel with two of our colleagues joining us virtually, Mr. Tomasz Viala and Marco Francini, and joining us on stage, Howie Lau, Andres Sutt, and Mark Bowman. Please welcome. This discussion is moderated by Andrea Gusvek. Thank you.
See the two digital gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for staying with us, those of you in the room. And those connected remotely, thank you for tuning in. We heard this morning a lot about high-tech, digitalization, artificial intelligence, and now in the afternoon we zoomed out a little bit to energy situation that we have in Europe, but also globally. In my mind, there is no partnership without trusted connectivity. I also think that it's very difficult to talk about the future of Europe, or the free world for that matter, without talking about what's happening in Ukraine these days. And I equally think that it's very difficult to talk about big projects materializing without financing being found for those projects. We have a distinguished panel here, and we are testing out our own technical capabilities, I understand. So we have 3 people, speakers here in the audience, and we have 2 connected remotely, respectively from Ukraine, Tomas Fiala, the CEO and the founder of Dragon Capital, and also for a maximum 10 years serving as the chairman of the European Business Association in Ukraine. We have Marco Francini from the EIB, European Investment Bank, connecting to us from Vilnius, I understand. He really wanted to be here in person today, but apparently the physical connectivity doesn't quite work as well. So we are settling for the digital option here. With me on the furthest left from your end, Mark Baumann, Vice President, Policy and Partnerships of the EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Mark comes to us from the brand new office in London of EBRD. We have Andres Sutt, member of the parliament, until very recently a minister of entrepreneurship and IT. He's also currently a council member of the Central Bank of Estonia, and formerly the vice president of the same Central Bank of Estonia. Has also been involved in ESM, or the European Stability Mechanism, one of the IFIs taking care of the financial stability in Europe. And then finally, Howie Lau comes to us from Singapore, NSC, which is a group, the leader of the digital services in Southeast Asia, and has also a telecom business in the group. We have a difficult task ahead of us. We have about 55 minutes, and we need to accommodate a lot of topics here. I would like to cover a few things, such as what are the financing sources to talk about. Secondly, what has changed now this year, and how do we prioritize and reshuffle the short-term needs with the long-term goals? And then finally, what sort of standards and regulation do we need for infrastructure, all the way from energy to transport, telecoms, digital, and so on. And then blend to all of that, I think also how can the public and the private sector work together? Because the demand is huge, and I think the public and the private sector together is the only option to do it. With this, I would like to maybe ask Mark to first give a glimpse of how does the EBRD see the sources of financing, working across the 38 economies, and of course having nearly twice as many shareholders in the bank. Mark.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Andre, and real pleasure to be here on this panel. So to give you a quick answer to your question, clearly the financing needs are enormous, whether you're looking at what's necessary to meet the SDGs, to meet the climate transition, infrastructure needs, whether it be digital or physical. And I think this is very, very well accepted, but clearly the burden is more than the burden that the public sector can bear in terms of pressure on public finances, in terms of debt positions. So there's an incredibly important role for the private sector, mobilizing private sector money. On the other side of the equation, there's lots of discussion about the kind of availability of capital and the large pools of capital that are available for investment. And in a sense, the challenge is connecting that pool of capital to the projects, to the investments. I think the main point I want to make is not just about the EBRD, but about the IFIs in general, and our potential very important catalytic role that we can play in terms of mobilizing investment. Now, the EBRD, Andre, you know the EBRD extremely well from your past experience, but we have a mandate, a transition mandate to support countries' transition to sustainable private sector, market-based economies. We focus mainly on the private sector, and we have what we think is a unique combination of combining investments with policy dialogue, with technical assistance. And to give you a flavour of this, where I think we are at our best is where we work with a country in one of our countries of operation. For example, we work helping them with their regulatory framework. We then help with project preparation. We invest in a project. We either invest in the project, bringing some private sector investments alongside us, or we create the conditions that the private sector is subsequently able to invest, either through a kind of demonstration effect or creating the market conditions. And that's in essence what we are about as an organization, helping countries become sustainable, helping them to invest private capital. I think the final point, and I know we're short of time, so I'll be very quick. I think the final point on this is that it's very different. It depends on the country-specific circumstances. There will be different barriers to investment in different countries, where either lack of skills for project preparation, or not the right regulatory framework, or political risks, or economic risks. And it's important to understand that. And there again is a very important role for the IFIs, the MDBs, in terms of understanding what the constraints are in a particular country, and trying to see what can be done to unblock them. Sometimes I feel that this debate gets a little bit too simplistic, in the sense that people say, well, if only the IFIs, the MDBs could take more risk, then suddenly this wall of money would flow. Actually, the world is more complicated than that, but we do have an incredibly important role to play.
Thank you. So to put it simply, you need different sources of financing, you need different forms of financing. You need the equity in the project, and then debt financing, you have variety of sources, be it working with commercial banks or the house banks for the corporates, working with capital markets or the bond market for that matter, and finally the IFIs. And I think that the link that you mentioned, Mark, is very important, that the IFIs really try to create the long-term structure so that it wouldn't be a one-off, yes, we can take more risk, we go in, nobody else follows, and that's it. But it's rather to create an environment that would then enable attracting private sector financing. I would like to bring in now Thomas. You have been in Ukraine for a very long time. Ukraine is the center of attention at this point, certainly in this part of the world. And you have been working both with attracting investors, but also making investments in the country. Can you maybe give us a few words of what has changed? How do you see the investment appetite? Is it the wrong time to talk about these things to be able to bring in foreign investors, yet the needs are now for this coming winter? Over to you, Thomas.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Andre. Thank you for inviting me. Indeed, the goals these days in Ukraine are not about building new infrastructure, but first of all, preserving the infrastructure that we have. Ukraine has now kind of three top priorities. One of them is military. It's the first one. Second is fiscal sustainability and fiscal support from abroad. And the third one is maintaining throughout the war the infrastructure that we have, that has so far served us surprisingly well. I guess nobody would have expected when the war started that over the last 7 months everything will be functioning well, whether it's telecoms, electricity, gas, and etc. We have supplies of food and so on, heat, canalization, and so on. So far better than expected. Obviously, there are regions, especially in the east or in the occupied territories, where the situation is substantially worse. But for instance, Kiev, where I have been the last 7 months, which was deserted by 75% of its population when the war started, is now back to about 80-85% of the pre-war population, and this infrastructure is able to cope with that. But as we have seen today, Russia is targeting this infrastructure. Today they targeted in particular telecoms and energy, electricity. And today's evening will be probably the hardest we have ever had here during the peak hours. Russia has today sent us about 84 missiles and 24 kamikaze drones, and they have unfortunately hit more than 10 objects of electricity and telecom infrastructure, and some cities we already have lack of electricity during the day. I have been today whole day in the office, so fortunately we have had electricity here, mainly supplied by the city or through a generator in the morning. But here in Ukraine right now, until the war is over, it's about preserving the infrastructure we have and repairing the damages, especially the substations, the electric substations that Russia has been targeting already since the beginning of September, when they started losing on the eastern front. What the war, and perhaps a last thing to give space to other speakers, what has also happened due to the war, Ukraine used its seaports for almost 70% of its exports and imports, and they have been blocked by Russia. There is now an exemption for the last 2 months for grain exports, but we have lost this way of trading with the rest of the world. So the only way to trade is now by rail and trucks with Europe, and we face a lot of bottlenecks, unfortunately, there. Not from the Ukrainian side, surprisingly. Ukraine has been able to mobilize itself extremely quickly under pressure. It doesn't have time for some bureaucratic procedures or for summer holidays. But we face a lot of bottlenecks on the European side, both accepting on the incoming rail as well as truck traffic. We have truck lines of up to a week, which are hindering Ukraine's exports into Europe, in particular on the Polish border, but also on the Romanian border. So there we need a much quicker and with bureaucratic support from these EU countries to accept this load. The same is the case for rail. We have now 40,000 rail cars stuck on the border because Europe doesn't have enough locomotives and rail cars to accept this traffic. So these are some of the bottlenecks that we are facing.
Thank you for the update from the front line. Ukraine's problems, of course, are of very different magnitude. So whenever we think it's hard, we need to think how hard it is in Ukraine. And even today, during the ministerial lunch, we heard again the deputy minister from Ukraine thanking all our countries to do for what we are doing for Ukraine, but we should also not forget to thank Ukraine for what they are doing, standing up for the democracy and against the evil on the front line. I would like to continue with Marko, who is the regional head of European Investment Bank for the Baltic countries. Closer to home, Marko, how do you see the demand for financing, both for EIB, but also how much demand has increased, and is there enough supply that you can co-finance with to satisfy that demand?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for this invitation. So what I can say is that investing in infrastructure is one of the key priorities, together with the environment, innovation, SMEs. Investing in infrastructure and connectivities are very often what we do, partly because of EU desire to strengthen partnership within and outside EU, and connectivity in digital energy and transport are and will continue to be a significantly important for the bank. In terms of project demand, I believe there are big challenges ahead of us, also considering our targets in terms of climate action and climate neutrality for the country. So there is huge demand for investment in the energy sector. And of course, we can start by talking about energy efficiency, but also transmission, digital network, and of course, cleaner transport. I believe that one thing that is very important, it was mentioned also by EBRD, is how to combine financial support and also involvement of the private sector. And this can be done only through a good coordination between international financial institutions, European Commission, local government, and many times providing technical advisory, especially in less developed regions, is decisive for the implementation of such projects.
Thank you. This is not too different from what I heard from my EBRD colleagues here in the Baltics, that the demand has increased and the record numbers are being shown in terms of IFI financing, which again shows that the IFIs need to be there when need is urgent and as a response to the perfect storm we are seeing at the moment. Let me jump over to Southeast Asia and bring in Howie. You are the leader of digital services in Southeast Asia. How do you prioritize your projects? What are the key criteria other than the financial return, and how do you attract financing for these projects?
Well, maybe before I answer that, it's probably useful to just understand the background a little bit. The NCS 40 years ago was born as the National Computer Board of Singapore. So it was born originally as a government agency, chartered with growing digital talent, the computerization of civil service, and growing the computer services industry in Singapore. Back in '81, it was called the computer services industry. Fast forward today, when we look at investments over a time horizon, I think you can look at it as 4 intersecting circles. One circle, obviously, is we try and understand very deeply what the customer needs are, because we work closely with a lot of governments. So understanding what the government needs are is one big bubble. Understanding what the banks are looking for is one big bubble. The second bubble that we have to look at is the technology bubble. We talk quite a fair bit today about AI, but I think many of us who are in the tech sector knows that there's a lot of other new tech that's evolving on a regular basis. The good and bad thing about tech is that the slowest we'll ever be is yesterday. So things change super quickly. So we look at new tech like, for example, digital humans, cybersecurity mesh, the future of decentralization, trying to figure out what are the bets that we need to put there. Then the third bubble is the bubble of what are the areas that we do need to lean forward together with our partners. So I think Mark and Marcus spoke about the private sector involvement. So we do take an active view of what does it take for us to take a lean forward position in some of these investments. And then the last bubble is obviously the usual. My CFO would tell me the ROICs, the EBITs, the rest of it. So we kind of look at it across 4 bubbles because we do recognize that beyond the traditional investment considerations financially, we do need to take a position of trying to grow the pond together. Because if the pond is bigger, everyone benefits.
That's a great idea. When you said that we live in very fast-moving times, that reminds me of a quote that I heard Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who was also speaking this morning on the screen, saying that we live the era of the fastest change ever. However, it is the slowest change that we will see going forward, i.e. today's is the fastest and it keeps accelerating. I think that's an important point. Now, Andres, let me bring you in. You represent the government here, if I may, in a broader sense.
You may.
How do you prioritize the short-term needs and urgencies with the long-term goals? Because the long-term goals still should be that we're building a more efficient, greener and better connected economy in the region, but also globally. What can the government do differently in terms of regulation standards, you know, the 2030, all the Fit for 55, all these new big slogans? But to get this done, we need to start moving today.
Yeah, I very much agree. And on the speed of a change, and this is, I think, a big and important starting point, that there is a massive opportunity. There is a massive opportunity for investment because of the disruptive changes what we are facing and seeing. Disruptive change, for me, is always something what brings mankind forward. So that, I think, is a great facilitator. Yes, now, for a government, obviously, there are always competing needs. There are pay of a serviceman, police, firefighters, medical doctors, so on and so forth, and then investment need, what you actually also need to meet, not only in energy sector, what is very topical today, but equally in a digital domain, where Estonia has really been on the forefront in creating the digital society. But of course, once you have created something, you also need to take care of it, all the cyber security related risks. So in a nutshell, I think you need to align these long-term perspectives and then the short-term choices. And I think actually the switch or a fast forward to 2030, a goal to have at least 100% of electricity consumed in Estonia generated by renewables is 8 years away, but you need to start today. And one of the key things there is permitting. And second key thing is the grid infrastructure, where I think indeed there is a big role for the state to play. There is also big role, I think, for financial institutions to play, but I think also increasingly more for a private sector, because sort of ultimately, if you talk about offshore wind, onshore wind, PV in particular, I mean, there is tons of private interest and funding available. But you need to get facilitated, particularly through investment in grid, which is the largest bottleneck here. So I don't necessarily see these objectives being conflicting, but I think what also Ukrainian war, or Russia's war in Ukraine, clearly demonstrates, it's equally important to actually protect the infrastructure. And we have seen multiple attacks in the cyber domain. We have seen physical attacks against the critical infrastructure, not only in Ukraine, but including in our neighborhood here. So these things are important, and this is where we need to invest also heavily and collectively. And I think you can use the umbrella of trusted connectivity to pull really everything together, because we need to protect, we need to be sure who are the equipment and technology providers, can we trust them, and then obviously we as a democratic world need really to work together to make sure that the world is safer and a better place going forward.
These are scary thoughts
Not
you're
really.
talking about, because even in the international waters or in the sea, the North Pole leak, you know, these are scary things. Today we heard that Bornholm Island has no electricity, so that you can never anymore be sure, you know, what is a sabotage and what is a malfunction of a system. So one needs to remain vigilant. Mark, would you like to come in here and maybe say a few words on top of what Andres said?
I think this question about the sort of the balance between short and medium-term objectives is very, very interesting. And I was in this fantastic venue we are here today. I was told earlier that this is an old shale oil power station. I don't think there are any plans to recommission this power station, but I think it's you know, governments across Europe, across the world, are focused on energy security. And so quite understandably, some of them are taking decisions to rely on, how can I say, less clean energy now than they have done in the past few years. And that leads some people to worry that climate objectives are being deprioritized because of the current crisis. Actually, I'm a lot more optimistic than this, because I think that there is an amazing convergence. If you think about renewable energy, solar, wind, there is this amazing convergence between economic objectives. Renewable energy is cheap, it will provide cheaper energy. Climate objectives, obviously, because it's cleaner energy, but also energy security objectives. So the alignment of economic, climate, and energy security goals means that the strategic case for countries dramatically accelerating their transition to renewables it's a no-brainer. It's an obvious thing for countries across the world to do, and I think so many countries do get that, and hopefully this will help to accelerate the transition.
Again, I think this is one of the beauties of being a banker, because you see the whole range of projects, and what needs to happen, of course, is that you need to bring the whole value chain forward. Not only do you need renewable energy generation, you need the electricity networks, the grids, you need the energy storage opportunities, you need the corporates that are willing to go and go electric and go green. Then you need further corporates to sometimes the Nordic Investment Bank that I have the pleasure leading, sometimes you see in one credit committee the whole range of, here is a wind park, here is a grid project, here is, say, Volvo cars going completely green and battery powered, and then there is a postal company in any of the countries that basically replaces all their fleet, and so on and so forth. And I think that is the difficult part, because if you only do one portion of the value chain, it's not going to work. If you can't get connected, it's not going to work. So let me turn back, Andres, to you maybe, on the question of the world in this part of Europe is broken. There is now again a hard line between the EU on the one hand and Russia on the other. So the whole traditional, west to east, east to west type of connectivity is not going to work in the next coming years. That's very obvious. So what do we do? How do we replace it? Are we just making our world smaller, or are we trying to make most use of the north-south connectivity and connect to partners further afield, like in Southeast Asia?
I think we are connecting to a trusted partners. I think that's really the key point. And also, just to put things into perspective, Russia is not a technology exporter. It has zero technology export. Yes, it was exporting a significant amount of fossil fuels, which we in Europe were also dependent on. But that has been cut down and will be cut down to zero. So I wouldn't, from that point of view, be too much concerned. And what it has, and I very much agree with Mark, the war what Russia is waging in Ukraine has been the great accelerator in diversifying away from Russia. And I think this is where we, in a democratic world, regardless of a geographical location, need to be really united in protecting the rules-based world order. And because this is all about it. Is our region now a safer or less safer place to invest? I would say it is by far a safer place to invest, for a simple reason. Because Finland and Sweden are going to be members of NATO. And sort of also in terms of, if we think about the market, EU is 450 million-ish marketplace with very, very high purchasing power. But NATO has a 1 billion population. That's even a bigger marketplace with very strong growth outlook. We just need to kind of conceptualize where we see the opportunities, and for me there are just many. We shouldn't be carried down or carried away with perceived might of Russia. What Russia does in Ukraine is outrageous, and those who do all these crimes, they need to be brought to justice. But we will, if anything, Russia has achieved greater unity in the West or in a democratic world, diversifying away and investment into the greener technologies. I think this is a flip side of a war, and indeed it's really speeding up also here. Have some people concerns? Yes, they do, obviously. The question is, I think what you ask, Andre, is more perhaps from the angle, are we discriminated out from the rest of a crowd in terms of investment? And that I'm not sure, because the markets have changed anyway. And we need to take a clearer look here. But going forward, there is plenty of private capital who wants to be deployed, including here. There is a lot of investment, not only in software, where we are famous, but equally increasingly more in technology. Talent attraction, I think this is where we all compete. But I think we are doing reasonably well here too. So we just need to keep going. That I think is a key point, and make really this transition to a cleaner, more advanced, more technology-savvy world faster.
There is, of course, also the element of a perfect storm, which relates to the not only energy prices being high and volatile, but the inflation that it has triggered. And further, that makes the central banks move, because the core role of the central banks, of course, is price stability. So what we have seen now, that number one, the risks are up, but also the interest rates are going to climb up again. We have seen more than 10 years of negative or very low interest rates for most, and we have seen the spreads very compressed. So all the way from AAA rated institutions, further down, the difference really was small, and it has now significantly widened. And this is something that, on top of the credit risk that is prevailing, perhaps, in your normal business, plus the geopolitical now, plus the fact that the supply chains have been hit, plus then you have to pay more for your money. Howie, how does all this regional debate look from further afield? When you come to Tallinn, listen to what has been discussed in this audience, what's your reflection? Are you coming here to learn, or are you coming here to give us the opportunity to learn from you?
I think it's an opportunity to learn, because the world is changing, the world is getting crazier, and there is always a belief that together there is a lot more that we can grow, a lot more we can learn. I think that's probably kind of the philosophy that we kind of have in Singapore, because being small, we're kind of similar to Estonia. Those of you who have visited Singapore, we're kind of similar. We're very small, we're very digital. We have very proactive governments who's very digital as well. The difference we have with Estonia is very cold, but we're very hot. So that's about the difference. But Singapore being small, I think looking back to the theme of trusted connectivity, the basis of the Singapore, I'll talk about tech ecosystem because that's what I'm familiar with, has been growing on the basis of different stakeholders coming together with the belief that we do need to participate collectively in order to build a bigger pond, to build a cleaner set of infrastructure for everyone to thrive in. So we're kind of fortunate that we have large companies, we have a lot of startups, we have quite a fair bit of VC and PE funds. I just saw a report that last year the PE funds was close to about $550 billion out of Singapore for Asia. There's family offices being set up. There's research facilities. But I think what seems to be working is that everyone has come to a conclusion that in order to build something better, everyone needs to play a part. So the PPP concept that I think earlier talked about seems to be one of the things that we worked on quite a fair bit.
Okay, let's come back to the PPP concept. But let me ask you, how do we assure the quality? Who is responsible for the quality, for the standards? We heard earlier Eric Smith, for instance, talking about the AI. When that pops up, then the governments rush into action, thinking, okay, is this dangerous? But I mean, the same is also true for physical infrastructure. How do we make sure that the standards, both the structure of PPPs and so on, but also the standard for what sort of grid connection we have for these renewable energy projects, for instance, offshore and so on? How do we make sure that what we do is long-lasting and good enough standard. Is that more like the private sector or the public sector responsibility in your region? And then I hand over the same question maybe to some of the other participants to speak.
Maybe I'll give an example, because since we spend a lot of time today on AI, and prior to this role in the private sector, I was in the public sector, and before my role in the public sector, I was in the private sector, so I've been going in and out. So I kind of speak across all experiences. This whole area of AI, one of the areas that we've identified is that the need to build a better framework for AI governance and AI ethics and to remove biases as much as possible, which we spoke about. So the first step was that the government created a model AI governance framework that was published. Then they invited industry to come together to say, can we co-create and add use cases so that we're able to build this out? Because the general principles is that everyone wants our AI to be built such that it is explainable, it is transparent, it is fair, and it is human-centric. But it is a collaboration between the government regulator as well as industry to contribute to a set of use cases that is then developed into a book of knowledge that is then sent to the university to create a pedagogy and the training material, and then companies go forward to get trained. So in an odd way, we all kind of recognize that great AI comes with important responsibility to make sure that it's non-biased. And that became an example of how the universities, the governments, as well as the public sector came together because we all saw a common need. So hopefully that gives you a glimpse. We have a few other examples.
And within NCS, I mean, do you seek external financing for that? The reason I'm asking is that I have always found it difficult for bankers to kind of, go with smaller companies to start financing digitalization. To do that with larger companies is relatively easy. You take corporate risk and you trust that they know what they're doing. Now, with more kind of a startup community, fintech, etc., that is a lot more complicated to bank.
It's true, it's true. I think for NCS, we're kind of fortunate that we're currently of a good size. We're in 20 plus countries in Asia Pac. Our parent company is the largest telco in Asia. So our financing is quite well taken care of. I think what's important is not the sources of financing, but that we build within our financials not only what we need to do in the short term, but what we need to build together with the rest of the stakeholders in the long term. But you're absolutely right. I think that's where the startups and the rest of it needs a good capital base for them to build onto it as well. So I think in the ecosystem, it's going to be a combination of big players and small players. But I think this narrative where big tech needs to play a more proactive role plays out here as well. Because the bigger you are, the bigger the responsibility. And I think that's the type of ethos I think everyone should be thinking about.
And in a way, it's the spillover effect that also Eric Smith was talking about in the morning, that you can have Google doing something big, but then it also relies on smaller companies and suppliers of technology and so on. Absolutely. I think that's important. But now if we turn back to more physical infrastructure of transport and energy, maybe bringing in both Mark as well as Marko, what do you see from your perspective as to, is there more demand for PPPs? Partially, it of course depends on the country, and some countries are willing to go for PPP because it gives them faster infrastructure, not necessarily cheaper, but you can get it quicker. Do you see much PPP happening? Marko, maybe you are further afield there. Could you make a start?
Yes, thank you. No, regarding a PV project, we can give an example that we signed last year in Latvia. Is a PV project called the Kekava Bypass that we have financed together with also including NIB and other banks. I think there is the need, and there is also the willingness to go towards non-recourse finance, also project finance, especially in wind, both onshore and offshore, is a mechanism of financing where you are able to attract a lot of private funding, but also at the time we are also involved. And in fact, we can finance also a portion of the senior debt in this particular case. So we always want to have other financial institutions and other private investors and also other banks to come along with us. And I believe that thanks also to our expertise and to the fact that we do a very thorough technical, economic, and financial due diligence, this is something that gives other banks and other investors also less concern, or at least to have let's say the possibility to see that a project is, can get also financing from the EU with grants, which is also another positive thing that can foster this kind of investment. So this is in a nutshell what I think, that we're going to see more project finance and PPP project in the future, definitely.
Mark?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is demand for PPPs, for public-private partnerships, and I think that they can be an extremely good model. I think in lots of cases of infrastructure investment projects or whatever, there is a role for the public sector, but you want to bring in private sector expertise and discipline and private sector finance. I think one of the things we've found through our experience is that sometimes these projects can be quite complex, and a significant amount of work needs to go into the project preparation. So actually we've been quite successful in a number of countries helping to support units which help prepare projects, which help deliver a pipeline of projects. I think that can be a successful model. I just wanted to quickly come back to this question on standards, because I think if there's a theme of today, it's about trusted partnerships, and just to pick up where Andres left it, the importance of trusted partnership, of quality standards, of supporting a kind of rules-based system. So, clearly very important role for us as an organisation, the EBRD, in terms of promoting ESG, the ESG standards that we have. I would also argue, to link it back to the beginning, there's a importance for the private sector in terms of pushing these high quality standards. And if you want to mobilise significant amounts of private capital, you want to ensure that your investments have the highest quality standards.
And of course, the other beauty of IFI involvement is also that we are not as typical banks. We don't have the other businesses, the asset management business. We don't handle the payment flow or benefit from big customer balances. So I think for the governments, it's also an important message that when you do get an IFI involved, you get third-party scrutiny for that specific project. We want to make sure that that specific project is actually working and paying back eventually. So you do get, both the long-term financing, but also the advice and the third-party scrutiny with it. Andres, in Estonia, the PPPs have not been particularly popular. Why is it, and how do we need a change? Are we getting it right as it is, or do we need to do something differently? Now that you're no longer in the government, you can be totally open about it.
No, I was open also in the government, so it was just, in simple terms, more expensive. So, but I think the point here is, I mean, I'm not saying that PPP wouldn't work anywhere. It works in some places better, some others, on average, some others not so well. But for me, this is one technique of financing. So you could structure the deal in the multiple ways. But I think probably the key really is a frame what the legislator and the government set. So what are the boundaries you can operate with? And I think what we have been seeing, say in the recent years, is that the regulation is becoming increasingly more detailed, which means that sort of it's not all the innovative ideas necessarily fit into this detailed regulatory boundaries. So I personally rather prefer that you would have a bit broader frame, maybe a bit more loosely defined, and then you let the innovation and different structurings to work out, and then you can, if needed, you can then nudge or change, sort of adapt the frame, but not going really to regulate each and every single small item. So that, I think, is something we should pay attention to. Now, if you ask how we can change it, I don't have any good answer, because it has. I mean, if you take the financial sector regulation, for example, I mean, it's huge. Is it doing good service all the time? Not necessarily. So, but A frame, I think, is needed. Then the question is sort of how tight you make it and how you can get the innovation to grow. And I think if we talk about investment in digital infrastructure or in energy infrastructure, I mean, in most cases it's also viable as a private business, and which is great, because if it is state directed, then things don't always go in the right direction. I would say money is wasted. But on more sort of innovative aspects where you as a banker, because the project is not bankable, this is where I think a state can play a useful role if you do patient capital investor together with a private capital, and then sort of take perhaps less leverage and then help the great ideas to work out. I think I'm more believing in this type of solutions, and also listing the companies publicly, sort of with the government participation is always good, because when you get the governance transparent.
So one of the questions we need to ask ourselves is also, where do we find the optimal spot between bringing in innovation and private sector involvement, because that's where most of the innovation comes from, versus what sort of standards or minimum standards we have for projects and what needs to be regulated. On PPPs, of course, we should also ask ourselves a question: are we always comparing, apples to apples and oranges to oranges? Because yes, the governments can always borrow more cheaply, but there is a limit how much they can do it at a time. So that with a PPP you can accelerate certain key infrastructure developments. And coming from Estonia myself, I always thought that it's very difficult to explain to my children why is it that the road to Tartu is still the quality it is, or to Pärnu. And now apparently I need to explain that not only to my kids but also to the grandchildren. So sometimes it takes longer.
Things are not that bad. They are improving.
Good to hear. Thomas, back to Ukraine. Based on the panel discussion that you have heard here, and of course I can understand that the short-term priorities of Ukraine are on winning the war, but the long-term priorities, and how much do you see the business associations and the government kind of thinking ahead long-term, what needs to happen after the war?
There is thinking about it. The government has done a lot of work. It was presented in Lugano in July, the reconstruction plan of Ukraine after the war. We are ourselves also watching it. I mean, private investors are also lining up for this post-war reconstruction, and there will be a lot of projects, in particular in infrastructure, where all of the financing schemes that you have discussed will be needed. And all of the institutions represented on your panel will hopefully also participate in that effort, which will be quite substantial, especially if the war lasts longer and Russia continues with its tactics to destroy cities and infrastructure to hurt Ukraine economically. But for the time being, I would say 80-90% of our focus is on a now, and on kind of making sure that our investments, our businesses here are breaking even, are surviving, and that we can, pay the salaries, pay taxes, and that we live through this period. We have been here through many crises before, economic ones, with GDP declining 15-17%, but this one is obviously much deeper. We expect GDP to decline 30% this year, and hopefully stabilize next. So it's going to be a big challenge that we are actually looking forward to, because there will be a lot of energy after the war here. And as I said before, it is really surprising how the Ukrainians, the population here, how well they're dealing with this challenge and with that pressure, just judging by the amount of people that have returned back to Kiev, despite the risks. We have 85% of the population back in the city. So Ukraine's very say committed, motivated, and looking forward to the war to end with Ukraine's victory, and for us to be able to focus that energy on the reconstruction.
Thank you. Any final remarks? Who wants to raise a hand? Mark.
Can I just, I mean, really just to echo what Thomas has just said, that clearly it's great that there's thinking going into post-war Ukraine and the kind of challenges and opportunities there, but the immediate focus has to be on supporting Ukraine now and into next year. And it's extremely important that, yes, it's good that there's thinking about reconstruction is happening, but it's extremely important that that doesn't detract from the immediate challenge, and we all have a role to play, and the EBRD as an institution, we are continuing to invest in Ukraine. We are investing at the same level as we invested before the war. We think that we have an important role to play in terms of, we don't provide budget support to the Ministry of Finance, we don't do humanitarian support, we think we have an important role in helping the private sector and the economy to continue to function, and we are very much focused on what we can do there, as well as being involved in some of these longer term debates about reconstruction.
And it's also, of course, about the neighboring countries where there has been a big flow of refugees and so on. So I think that's also important to keep in mind. But this takes me to the point where I would like to say that, of course, there are massive demands for infrastructure investment. And the key goal is still very obvious, that we need to build more connected, trusted partnerships. We need to accelerate the greener transition as well. And for the investors, infrastructure is not only an investment demand, but it's also an investment opportunity, you know, where you can match your long-term assets with long-term investments. And because in this part of the world, the geopolitical dimension is of such a great importance, I think it's also really important that we do it together, that we connect, we bring both private and public sector financing into that, so that the commercial banks, the capital markets, but also the public sources of financing, you know, be it directly from the government or from government-owned entities, but also the international financial institutions as long-term anchors of stability, do it together. So the role of IFIs during these more difficult times, I think, is clearly up. And then finally, of course, the platforms like the Tallinn Digital Summit is something where, you know, even if we are not talking about purely digital issues, I think it's very important we get together, we share views, we bring in, you know, success stories from Singapore and elsewhere, to help us to choose from all the options we have, you know, the best possible. We do have 2 minutes left. If there are any questions from the audience, then I'm more than happy to give you the floor. Do we have any hands going up? There is one. Could we get the microphone here in the front row? And if you could just, you were in the previous panel, but if you could just once again say your name and then address the question to...
Thanks, Kosh. It's to everybody per se, but perhaps more the EBRD and EIB fellows. One of the things we heard a lot about was the G7, you know, there's this partnership for global infrastructure investments. To actually operationalize it, you need to be able to at least pool your resources in a coordinated way. Either there's coordinated funding or complementary funding or sequential funding, whatever. And the main sort of hurdles to that are administrative. Different banks have different rules of how much country, how much sort of nexus there is. So any thoughts on that? How can we sort of actually put our, you know, our money where our words are, or other way around? Because we talk a lot about it, but unless that sort of modalities are developed, these are all parallel exercises, not a coordinated exercise. Thanks.
Maybe, Mark, if you could take it first, and perhaps Marco can say a few words.
It's a very good question. I think I'd say a couple of things. I mean, first of all, my earlier point that, you know, if we are working in a particular country, the impediments to investment, the kind of challenges in mobilizing private sector investment can be very country specific. So you have to really understand the circumstances and what the potential blockages are, and the blockages can often be political or political economy blockages, but I completely agree with you. I think there is a challenge in terms of ensuring that the MDBs, the IFIs work together and cooperate on the ground. Often that has to happen at a country level. I think there are some very good examples of where we do it well, and I spend a lot of my time traveling, and when I travel to a country I will meet other MDBs, IFIs on the ground. Often you see excellent cooperation, sometimes not so good cooperation, but I think it's a big challenge, and it's a big issue that we need to address.
Thank you, Mark. And very quickly, Marco, you have the last word. We cannot hear you. Can you switch on your microphone? Try again.
Hello?
Yes, now we can hear you. Go.
Can you hear me? Yes. So very quickly, so regarding cooperation with IFI, it's a big topic. What I can say is that the Team Europe initiative is an approach that allows all EU development partners to put their respective knowledge and resources across the different priority areas under the global gateway and align towards common strategic objective. And the IB is very active in the Team Europe initiative. I would like to make also some example regarding the Clean Ocean Initiative. This was launched in 2018 with IFD and KfW. And the objective was to finance 2 billion project that will reduce plastic waste by 2023. In 2020, also CDP and ECO, so the Italian and Spanish NPIs, joined. And in February 2022, also EBRD became the 6th member of the Clean Ocean Initiative. And this initiative would raise 4 billion by 2035. So this is an example in which when we have a common goals, common objective, we can actually team up and allocate all the resources in one direction. And of course, I would like also to mention that 2 weeks ago, Andre, with all NIB, visited us in Luxembourg, and both European Investment Bank and Nordic Investment Bank have a long track record of financing large project and infrastructure project together. In the last 5 years, I think we've done more than 10 billion. So definitely, it's something that we should do more to work more together, and actually I'm going to talk about the framework agreement with DRB that we have, and we should also contribute to have a more united approach and to streamline all the procedures, so in order that the project are financed to our policy objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco, and thank you for the question. Just to add, yes, IFIs do cooperate, and in the end, the client or the investee company or the borrower chooses who they work with, but sometimes you do need deeper pockets. With this, we have run out of our time. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will hand it over to the organizers, thanking the panel out here, and best greetings to both Vilnius and Kiev.
Today has been a ride, definitely. I'm so happy we got some positive feedback from the audience saying that they feel extremely energized. And this packed agenda that we had actually today has brought them new ideas that they can take home with them. As we've discussed, connectivity is the backbone of our physical as well as digital existence. In building the infrastructure that enables this dual existence, we need to work together. I think this was highlighted not only by our Prime Minister and the President of the European Commission, but in each and every panel that we had today. Whether it was about AI, energy, security, financial investments, or of course, trusted partnerships and trusted connectivity. Because this is what trusted connectivity is about. This is what the global gateway that the President of the European Commission mentioned is about. Today we heard perspectives from around the world. We heard many interesting thoughts and ideas. And what I feel we can all take away from this discussion is that if we do survive, to paraphrase Mr. Jan Tallinn, we will succeed by working hand in hand as trusted partners. So what applied to all of the discussions today was that whether trusted connectivity, energy, or AI, I would like to highlight one thing. A human-centric approach is the European approach. And those who agree to follow this approach with us are more than welcome to join us in our trusted partnerships. So I will see some of you tonight at dinner, 7:30 p.m. At the Port of Tallinn Cruise Terminal. And for all of you, have a rest tonight, gather some new ideas, and see you refreshed in the morning at 9 a.m. here tomorrow. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.